falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm, oh, I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh, you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss Boozley cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss Boozley cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do,
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We are closing out playoffs very swiftly here, Dallas, and we are super excited to get this one going and underway. Converse Nightblood, who exited the mainstay season 6-1, got their #1 punch ticket heading into playoffs proceeding against the #2 team of UCF Gold, who exited 5-2, who actually had managed to take a win over Converse, their only loss they had.
Yeah, I mean, oddly enough, just looking at the circumstances of these two teams and what's happened in the course of the season thus far, knowing that Converse, they kind of had themselves a little bit more of a setup, not only just in terms of when it comes around to the regular season, but also seeing what they've accomplished in the course of playoffs. Their ramp percentages look absolutely just a little bit better, I'd say, across the entire board, so knowing what they're capable of. This should be a good game across the entire day, but who really knows? Because now that we're kind of entering these stages of looking at these lower bracket areas, you never really know what's going to happen. It just feels like an entire toss-up.
Yeah, you're in last chance territory, right? You've already taken a loss for the side of UCF. They lost against WVU varsity in the first round of uppers, which was really shocking to say the least, to see a team like UCF Gold drop so early. Converse got away with a good round 1 win, but they faced Fisher Navy in the second, and they took a 2-1 loss. A close loss, like you said. Their round differentials tend to be a little bit closer for them. They took a close loss, though. They dropped down, and now we're seeing them face off here in the semifinal, or technically quarterfinals of the overall playoff side, but semifinals of the lower side of our playoff brackets. And they have to win this to move on to face in the lowest finals to get the chance to get redemption against whoever faces off in the upper finals.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, looking at those upper finals, looking at going forward, even then for the rest of the season, knowing that even then, look at this lower bracket scenario, you mentioned it. It's a use it or lose it kind of scenario. Everything's kind of feels like a gamble. You got to keep yourself relevant here. So, knowing that both these two teams, I think I like to kind of watch these lower brackets a little bit more. So, I like to watch these just because it kind of looks like one of those cornered animal scenarios. They look to be a lot more ferocious. They're at the points where they really have nothing left to lose. And even over the course of the season, I just cannot stand the entire conversation of, oh, strats this, strats that. They're saving. There's no more time to save, Chief. I don't care what kind of socks you got put in the bank. You got to make sure to start pulling those things out, because it's no more saving. It is, if you're desperate for something, if you want to get something together, now is the time to do it, because there may not be another chance.
Yeah, this is last chance. This is your final moment. If you've got something in the back pocket, whip it out, because you need everything to get past the competitors here. Converse, like I mentioned, their only loss was against UCF Gold. They went 6-1, had that one mar in their record. Meanwhile, UCF Gold, despite the 2-0 victory, and I believe week 3 against the side of Converse, they've had some trials and tribulations. 2-player loss. They lost over against the Hoosiers in week 1. You can count that maybe just kind of getting warmed up. We'll discount that one, but they had still managed to take a loss against Blinn College, another really good team, 1-2. But those are losses that you can't necessarily have. And while I would like to point out, well, Converse plays Blinn College, it was a forfeit victory for them. They didn't actually face them, so we can't say too much. But this is a rematch for Converse to, make up for the one loss they had in the mainstay season, so they get back to take down Fisher. Or can UCF do it again, get the 2-peat, and continue to move on here in lower playoffs? We'll see. But the players have to be responsible for that, and let's go ahead and take a look at them here.
I mean, already obviously starting on the likes of the home side, you got Converse, the guys that we're talking about, the guys we're hyping up, the ones who haven't lost a game here in a very long while, except for week 3, which is just an outstanding look for them. Knowing you get time to adjust, it's Moby, it's JSP, it's J. Cruel, Wildfire, and Excite. Obviously players that I think I've seen before. I feel like obviously should be pretty darn prevalent when it comes under the collegiate scene, but obviously over there on the other side of the end, and the better side of the coin, quite frankly, is going to be the UCF Gold. Jason, Scotty, Sniper, Rudy, and Squaremore. A little bit of weird names going out. Apparently, people love to put J before their name. Maybe it's a new rapper theme. I'm not really quite sure what's going on there, but hey, if they get to that kind of point, maybe it's a trend in the Valorant community.
Hey, hopefully the Valorant accent isn't trending as well on the collegiate side of the Valorant community. But yes, we have some very interesting names here. And to be fair, if you got a cool name, got to go ahead and rock it. But you also have to be able to rock it alongside your team. And you can make callouts a little bit difficult. And you got to have good callouts on some of the maps we have here today. Breezy Split were taken off. Haven and Bind were as well. But Ascent, Lotus being picked up for the first 2. Lotus is a bit of a shocker. Not in the end of playoffs, though. That's not too surprising.
Yeah, no.
It's Sunset, which has been surprisingly popular here in the NECC as our would-be decider should it is required.
It's been popular, quite frankly, everywhere, really. Sunset was one of those maps that right off the get-go, obviously teams were a little bit more kind of shaky on how that map played out and what kind of agent compositions. That was the biggest adjustment we were looking at over the course of the season and kind of looking to see where they were being tuned a little bit. But Sunset, though, I mean, I think the easiest way to go around to it is look at it from the perspective of choosing the agent selection like it's split, but yet play the map like it's Ascent. And I think, honestly, players have loved the flow of Sunset so far. And while we've seen such a very quick just kind of pick up on it, it took a while to actually see itself kind of put into the map rotation, but it's not just here in the NECC. It's been every single league that you and I have seen so far. And even better yet, for all you had the luxury of watching Campus Clutch here recently for all the finals, quarters, and whatnot in those brackets, it showed up a lot, quite frankly. It was all over the place. And it seems like teams genuinely just love this map and what it really offers.
And it's a difficult map as well, right? There's a lot of teams that still aren't very comfortable, but the teams that will be comfortable are the teams that made it this far in playoffs. You can't say everyone who made it in playoffs is necessarily comfortable with it. There's probably one single person and one team that probably is knocked out to this point. But the ones that have made it now to the semifinals, quarterfinals overall, you know for a fact they're going to know this map. They're going to have those strategies, and they're going to have the book that you are needing to whip out, like we mentioned earlier. And you got to use everything in the back pockets. But we mentioned the playoff side. We mentioned that this is technically the semifinals for the lower side and the finals for the lower side, to move back up into grand finals for their chance. They'll be facing off against the winner of WVU Varsity, which had knocked down one of these teams down to this point in the first place, against Blinn College, who I had just made a big mention towards of having taken a win against UCF Gold and a forfeit loss against Converse. That is going to be another, no matter who makes it out, dangerous team to compete against.
Yeah, and Blinn College, I think, is obviously kind of the headline of what comes around to those two. Sure, WVU knocked down a couple teams here and there, but I mean, that's the course of everybody, quite frankly. Blinn College is the one to kind of keep your eyes on, considering that they not only had the luxury of just kind of winning out a lot of these matches, but even then, at the very end of the season, take a forfeit, probably take a week off for grades, and say, look, once it gets around to break time, we are full gear for these matches to come up that we can actually sack the loss, not even care about it. Records aren't even a matter of the fact to us, because we can just keep on chugging along like absolutely nothing matters. But speaking of nothing that matters, compositions. Here on Ascent, it doesn't matter. There's something tried and true that's worked for so darn long that we didn't talk about it purely because we knew this mirror was coming up.
Yeah, who else? Sova, KJ, Jets, Omen, and KO, all on the board for both sides, and it's going to come down to a differential between the players individually, not necessarily the agents in use for either side. When you have a mirror composition, there's typically the duelists that stand out as being diffed between the two individuals. I know we've highlighted that a couple times with big rosters we've seen in other leagues as well in the early stage of the NECC before playoffs started. But when your duelist is a Jet and the only duelist for a map like Ascent, I would dare say the more important agent to worry about is going to be the Omen and the KO. The KO with the 0 point to knock down utility and rushes and get information, and the Omen who is responsible for these dark covers, the paranoias for rushes forward, and the denial of information and pushes on a retake. Those are going to be paramount to the success you're hoping for on either side.
Yeah, I hate to go back to my COD roots a little bit, but it really just comes down to timing on this map. Obviously, adjustments and gunfights, it really comes down to a lot. I mean, making sure, as you mentioned, those smokes, that knife, everything has a certain amount of time behind it. So it really comes down to how you really manipulate these windows to your favor. And already going ahead, getting that first gunfight right down the middle, you're going to see pretty quick exchange of here over to the A site. And I love this move coming out. Take tree control. Don't default early. Go ahead and switch things up. So when you go for these regular hits on side of these main avenues of the map, nothing's really expected too much. You see J. Cruel finding finally an exchange here.
Well, UCF Gold have advantage now over the site. The plant is down. The difficulties now arise for Converse Nightblood to retake the objective, getting one kill up on top of rafters from J. Cruel, like you mentioned. No frag back, and with only pistols, the door has become much more of a mountain than a single wall that blocks all avenues of approach. Paranoia around the bend. This is where your Omen steps up to the plate, gets spotted with a nice use of the sonar bolt, but it will not matter. J. Cruel gets 3 total in the round. Down below the defuse wildfire until they get snuck up upon the coverage.
Oh my
it's an
God.
ace from J. Cruel everywhere in this round, and a win for Converse Nightblood.
Obviously, a huge start here on the board for J. Cruel, not just in terms of getting that ace, getting the pistol round, sure, that's great, but already going ahead and getting yourself on a massive start, having all those credits to work with, you can go for a full purchase. Sure, the Bulldogs being what's opted here for, but quite frankly, you see if maybe a duelist more times than not, if they get that string of kills together, they opt for the Vandal, they opt for the Phantom, they get the full armor, they say, who cares what utility, I can buy it in the next one. So long as I get 3 more kills right now, I got an ultimate to work with in the next. Sadly, it's not your Jet. That's not blades being used there. So you're looking for an alternative here. And quite quite frankly, the Bulldogs would be great there, knowing you get 2 players on the board that have that good to work with, and you know that even then more so you're slowing down UCF here early to once again see what they do, but they're going for that same exact move, just lurking right across that catwalk, looking for a nice little lurk there towards the B side to kind of get things to swap up. But quite frankly, honestly, they don't want to give up too much because they don't have the full rifles yet, and they don't know once again what these main hits are going to look like, but already Converse has an idea of how that's going to go because they're set up on the main themselves like they're the ones attacking.
Push comes out from UCF Gold in through tree, leaving one straggler of Scotty down towards bottom mid. The rest of the team, though, pivoted up through Garden, and now where you'd kind of expected to be rushed onto the A side, no, it's a flank round through defender Spawn and Moby, who had a ghost bot for them by your KO of J-Crew, who went crazy in the last round, is able to scrape not just 1, but 2 up to this point off the board. Converse Nightblood, despite acquiescing first blood, clap back for 2, and UCF Gold are forced to scurry away from the B site they were hoping for, and now have free reigns in towards A. And with a popping player, J-Crew caught off. Scormer can't get a second, but that alleviates so much pressure, Dallas, now for the retake with only a 1-man disadvantage on Converse's hands.
And even then, you got to figure out how you're going to allocate these weapons, right? I mean, sure, Moby has the ghost in hand, but you got to make sure to get close enough to carry on these weapons to the next round. Moby needs to run over, probably grab one of those Bulldogs, and there was a Guardian, remember, to pick up as well. So there's so many resources here that Converse has to hold on to, not only just for the sake of winning this round, which you're expecting to do, but you got to look at the next one as well. You got to see what's being done, and even more so, you barely have any time to get it done. So you got every single angle, and Moby is able to do exactly that. I said pick him a different gun, but quite frankly, with the prowess Moby has in that ghost, good God, I think it's just good enough, quite frankly, against at least when nobody's running armor. But in a round like this, you're going to see full punches across the board.
Can we tally that up for J-Cruel? J-Cruel gets the 5 kills at the end of round 1, aces it, buys the Bulldog, has 1,400 credits, realizes the utility for Moby is more important in the long term, buys them a ghost to drop down to 1,000, and then from there, you're looking at Moby going, okay, I will hold the torch, I will take over, I will hold the reins, and gets a 4K in the very next round with J-Cruel's weapon of choice bot for them. That is a tandem duo we're now going to be looking towards as the most dangerous factor for success on the defense so far of Converse Nightblood, but this will be the true testament to that success. 3rd round in, UCF Gold with a full buy on their hands, and Converse losing plenty of weapons in the previous round will need to think twice about every engagement they take, and the first one may just be here towards B main.
And that Marshall, I mean, keep in mind, that's one of those kind of weapons that can actually have the prowess compared to the likes of their guns inside of this round. It comes down to whether or not you can actually find those angles. And even then, hearing the Marshall shots into the last round, you got to give credit to UCF for not wanting to go right down that mid route again. I mentioned it earlier. They want to go ahead and make sure to save their kind of spread plays when it comes around to those actual main hits for later rounds once they get the guns to work with. They don't want to give up too much. I mean, we talked about saving strats earlier. You can only save so much in the course of a match. You want to make sure to whip it out when it actually matters the most. Try to save as many weapons as possible in a round like this, but even then still, the swing comes out, JSP is able to go into round 1, and that's going to be a free gun to pick up if you hear enough bodies coming through the middle of the map.
Oh, do they know that it's free to grab? They relocated back towards the hall side of B to try and help the teammates with the rush out that comes in through Market. Excite, full flash, JSP as well goes down in the aftermath, and even a fragment. If you want to make matters worse, it's one player, Moby, who had gotten the 4K in the previous round, now required to do the exact same thing here. Yeah, Bulldog is pretty darn good, but your job is not necessarily to win, it's to make it pricey for the side of UCF Gold, which your team unfortunately just didn't do a good enough job for up to this point. They're stuck within the dark cover. Former, more likely the player to take the kill and or be killed. They'll pivot back over towards the backside of Boathouse, and it will not matter. Rudy from up on the Market stairs takes down Moby with a wall bang, and UCF will take their 3rd round win as expected with very few losses, honestly, on the board.
Yeah, just only a singular loss there on the board is going to be big for them going forward, knowing that, I mean, not only that, I mean, you get a back couple over, but you quite frankly couldn't really care less. Look at the standing on the board. You had so many carry over that quite frankly, when you look at it, you're saying, honestly, purchasing of another gun, even then looking at Rudy making that purchase for someone else, knowing they got enough kills in that last round, you're saying this kind of compensates for itself to a certain degree. It really doesn't matter all that much in the big scheme of things. Having that from the shadows to work with now, you're not really freaking out too much about the ultimate economy, but looking at what everybody else has to work with, a very, very quick B hit coming through here. They know that usually the Jet like to be sectioned up to that side of the map earlier, but you're looking to really put that investigative work here currently. Figure out where the setups are, figure out who's in Boathouse, you get that read on Sylvia, you know that, okay, this is their default, they're probably going to do this 4 times or not. Just make sure to choke these guys out and spray down what you can.
Very different defensive approach from Converse, which is the right idea. All things considered, UCF have also transitioned to a more aggressive front towards B. Headshot was connected there in the back of Boathouse, but gotta keep holding the trigger, otherwise you can't get the kill.
Oh my God.
Who had assisted on the refrag after the death in the back of Boathouse, comes down the stairwell and takes down 2. 1 through the Central 89 crates, and it is a 3-1 victory right now for Converse Nightblood. J. Cruel is playing out of their mind right now in Dallas. And UCF Gold, they'll have enough to buy up here to a somewhat good degree. Yeah, Rudy's a little bit behind, but you've got to fear where J. Cruel is, and you got to be ready for Moby as well, who has shown that they can fight with the best of the team.
I just gotta say, in that last round, I'm just a little bit still left in awe of what was happening there from UCF. It seemed like they had the control of the site. They were ready to go ahead and push it out, but it just seems like they were stalling for so much, just kind of completely distracted by that Sova in the back of Boathouse, that they just didn't want to push the guy up. But you're in a 5v1 scenario. If you're not going to take those fights where you have numbers, quite frankly, what are you going to take unless you have gun advantage, which is being the one round they've won thus far? So there's a lot of kind of discussions that are going to be up in the air right now for these early stages and these early rounds, and we still have plenty of time left to really discuss and address those. But as it stands right now, I mean, Converse, when it came around to those first 2 rounds, having that confidence in terms of rounds and having it lead to work with and having a little bit of insurance down to play off the back of, it leaves a lot to be left for here, a lot of strive for UCF, knowing that Operator still is staying inside the game, that not very many players are dropping guns because you got these highlights, just not only getting first bloods out of JSP now for the 2nd time in a row, but even then J. Cruel, who's going to go ahead and get those guns, get those strands, now having a 5K and like a 4K, and off the back of that, you're saying, Converse, we got to find a way to work around these guys. And if B isn't working out, quite frankly, I wouldn't really blame you to go to A, but you know that they're going to be split up purely because of how long you took on that last one. But still, A, maybe a better shot if you know that the operator's present here in the back of B.
They still want B. No attempt to transition just yet. They've left one player towards the right side of door and Boathouse. They'll clear away the utility, and yes, there is a null command being popped for the side of UCF Gold, and you know where that KO was. You know it's a push now into the B site, and JSP has their work cut out for them. Downs the null commanded player of Scoremore. Scotty goes down just the same. Last of the
Oh my!
And what a hit from JSP. They take it down. The J started their name, Doppelganger of Jason. Beautiful flick to the head, and UCF Gold are once again dismantled on a push up through B, where it looks like they have a chance to take control of it, Dallas, but they can't get it done, and they stall right as they're about to dash into sight.
Another one of those moments, and quite frankly, I can't blame him for taking a timeout this early in the game. I mean, sure, it feels a little bit 2 rounds off, maybe from the margin that I would typically expect a team to be taking a time like this, but I mean, honestly, it's deserved, it's needed, it's a necessity at this time. Seeing the kind of rounds that have gone away thus far, the only round you won, you're saying we had gun advantage, and even then, it was by a good margin to making sure those pistols really went ahead and beat down those Converse players in that secondary round. But now, at a point like this, where once again, the result of that last round, I want to say, was because of the stalling. It wasn't even by the effort of Converse, keep in mind. It was just by UCF kind of refusing to press that W key a little bit, that they feel like they're meeting their makers, and they're looking up towards Converse rather than right at them. This is the same stage in the bracket. You can't go ahead and give them all of this luxury of being the better team here right off the get-go, because that's going to lead to them just playing better and better and better when they know they got you exactly where they want you. And I mean, look at that last round specifically. They had you cornered, cut off, and didn't even let you get a spike down. This is money that's not only being lost by UCF, but it's resulting in more rounds being lost in the long scheme of things, where this attacking side won't look like it even has a shot if they don't pick at least up that objective responsibility.
Placing alarm bot.
With the timeout now over and done with, Dallas had a lot of words for how UCF can start to maybe capitulate a further point, but it's good to mention this is an eco round. They have nothing really to the board. They're going to be bringing sheriffs and hoping that somebody's head gets slightly spotted around some corner or something, and maybe can kind of veer away from where JSP is with the sniper, who has been a kind of a one-trick pony so far with the giant boomstick. Whether it's the operator or the marshal, they've been the forerunner of success on the sniping end for Converse, which is none too shocking, but JSP will eventually be forced to drop that. I can only anticipate as UCF will start to do better, but this round is not working out their way as expected for an eco, and they'll lose that first blood on the push. And Excites has some noise and some kills they can gain over towards B. They'll get some assistance from the Omen with that paranoia.
Another one of those scenarios, man. You're looking at the allocation of players, your KJ going in before your Jet, then your Jet can't trade off. You're saying, dude, this is your job. You got to get these kills, and you're not even pitching in the fights. It's just, it's a lot of hurt that's going around. It's being passed quite easily, quite fluently amongst all the players here. But I mean, once again, as you mentioned earlier, it's an eco round. You can't freak out too much, but that just puts a lot more pressure on these guys and makes sure to kind of take these fights a little more aggressively. This is the rounds where I talk about it, where these players are like cornered animals. So they say, we got nothing to lose, we got nothing but sheriffs, let's just find a kill and capitalize. But quite frankly, they're not really finding too many kills. They found 2 so far, but they haven't really capitalized. They haven't picked those guns up. They haven't made themselves bigger threats in the big scheme of things. And so long as they can at least get a spike down, you can say there's some extra money, and we can at least get something done maybe in this next round.
Plant does go down for UCF Gold, getting an even 3-on-3, and an eco round is very large for your side. If you're able to collect the weapons you've gotten kills with as well, it's even better. One of them likely too far on the B side. The other one here towards Garden could have been a good option for them to drop in, though, from Rafters. Too much to overcome. One with a rifle from Excite. JSP brings out the knife, and it is just B-Niper all by their lonesome, and it's a sniper to take them down, with JSP getting a 3K. A very successful player for Converse. Maybe didn't like that J. Curl and Moby were getting all of the lap of luxury. They've stepped up to the plate, and they've now tied J. Curl's margin, even after they got an ace in the very first round.
I mean, it's what you're expecting out of a Jet, though, quite frankly, here on the map of Ascent. There's not too much they can really do. Sure, they can push a little more aggressively, but once again, when you're holding the line of scrimmage so well here on this map, the Ascent, you're looking at that pressure, and once again, it's the map that everybody knows. It just feels... really comes down more just kind of the confidence factor. Do you want to take these fights, or do you not want to take these fights? UCF just doesn't want to take them. They're lurking around the map. They're looking for free opportunities, maybe a little bit of lurking kills to kind of just be presented to them on a silver platter. But that's not going to happen. Converse are well aware of, okay, UCF don't want to push up. They want to play this pretty darn slow. And, well, what's better to hit a slow target than an operator when it only takes 1 bullet? So, seeing the way this thing is playing out so far, UCF, they do want to go for a push on towards this B-side. You can see it being pretty aggressive in a certain regard, but even then more so, it comes down to how is the follow-up going to look. With the Hunter's Fury there and Knife able to go ahead and get that first shot off the board, you have nothing but a player in the back of the map that owed to go ahead and completely cut you off with a gorgeous execution, leaving only 1 player behind, which is going to be Jason. But he's obviously going to kind of take that somewhere else. Doesn't want to get that operator. This should be a free round here from Converse unless they want to go head hunting. But when you barely have scratched these rounds together in the first place, I don't think that's a risk you really want to take.
Pull back. Have some patience. Have some humility in defeat for the side of Converse. JSP wants to make sure this operator stays in their hands, and UCF don't look privy to the rundown just yet. I think they realize this is a save coming out from the side of Converse. They know that JSP has that sniper, and they're going to get the early information with Rudy peeking out towards B main, and the rest of the team just gets out of there, Dallas. They want nothing to do with it. They'll move all the way in far up towards defender spawn instead. It'll be UCF Gold's first round win after their 3rd round win they took as expected. The drought seemingly has ended, and they've done a very good job to do so. What a spectacular round this one was. The setup there to get information, give them information in towards B main to try to distract Excite to hold there for the time being. But once you hear the players inside market, they rotate back, but you use the TP, you use your Omen, you step up with a quick rush down hall, and you don't get gate kept and you don't stall, which was the big issue we saw just 3 rounds prior and even 2 rounds prior from UCF Gold on that attempted push in through B.
And the difference we saw in a round like that was obviously going through the middle a little bit more so, right? Because we see that that's one of the biggest weaknesses, I want to say, of Converse University, that they've been a little bit slow to reacting on the middle of the map. They expect to just kind of not be capitalized off of, even though after the first 2 rounds, that's where UCF went for their opted push. So finally going ahead and manipulating and really taking advantage of the entire map, saying we're going to go for a split push. We're not only going to go ahead and execute right off the main areas of the map, because we tried that for 3 rounds in a row. We gave them those rounds 3 in a row, and quite frankly at that point now, what are we left to really do? And quite frankly, make these adjustments, make sure to go right back to what worked in those initial rounds and start to experiment with the map a little bit. It's going to be your better option. So now once again, even then off the back of a singular round won by UCF using the middle of the map, Converse are saying, how did that happen? We've had so many rounds of success, it felt like they were essentially free. But now, when you see one more round and you've got that luxury of having this round lead now, you can take this time off. You can chill out a little bit. You can allocate your jet towards the middle now, knowing that you have kind of a double down and you have players just all over the spot. But even then, making the switch of the A for the KJ, I think the double down of having that KO and that jet towards the B site right there towards mid and B, they could have what feels like an absolute unit. Because keep in mind, these 2 players alone have accounted for what feels like nearly double the kills of UCF in their entirety before that last round.
JSP will hold on to B main for the time being. Has to flick up for a very interesting flick up to the Aljo, but it taps them. And B Nightburst swings out very quickly to take down JSP. Excite had a chance for something good, but unfortunately it will go the other way, much like the other 3 kills that have gone in the way of UCF up to this point. A 2v5. Nearly impossible to come back from, and I think they're aware of that, Dallas. We're about to have another yap session for another 50 seconds as they hide on the other side of the map. And Converse Nightblood are very aware this one was a loss from the start when they lost. Excited to push out from the back of A from defender spawn. What can UCF Gold do? We asked the question 4 rounds prior. They've shown it. Much more commitment, much more speed, and diversifying the approach to the B site to dominate there. But they have yet to find the same success on A, and eventually they'll be forced to transition to that side instead.
I mean, there's a lot to really go ahead and unpack here, considering we got a YAP session, as you mentioned, right ahead of us. I mean, knowing that already you got the likes of that map being pushed up, they went from a main execution this time, which is, I mean, obviously good on them. It's something they haven't really done just yet, but still making sure to get that switch up and show that, okay, we can execute from main. We can have not only the majority of the players, but every single player go up. It just comes down to making sure that Owl Drone is what matches up against an operator, because quite frankly, if JSP isn't scanned there, I don't believe he dies. Even if he is wide open behind a smoke and doesn't really use the tailwind to get back behind cover and to get back out in the middle of the open. But still, there's a lot there to kind of look at for the perspective of what these guys are doing and how they're really kind of choosing to take their fights. Now you can see on the defensive side once more, I think, as I mentioned earlier, when you have a jet that has an operator and you don't have an alarm bar out there to go ahead and take care of that information, you need at least a player to work with. And finally, we saw that player get knocked down, but now with that alarm bot actually being allocated towards the middle of the map, we see 2 players backing it up. It just, I'm not sure what Converse is doing, but I mean, they're in a lead so far. You can kind of chill out with it and say, we can at least give it a shot.
Here comes the Hunter's Fear from Excite, just trying to make some space and deny opportunities over towards B main, where there was an ever-present threat of danger in that side, over towards Lobby and Octopus. Converse, they're aware of that. They'll fall back to a little bit more defensive, like you've mentioned. They'll hold back. They'll play for time. They know they have the lead. They don't want to give up space and opportunities over to UCF Gold, and they're doing it on the opposite end this time. Instead of aggressing in towards Lobby on B, they're playing very heavy-handed in towards the A main side. Wildfire, with assistance from the Aldrome that came out from behind them, thought it was an open space towards A lobby and are looking to peruse their options that way with a one-way down to the ankle side. But the further back you are over there, the easier it is for the attacking side to get the kill first and foremost, and they'll rotate away, fearing that danger. Spike goes towards B main, 3 in through bottom mid, and Converse, get out, step away. Don't give up a kill. This has been your biggest problem in the last 3 rounds, is giving away UCF kills on this breakaway, not sitting back and playing for the retake afterwards. It's too dangerous to play that way, and you need to get these 3v kills where needed. Rudy stuck in a bad spot, had assistance from Boathouse, can't get the job done. Excite in through market, has 2 players working in from defender spawn, and their omen not far behind them, but they'll pop the ultimates. This is a lockdown utilized for UCF Gold. They fear
I don't know if they go for this, honestly.
From Converse, and this is a beautiful stall, Dallas.
Yeah, it's just they've already seen that so much time was burnt just going ahead and trying to even find market control, for goodness sake. And even though they can't follow up off the back of that door, this entire execution has to be flawless and instantaneous at that. I mean, some good trades already coming off back and forth, but man, when UCF has the territory and the spike down with time working on their side, that's a 6th member on the field that's making sure that you win that round no matter what, because that stress is getting to Converse 10 times over. And even then, with the lack of a duels in a scenario like that, you don't have the aggression you wanted there. So, I mean, honestly, a beautiful hole from UCF, not only going for kind of making sure that door wasn't closed, they were using that market area as another death trap. You saw the player allocate towards the middle of the map, right there on those panels, on those tiles, that arch, just kind of holding things down, looking for a cross, saying, look, they're going to worry about the guy in 10th, and I'm going to shoot him from the back, or they're going to go ahead and worry about the back. After hearing those shots, the 10th's going to shoot him. They're all over the place, and they're making sure to stretch out to a certain degree where they can make sure to take these fights on their terms. And they're not finding very many scenarios like that, but they found enough. Now sitting at 4 rounds here on the board, it looks like a much better stance. And even then after that last round, they sure had to invest that lockdown with the null command. The blades are available in a round like this, but still 4 is more than enough for something like this.
I think it's beautiful putting Rudy there in that cubby, like you mentioned, towards panels. Is just allowing them to shroud and step out afterwards if it was so required. They tried to, it failed, but it just was a really good play from UCF Gold, and they bring a little bit of that same style in this one as well. Big rush in, one player coming from lobby, did get rushed in by 2, but they'd come 4 heavy on the tree side, flanked back around towards arches, took down 2, and found a 3rd in that tree door as they escaped out from garden. A really good attack from UCF Gold, greatly assisted by that null command. Just Converse trying to ego peek after the fact, and I think that's kind of the thing that has been plaguing Converse from this point onwards. They try to test the luck with guns up way too often, and it's led them very high and dry, and it's just led to another win from UCF Gold here, greatly assisted by B-Niper with the 4K, closed out very swiftly, and UCF Gold, after a very rough start with a 5-1 stat line, now tie up 5-5.
It's weird seeing that same exact problem. We talked about UCF for so many rounds prior, having that same problem plague this out of Converse on a round like that, especially when you have a lockdown. You saw that lockdown go down, so much space to work with. You have to assume immediately when you pop that thing down, players are so preoccupied with running away that they're not really going to worry about shooting. You either have to A, cut them off on their exits, or B, manipulate that time when there's a couple seconds left to at least go ahead and establish your grounds and not just run after it's over with. Because this is a level of play where players aren't going to sit around for absolutely nothing. They're not going to get caught by that detain. If they do, it's very much an exception. It's not really the standard. But we don't see them making adjustments to that. We don't see that aggression coming through in Converse for somebody who had so much early aggression and so well-played retakes for the earlier rounds that now we're seeing after one slacking and then a follow-up not looking all that good, even with the utilization of an ultimate. This round is really deserved for it to be an eco, and it's good here for UCF to not only find themselves a stance to get here early off the board, but make sure to get themselves an exchange and push up very aggressively through this B main to say, once again, this could be the opportunity of a lifetime to at least guarantee sticks and maybe get a lead, especially with these guns to work with.
Sniper just says, hey, take all 5 blades out of the refresh I just got. Essentially mag dumps the chest of the KO. Does get refragged by Excite, who plays much more aggressive. This is what we're seeing from Converse, knowing they have a weaker weapon. That was the thing for Moby over towards B main. They realized they couldn't hide back and try to escape like JSP had done in round 4. They have to commit. They do so, get the 1 kill. But the rest of the team doesn't have the same luxury of being pushed into by UCF. They have to push back, and it is just a game of red in the kill feed, just obliterating all competition as they rush towards them. UCF Gold will break even, guaranteed at halftime. 6-5 your scoreline, 1 more to go. And UCF have to put it forward. Can we take the full 6 in a row to put us up 7-5, or can Converse finally figure out what is going so wrong in the last 5 rounds?
Yeah, what a beautiful rebound here from UCF. I mean, they're finally going ahead, getting themselves on the map, figuring out what's going on here, and seeing how to really just address all the problems that have been in front of them for the majority of this game so far, at least what plagued them from the first quarter of this entire map. Knowing that already trying to get themselves on site, that operator had a lot of good stalls. JSP, once you went ahead and shut it down, he didn't have too many rounds to really work with it. So, I mean, you found the right shots, and even it was at the perfect timing when he was starting to buy for their teammates because he knows he's not dying. But, I mean, looking at what's on the board now, you've used everything. You're kind of left with nothing but guns. So sure, you're playing a little more of a raw form of Valorant at this point. But I mean, hey, you got 6. You got a guaranteed even half at the end of the day, especially when you were in a deficit for so long. So we've seen them utilize everything almost at a perfect kind of pace to know that, okay, not only just for pacing in terms of the rounds, but also now getting onto these sites, they have figured every single last inch of it out at this point now. And they really just look a lot better.
JSP now all alone on the A side, quickly getting assistance in on the flank, 1 towards door. You need to diversify the retake. They're doing a good job of that. It's not going to be enough. Turret placed on top of Jin. Excite though with the covering fire for B-Niper, managing to even things up for a 3-on-3. Moby, who had transitioned from Garden. Where are they going? You slow the retake. This isn't the lap of luxury you have. You have to extend into the objective. You need to play for these kills. And with JSP down, you've lost a big point of success with that operator. It's a 1v1. Fleet comes out. Excite knows they can't do it fast enough. They've got to push to Screamore, and they jump for the kill. Didn't matter anyways, but it gets the 4K, feeds the ego, and UCF will in fact go 6 rounds in a row to close out that first half. Like you said, the best comeback possible, figuring out exactly what Converse were doing.
I don't know what was happening there for Jason. I know a lot of upper tier players like to map their jump to their scroll wheel. So maybe he had a little bit of a devolving back to his old tried and true, saying maybe I'm gonna scroll to change guns. Oh, I already changed guns. Why am I doing this? Who knows? A little bit awkward to see sometimes, but it does happen every now and again. Maybe players are doing other games besides Valorant, and they haven't changed their button controls yet so far. But one thing that we are seeing is UCF has controlled this game to a certain degree, able to go ahead and finally flip things on its head, get themselves that lead that you said, but not only just by an even margin, but better yet, by an actual legitimate lead. Sure, if it was 6-6, seeing that rebound, seeing those rounds being put together perfectly across the board, that shows what they're capable of. But now here, once they feel like they figured everything out, this is where the swap becomes into play. That's where you see these players now once again having to kind of figure things out, start adjusting. And while their fragability in these first couple rounds, remember, looked good, not only in that first round, but knocking so many down in that second, they show their pistol prowess is there. But is it there reactionary? Is it there for a retake? Is it there for initial picks? And quite frankly, Jason, it takes a little bit, but it shows that, well, it can get done with the amount of utility being invested. Just problem is they're not expecting anything coming through to the back of their sight until they hear the elephant stopping that's proceeds.
Yeah, it's going for the surprise factor, and Converse got enough of it, but it just feels like they bled a bit too much in the aftermath. They weren't watching towards Pixel Peak, which is where that box stack is right below rafters. We're just hiding just below that. Even why your Jet is not watching towards that as the first person out of the gate on that rafter side just doesn't make too much sense. UCF Gold on the defense will dominate the first round very differently than how Converse dominated theirs with the ace that came out from J. Cruel. But UCF Gold go nearly flawless. One player lost in the pistol round, and that will give them plenty of credits to have a very substantial round 2 of the second half.
I mean, we don't really see too many actual defensive-sided pushes from the attackers on the likes of on Ascent. Better yet, sorry, I'm thinking about Sunset because that's where this point's going. That map, you do see it a lot, actually. And because of the middle of the map being so darn open, so easy, and it just feels like that map is built like a Smurf because you can just hop and skip maybe 2 times, and you're over in the defensive side or spawn. So already, when you're seeing that being presented here on Ascent, this map just does not work like that. You have to take these fights appropriately. You have to kind of go through your opposition rather than around. And once again, UCF has proven that on the defensive side. You can't really just be given anything for free. You have to give up a side in order for it to actually be taken for free. And in a point like that, you can't really wrap around too much. There's too much noise to be made. These sites are held down way too aggressively for anything to just be completely given up. And quite frankly, already here with the starts, giving up was almost a life there for a second, but still with just a nary shot there towards the body, you get more information than anything else.
I like the idea from UCF Gold. They played very swiftly in towards B lobby. That's where they got first blood in this round, which does put them on a back burner for Converse, lacking the KJ, lacking Moby, who has been a pretty good shot so far in this series. Does kind of stink, and you were really hoping that that shot to Squirmore would be a kill to try to even things up, and you could rotate back to B site kind of well. But you know there's still 2 players defending there, and you know that you can get a push onto the A site with Wildfire. Classic headshot kill. Excite headshot with the Sheriff. That's A site. The 2 average defending players actually on the objective going down now means it's just the retake that will need to be watched coming out from the side of UCF Gold. Owl drone up and around the corner being shot through the wall. B-Niper needs to rotate away. How are they still up and standing? It's hard to say, but this is a man advantage for an eco round Converse who have now collected some of the weapons that UCF were bringing to the table, and this looks like a win for the attacking side to split the first 2 rounds neck and neck and really throw the expectations of Valorant in the last 3 years out the window again, as that has been the case for the last month.
I mean, just seeing what the guns are available, what guns are possibly being lost there. You can see the Scotty looking to hold things down as best you can, but still, a Marshall being the one thing to create an entire downfall for a team is just insanity to me. Knowing that not only was it just these Stingers and these Spectres and better yet Bulldogs giving up, but it was an entire Phantom there as well being given over to the side of Converse that you're saying, thanks for a 3rd round. We didn't even think about the second one, but hey, we'll take it as well. I mean, it'll be complimentary. So, I mean, knowing that already you're looking here at 6, you're looking at almost a near purchase for a couple of these players to kind of see what they're starting to accumulate here. And UCF is on the back end of this. They have the luxury of having those 2 rounds of actual gap to work off of. I mean, they've worked for that on the attacking side, and good God, have they earned it. But already now being here on the opposing side of the map, looking to have to hold these angles down. They looked good for a pistol, but afterwards, it feels like Converse kind of played this a little bit more awkwardly. So, I mean, they have some good fights they can take. Round 1 just didn't look hot with it, but now they actually have guns, and when they kind of get these better riflings in hand to work with, I think honestly it's going to be one of the more confusing attacking sides that you just cannot answer to quite frankly.
You need to be very careful on the push, and more so defensively if you're trying to get aggressive, which UCF had done very well in the last round at the very beginning with the kill towards B lobby. And I guess try to do the same thing here with the link play in from Puppy, try to take down an individual for Converse. And as expected, knowing what you have, the double swing doesn't do the job well enough. And you're now left to wonder, can we retake the B site with limited weapons? Anime on disadvantage. Time will tell, but time doesn't heal all wounds. And you've got a very low HP Jet. Your KJ is trapped in the back of the boathouse, being swiftly ran upon by 3. And you even lose one more after the fact. Domination from Converse after the shocking last round. They'll throw up yet another. Flawless indeed. And the scoreline now just 1 despairing between the two sides.
And quite frankly, I mean, it's just not the rounds that they're kind of winning so far. But I mean, look at that economy. They don't just have that one round, as you mentioned, of a deficit. They have about 2 to 3 rounds of actual purchases. So quite frankly, if they just win one of these 3 rounds, they're kind of set for another eco here to throw UCF off. So I think we're going to inevitably look at a tie game here one way or another. I don't think UCF really hold this thing down and kind of go ahead and chug along. Because, I mean, it's not, we haven't even seen round 9 yet. Better 10. I mean, and that's that double-digit kind of checkpoint chokehold we talk about so much, where teams start to kind of think they're hitting that final draw, that final line. And quite frankly, in a game like this where you see it so back and forth, and even better yet, the entirety of a lead is being thrown on its head at every single whim, whether or not it just kind of be the side swaps or even then more so the approaches to these rounds and the economy available. But knowing what's going underway here, Converse, they're the ones that are kind of, I would say, taking control of this match so far. UCF, we saw it on the attacking side. They take a little bit to get adjusted, but Converse's attacking side has seemed so kind of awkward, not only in regards to what we saw to UCF, where it was different, sure, but Converse is just something different. And I think they're going to show that here for the next couple of rounds as they get themselves a possible lead.
Shots have to connect. Converse do so for the first blood. JSP, alongside some assistance, able to take down the first individual for the side of UCF Gold. The Odins just haven't been super strong today, I would argue.
No.
From either side. Converse had the difficulties on B. We're now seeing it being attempted in towards Garden, towards Tree on the A side from the side of UCF. That falls apart, but
oh my God! Oh my God!
Scotty, inside a cubby, doesn't get spotted the slightest turn away, and it's 3 kills. What an engagement coming out from your KJ. Yes, refragged, but it's a 1v3. They have to stabilize the KO. They can't in time and be Niper. What a play. J. Cool had killed themselves, by the way, on that no command with the fragments.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense because I don't know what his health total was looking at. Wasn't paying that close much of attention. But if you are low enough, you just kill yourself, get the free res off, and you get a full back to 100. So, I mean, there is scenarios where that kind of makes sense. But good God, in a 2vx where you already lost 3 players because of a KJ and not checking your corners, that's your detriment there. Quite frankly, I mean, you look at the switch around. I said that UCF had to really step it up, win around like that. I mean, not really definitively because obviously they still have purchases to work with. But knowing that, I mean, they gave up so much for absolutely nothing. There's no real trade there. You find a KJ who gets 3 just from not checking a corner. Not only does it hurt your man advantage because obviously that is now gone, but your mental's also scratched a little bit because you're like, oh my God, we forgot the fundamentals.
Step-by-step process, and sometimes the first step out the door of checking in corners kind of goes a little bit out the window. Very unlucky, but also it's kind of spelling your own demise. You make a single misstep and you go tumbling down the stairs. You just have to hope that it's not a very long staircase. Hope it's not an Eiffel Tower and it's more like just a step or 2 down into a lower floor in the basement. But it's about as low as you can get for Converse. You started to get things back on the board, and UCF Gold somehow, some way pull that around, and now having 2-round advantage back underway, and defensively haven't given you a single peek in this round for this push. Converse are left to wonder where to head to. 1 player towards B lobby, the rest lagging behind towards Courtyard, maybe with an emphasis in towards Tree. But I just don't think they have enough to really sing that they want to engage here until they get the recon bolt into B, and they say, maybe we don't have to deal with the Sova. Let's engage onto the A site.
Even then, still a lot of lurking players here around the map, and even then already going ahead and giving you an idea that Rudy's there towards Y and still has presence of behind you, so you're not really here on site. You're not looking comfortable and saying, look, we've established ourselves here for a post-play. You haven't established anything until finally Moby's here to help out and say, look, now we actually have a line. We have a separation between the people that are defending and the people that are attacking, and it's not surrounding us and making sure that we're inevitably done for. But still, with 3 players alive, 2 towards heaven, 1 towards that door, J. Cruel, quite frankly, is surrounded. Who cares of the assistant that you have? You got to win your own gunfights, and if that's not the case, you're seeing a 10th being forfeited here for UCF as they find themselves not only security off the back of that to get it, but I talked about it earlier. UCF, I thought Converse had this game in the bag. They just had to do every little thing right. They just had to go ahead and stick to the fundamentals, and well, that staircase you mentioned, it's looking to kind of get bigger and bigger every single round this loss as a result simultaneously.
It's looking a lot more like you're losing your balance and things are tipping further out of control. We call it the double-digit checkpoint or chokehold. It's hard to say. Last time these two teams faced, the scoreline was 13-10 on both maps. We saw it go in UCF's favor, but this is Ascent. This has to be close. It started to look out of hand for UCF and they had to make that recovery. And notice that UCF tends to be a second half performer when it comes to these individual halves. They step up in the final few rounds, and it looks like they're stepping up earlier than anticipated for Converse, and they need a timeout. They've got to talk things through. They give themselves that minute, and they say, all right, guys, the push us into the B site. We haven't really engaged with it, and when we have, we've been caught off guard. But I'm not seeing big faults towards that side. What can we implement to make up for it? And the answer is very similar to what UCF had done, Dallas. Put players in through bottom mid, play players in through market. Even if you have to put players through tree and lap around in through defender spawn like we saw UCF do that one round, I think round 4 of that first half, do it. You're already playing slow. What's an extra 10 seconds on top if that 10 seconds will win you the round at the end of the day?
And when these rounds take place, I mean, obviously there has to be some kind of adjustment made when you sense that a player is going through tree. You have players being allocated, pushing out there towards A main once more to kind of look for control. And once again, as I mentioned earlier, surround these guys. And already with UCF employing that so much, it seems like on their attack side, they were obviously ready to make the adjustments when it comes around. They know how to react to their own kind of game style. So already they're taking control of the earlier areas. They're looking to kind of bring that line more into their control and get themselves more space to work with. And Converse, with how sporadic and kind of spread they were to kind of look around the map and where they're looking for that control, it works out for them because they're saying the further we push up, the more aggressive we get. And with how spread out they are, if we see even them lose a singular player, it feels like they kind of dismantle a little bit. So it really just comes down to finding these early picks, which now having an operator on the field, they're not pushing up nearly as much anymore. They're just hoping that somebody overextends and they can find those free bloods.
Slow as you can get for this round. I mentioned it. You got to buy it for time. You got to find an individual pick where you can. The danger comes here towards bottom mid. In the KJ for the side of Converse, can Moby scrape away a kill from the rotate? They haven't peaked just yet. And UCF are getting a freebie on site. Yes, the door does get switched and pulled, but it doesn't make things any easier. It's forced into the site for the back line, assisting Wildfire onto B-Niper, getting one of their own. And UCF Gold may just be in a very difficult scenario. It's a 2v3. Your KJ has to rotate nearly the whole map, Dallas, to get into a space to play. And they'll have to walk alongside the Owl Drone, very reminiscent of a Rainbow Six Siege play, drone out in front of your leading player. They're both down in hell. One towards Arches, Excite's already scraped 2. Jason there for it though. The recon bolt keeps
Oh my God!
Huge! Jason with the most glorious recon bolt you can imagine, and the most engaging retake I've ever witnessed on Ascent. Perfection incarnate for UCF Gold.
I mean, just seeing the timing on everything just go ahead and perfectly accumulate there for that round where you see the defuse, bait that thing out, or not even bait it, pressure it, because you're sticking that Joker for both of them to have to answer at the same time. You knocked out a player towards Arches. You're saying if there was a trade there to be made, it would have been taken. At least the fight would have engaged and elongated, and that just wasn't the process there. UCF knew what they were dealing with. They knew the players that were down at the bottom. When you get those scans off and having Odin in hand, you're saying it is absolute wrap. So huge stance for them. We talked about the checkpoint chokehold. That was as much of a checkpoint as we could have ever seen.
You have to ask for a big round, and it's been given. Hunter's Fury goes out, trying to get a kill back the other way. It is JSP instead to close and secure. J. Cruel on the B site in default gets the plant. And despite there being a lockdown that was employed from UCF, it did not keep Converse away from that site. And now they're put in a man disadvantage. Rushed around, Excite needs to be there for the team. Effectively a 3v3 if you're not careful. How does that miss for V-Niper? They'll pop the Blade Storm up over the top of the wall. Rudy for one and just one. Can't hit the blades, V-Niper. And it's the same thing for Squirmer. 8 rounds now to Converse Nightblood. A much better round. The speed, totally different from the patience they've been playing the last 3.
We could see a little bit of a comeback. I mean, keep in mind, after those 3 rounds won that we did see in that first half, that's when UCF was able to kind of go ahead and finally rebound. So sure, it could be the same exact turn of events here for Converse Nightblood, but good night. It's going to be a while for them to have to get to that stage. I mean, seeing what they've done so far, they've had good looks, but knowing that even on the attacking side, their post plants, they haven't really had too many players available to them. And finally, with a man advantage to kind of get that done and look for the circumvention of problems and create that space and have some breathing room to at least set things up, you can see that, well, a hero player may actually get comfortable enough to kind of make sure to get these strands of kills with who else other than J. Cruel for a round like that. But still, there's a lot of game left, and you can't ask this guy to do it every single round. Sure, he can start off hot, but keep in mind there's only so much gas in the tank, and quite frankly, he can wake up every here and there, but you're going to need everybody else to kind of do that a little bit more consistently if you're going to have a chance to even catch up in this match.
Converse will play heavy towards the B side. They found success the last round. Why not attempt it once again? It's going to be very difficult to do so. Did Excite see the player over there towards panels like you had said prior? I don't know, but Sniper surely thinks that they have. They sent a recon bolt just to make sure that was in fact a player. But coming up silence may be a little bit more dangerous than expected. Jason out of the cold and into the woodwork. Down they go. Scotty DBNOing the player in the no command, and Rudy from the corner. What a rush out. A heavy-handed defense to the B side. It's a gamble, but it's a 50-50 shot. And you'll take those odds of UCF gold, and you'll take match point now. The scoreline being 12-8.
I mean, understandably, you'll take those odds at UCF gold, but I mean, you're not the one engaging. You're not the one putting the cards on the table. You're not the one taking those bets. It's Converse Nightblood who's in a deficit looking for those returns. But they're nothing but diminishing at the end of the day, and that's the big problem when you're already in such a large deficit here. 3 rounds, I mean, sure, earlier in the game, that could be something you really kind of go ahead and gamble, but you're at the point now where you are just risking any kind of regular round. You were looking at, you know, the 10, 11, 12, but 11 and 12 being a lot more important because either you're reaching match point or, well, you're seeing the end of the entire map start to accumulate in front of you. So knowing that even then, UCF didn't have to invest much in a round like that, and as an answer in a round like this, the final one, possibly, you're already dealing with a null command for a retake. You just got to stay alive. And Scrimmer's not only done that, but found a kill as well in the meantime. Added on top of the damage done to Wildfire earlier on. UCF know where these guys are. They know the damage they've done. They know they don't really have rifling behind them, and this could just be the end of it.
Spike down mid.
Jason,
Standing ahead.
we're seeing finally the Odin come forward, Dallas, with big emphasis. They show what they could do a couple rounds after we mentioned that the Odin wasn't doing much. They step up to the plate. They will go down to the hands of Excite, their doppelganger, but it is a 4v2 still in effect. You'll need the same near miracle that came out from UCF in that retake a couple rounds prior, and I just can't envision that will be the case as Converse fall back towards top mid. And A site could be the idea, as that's where your Omen is holding, but I think they'll play a recon bolt far to the B main side. For a bounce, does that rotate over to B? It does, and it's cleared, and that may just force a player over, but it's a 2-on-2. There's no need to rotate if you UCF, if you know you'll have an even advantage, no matter what, if you just double stack a site, and you do so on A, and it works. Scoring with the final blood, Rudy the one prior, 13-8 the final score line, and UCF punched their way in with a 1-0 start to the series.
I mean, a gorgeous attempt there by the likes of Converse Nightblood. Seeing what they started in terms of the game, they had ideas, they had executions. It looked really clean just across the board. But I mean, UCF, we saw the adjustments in 6 rounds back-to-back leading into the next half. Momentum speaks volume here inside this game, especially on Ascent, because quite frankly, in a map where it feels like everything's equalized, it feels like nobody really has any edge, you got to take every single inch that you get. And momentum, quite frankly, is a very big one. It's a lot of weight, not just kind of being drugged down for one opposing side, but better yet, just going ahead and driving another one to success that you're saying, we get a couple breathers here, we're letting somebody else take the wheel here for a second. That was UCF just leaning to that second half, just going ahead, capitalizing on that. And sure, there's a little halt there with that gun, with that kind of second round switch up that we saw. I mean, that could have been the spell of a lot of things, quite frankly, but seeing the way they answered back, the way they got right back into it, and knowing that we're really relying on game plans. We saw on the defensive side there from Converse, that operator was putting in work. JSP was being an outstanding first blood, constant, just common denominator. But once that was gone, it just kind of felt like their game plan crumbled a little bit. And on the defensive side for UCF, we didn't really see too much of that. You said that they'd like to change it up. You saw some early aggressive pushes coming out there towards panels, maybe towards that catwalk, looking to answer these guys and find those early bloods. You saw that there's kind of areas where they were looking to kind of stretch things out, and they were not only watching those aggressive angles, but they would even then kind of take those curveball rounds, throw an operator in the game, say that's not really our style, we can switch it up over and over again. But Converse, quite frankly, even then, it was just more blunders on their side. That one round, if we have to look at it, I'm still going to say it was that 7-9, where we saw a 3K come out from KJ purely just because you're not checking your corners. Economy by that point was dead for UCF for the next 2-3 rounds off the back of that round if you just go ahead and win it out. But knowing that even then, you just couldn't do that. You lost 3 players off the back of it. Sure, you could purchase the next, but they held on to so many guns because it only took one player to dismantle the majority of your team. That's just something you can't really sleep on.
Yeah, the importance of Scotty's play there was unbelievably important for UCF Gold as a page turner and as a way to open and close the book. I mean, it just truly was the pivotal moment of that game. If we had a play of the game moment, I think Scotty's play in that corner. And the play of not checking your own corner is the one that undoes it. You got to be a little bit smarter about that, and you can't rely on the operators. It's just not super strong in our upcoming map of Lotus. You'll need to be a lot smarter individually and play those guns up as best you can. And speaking of that map, we're getting right on over to it after a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We have more action after this.
She's cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you got nothing, but you say you wanna dance, and you're worrying how you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on I sail. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score when I lose my breath, boy you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher. let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Ooh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby.
Second map is ready and raring to go here, Dallas, and this one is bound to be an absolute slugfest. UCF Gold, last time they faced off against Converse, 1-2-0 in a 3-map series, 10-13, 10-13, and this one already showing to be a little bit wider than that one on a very usually close map of Ascent.
Yep.
Let's see how this next one goes too.
And the next one is going to be your tried and true map of Lotus, where everybody, or Ascent, sorry, where everybody knows it. But I mean, it's going to be Lotus. It's going to be this map where you actually see some teams like to kind of go for this specialist play. Like to go for these maps that they say, okay, we feel more comfortable, we can actually excel in a place like this. And honestly, that kind of has to be a tribute here to Converse, because this is the map they wanted to go for. UCF did choose that last map, which is kind of odd considering their start was a little bit rocky, but I mean, all things considered, they pulled it out at the end of the day, and we can't really look at the score too much or the map because it's all behind us, and they're leading the series as it stands so far. So obviously, we talked about momentum, talking about the first half, how it led to the second one, how it looked good for them, and now maybe it could be the same thing for map's sake. We're never really quite sure because those last couple rounds did look pretty darn definitive, if you ask me. But knowing that going forward, looking at Lotus, this map can't be played the same. But even then, neither one of those teams really played Ascent as we usually see it, to where it kind of seems like it'd be more catered towards those 3-site kind of maps. So maybe we're not going to notice anything too crazy, and these two will feel kind of pretty mutual compared to what we just saw.
Yeah, and when you look at a map like Ascent, it doesn't really matter which team picked it, but I will point out it was UCF's map pick, which means this next map, which maybe has a little bit more importance, I would place on who picks it, because it's not Ascent, it's not Haven, it's not Bind, it's not those mainstays. It's Converse's map pick. So taking the loss in the first map, heading into now their map pick, they can have a little bit of confidence, but UCF Gold is starting off on the attack, and if they are allowed the same safe space as they were at the end of the first half, where they started off on a map of Ascent, and get that 6-round speed to get things up, going even further beyond and make sure they get that 7-5 at the half, to then just dominate the ending again of the second half. No matter what, you cannot give momentum to UCF because they know how to use it, and they are so darn good with it in their back pocket.
Well, I will say the difference also between Ascent and a map like this, we actually get to see some differentiation when it comes to the agent selection. We're not seeing mirror comps. We're not, it's the same thing. We are noticing at least a little bit of comfortability and some opting for different avenues. Sure, everything else looks relatively the same, but there is one exception being those controllers, obviously between Wildfire and Rudy. And I think, quite frankly, in a map like Lotus, where it's so vertical, it's so horizontal, better yet. I mean, on both ends, it's very large, but even then more so, it's wider than other maps because of the 3 sites. Astra, I want to say, has a little bit more potency in scenarios like this, where you say, oh, well, she only has 4 stars. Well, how many times are you seeing an Omen throw more than 4 smokes in a singular round? Let's be real. So it feels like the Astra always just kind of has a lot more usability, a lot more versatility in these kinds of maps, considering that you can kind of burst those things down. And if you don't need those smokes, they can kind of be used for other stuff, especially when you look at the potency of backing it up with a Viper. And we've seen what that woman can do, and especially with these choke points. When you see that C is what I'm going to be looking at more times than not, especially on that defense, that thing's going to be a surefire counter just over and over again, where it just feels like I don't think Converse is going to want to push it.
There's also a big difference typically when you're talking about that controller between Astra and Omen. If you're an Astra, it's a lot harder to be reactive and play behind the team lead, the IGL guiding things through. You want to be the first person to put those out to, force the team to do something else. Essentially act as an initiator with that utility to set things up. Omen, you play reactive. You play when needed, and it's very simple and by account. Astra has so much a part of her kit and can do so much simultaneously. You have to be willing to lead a little bit, and if UCF have that potential alongside their controller, their Astra, this is going to be a very good series against Converse, and it's already rocking off strong. Yudi had a great game previously. Starts off strong here as well, but Excite claps back with a 3K of their own. Now down to the 2v1. Plant will go down and default on a site. Not on wall, but close to box. And J. Cruel will have a very dangerous game to retake, and it's denied by the Sheriff headhunting down J. Cruel. A 1-0 start for UCF Gold, but a very dicey one with a very good shot by Excite to get 3.
Yeah, 1 classic versus 2 sheriffs. I mean, when you see that both those guns have been scavenged up, best case scenario, usually you're saying, okay, I'm only dealing with 1. Worst case, why does every single player I'm going against have a sheriff? And when you have nothing to classic, there's not too much you can do besides get close, right click, and just parade to the classic gods, and they find that little piece of shrapnel go right to their head. But as I was saying, so far, UCF, they found way too many early bloods there. And it, I mean, obviously just looked definitive for them. You saw the plays there towards the A side. You saw them just kind of take it over for free, what it felt like for the most part, and even then opening things up towards that B area of the map. We saw that first blood going their way, but they snapped back almost instantaneously, which is well deserved on their half. So knowing that they can already go ahead, use a round like this to kind of take advantage of the fact of saying C site will be this site over and over again, that will be a highlight. It will be very difficult to go ahead and take control of, that they kind of want to hit it early. And I don't blame them. Go ahead and get it out of the way. At least maybe find 1 round off the back of C, so you can say we don't give up too much of how we like to play this B and A site. But I mean, Converse is just as aware of that. I think everybody knows how difficult C is to take. You do want to go ahead and at least kind of redeem that voucher at some point. But with how many guys are over there, I'm thinking they're saying, look, this isn't as free. It's just a discount. It's going to be easier, but it's not sure.
Get a little bit off the top, but you can't have the whole thing, a whole cake alongside it, or pumpkin pie, since we're being thematic to the holidays we've just had. By the way, UCF Gold start off this first second round quite well. Blowing apart 2, getting good damage onto a 3rd. The Rays barely able to escape for Converse. Jason knocks J. Cruel down a peg again. And it's essentially 1.1 v5. And it's over very swiftly for UCF's favor. A flawless round at that. The Guardian from B-Niper. What a play from UCF Gold. You expect to win, but it's always nice to see it go so dominantly and controllably in their favor.
I mean, already, just you see it, UCF, they said, it could be free, it could be difficult, but they made sure to just kind of go ahead and make sure to take it where necessary. And that was just more by Converse, not holding those angles, I'd say a little bit more, passively, because keep in mind, you're working with sheriffs, you're working with these kind of classics, these ghosts, these pistols, just trying to make sure to kind of squeak something out. And you're swinging into a Guardian on Mountain. So it's a little awkward, a little not optimal, but hey, it's taken regardless. And honestly, it's a good call to kind of go for that again, quite frankly. You know that obviously B-Nipers feel themselves with that Guardian in hand, and if there's anybody that you're going to be taking guns from, it's going to be right there Mound once more. Maybe seeing that these players get a little bit more aggressive, give up that space, and better yet, show their head so they can get another gun over to your attacking side. UCF are hoping for these opportunities to kind of come towards them, but knowing that they found those early fights here towards the C side of the map, they go for a very quick rotation because they know that if A is going to be free, it's going to be free as fast as possible. You can't take this slow, otherwise you're really done for.
Falling back, let UCF get the plant and retake quickly. 3 players stacked up towards the drop of heaven. Another will rotate in towards the back elbow. And 1 more player will try to step up from door side to get a little bit of extra assistance. Wildfire will have to wait for the snake bite to dissipate. 2 will drop down below. No, just 1. 3 will drop from Heaven rope side, and they have to engage. Rudy with a 1-for-1 trade. Stormer goes uncontested back. Scotty, though, goes shockingly unseen. And despite the showstoppers usage here, Converse, who go kind of getting unscraped by it, gets scraped by every other thing on the arsenal for UCF Gold.
So big.
What a huge round, like you're saying, to just put a pin in all of the attempt for Converse on that defensive position. The retake, fruitless. The attempts, null and moot, and it's a 3-0 start for UCF Gold.
I mean, that is a slap in the face of Converse, and there's no real other way to put it, quite frankly. I mean, you look at the rounds like that, you're saying we go for an aggressive push on C, maybe want to go ahead and take those fights, and I think they're second-guessing it now. I think they're going to take those C fights a little more aggressively at this point to say, look, we got to rob these guys early on, because already when you see slip-ups, you see these players going ahead and giving up the A site, they said, okay, we're confident in these retakes. We're going to give up the A site, play for the retake, and they ate their words so darn fast. Yeah. I mean, you get to the point where you're losing players. You can't even go ahead and swing out from stairs. Better yet, drop down from Heaven. You're not seeing splits. You're sitting there saying, we need to trade here, and nothing's going your way. For UCF to make sure to not only give themselves a round win, but have 3 players, the majority of their team, carry over guns as well, and give B-Niper that Guardian strand of kills on the last one where he didn't had a showstopper to work with. You're saying nothing well went in our direction that round. We had really nothing work out for us. Sure, we got 2 kills, but who cares? That's 3 kills we were missing. That's an entire round that we don't have on the board. And better yet, not a round we got, period, in this entire map so far. And we're 3 rounds in on our own selection. So we'll see how things go. Constant Divine to work with here for UCF. They can split off things that they really want to take control of essentially for free and kind of cut off this gunfire. But in the eco round where, well, quite frankly, Converse isn't working with much, you don't feel pressure to really invest any of it.
Yeah, all the yapping about how demoralizing that is for Converse. That's where UCF gets caster cursed to Dallas, and they come out and all of a sudden Converse get some insane sheriff kills to somehow pull off round 4 and pull on a huge upset. That's the caster curse
of the caster curse.
Converse were praying for it. And UCF, they avoid the biggest danger right at the very beginning, the step up to a site. They play very smart. They sit back as far as they can, and they hold strong. And now they engage in towards the side. J-Cruel, the sheriff shot Scotty's head by B-Niper. 4 kills in the round. J-Cruel will collect a Vandal and go hunting, but everyone has vacated the premises, and J-Cruel will die to that spike as expected. No one to keep the rifle, which it's not a worse decision. You want extra credits for util as well. But UCF Gold will get a 4-0 start, and they avoid that concern in the back of their mind, edging closer and closer, saying, hey, they can still pull off round 4 and make our huge upset in round 3 a non-factor.
Yeah, this makes sense. Going ahead. I mean, spend the last round when you're on an eco, figuring things out. Try to put some stuff together, kind of sort out what you want to do for the next round, because you know you're not really going to surmount too much on a round like that. But even then more so if you feel like you need more time, that's where you opt for the timeout. So obviously I want to say this kind of has to be a tribute for how difficult this is looking for Converse so far. Knowing that this is their map pick, they should be filling things out a little more comfortably here. And quite frankly, that they should be just looking strong in general. But we haven't really seen any player wake up and going to have these hero plays, which is also kind of insane to me. Knowing that we should have had something by now, right? We're in the course of 4 rounds, maybe the first round, second round, something where we've seen maybe a 3K come underway. But we're just seeing a lot of split picks go underway. And knowing that you're on the defense, you can't allow that to happen. I mean, you are required to find maybe at least 2. Get that first one, pick a guy off, and then get some damage on the second. We're not even seeing that accumulate. We're barely seeing damage off the initial holds here. So knowing that, well, if you're going to be comfortable across the map, if you're doing what you can, I think honestly, seeing the way they're going to be playing this next is always just going to be extremely questionable, knowing that already we're seeing the KJ. You're relying on these defensive sides. You're relying on these Vipers to create these stalls. Putting a KJ and a Viper together, 2 of your kind of strongest stallers being on one side of the map, you got to find a counteractive. You got to find an opposing force. And with the passivity over towards C, you're looking at aggression coming from A, and it just still doesn't amount to much.
That much aggression, 3 players stacked over towards A tree. You put them all the way into tree right at the gates towards attacker spawn, and you still lose a fight elsewhere. You put all your eggs in one basket, and the eggs you've left out
You gotta get one
rocks
here.
and succumb.
Got to.
It's going to become a very big issue. Jason, down
Good
goes Moby. It's
God.
only the 3 that were on A, and they'll need to swiftly step into the site. Do they even go for it? I think they must for at least 1 or 2 if we're opting for something in between. They'll put flankers up on the flank watch for UCF. Bird up and above. Don't need to worry about it. It's the defensives of Converse. JSP. I mean, do you even play heavy for this? You have the assistance. You know you can step up to side at the very least, but does the Omen have a dark cover? Is there a paranoia to blind? The guiding light goes out, but no one's at sight. No one's home. They come a knocking and there's nothing there. Down goes a sight. One more there for B-Niper, but it's slowly avoided. That's JSP. Down goes 2. Big chance, the showstopper. It's somehow alive. The boost pack to save time. They'll tap the diffuser. Is JSP sticking? They are, but B-Niper pounces. What an attempt, Dallas, by JSP. But it's still not enough to usurp the dominance of UCF Gold.
I mean, it was a good attempt, but I mean, it was expensive. I mean, keep in mind, in a round like that, you're going all out, quite frankly. And if you're going to go for the showstopper and make that investment, sure, JSP, I think you were in the right shoes, made the right call there. But quite frankly, even then more so, Converse didn't kind of go ahead and look or have all the resources necessary for something like that. I mean, sure, they gave it their best shot, and it was really darn close. But knowing that even then, C-Mount is just so strong. And that's why it's so hard to take the site, because it's so hard to retake it, quite frankly. That you got to have an ISO or a Cosmic Divide available there to block those bullets, or you are sure as dead 10 times out of 10. And, well, once you give it up, it feels like it's a sealed deal. That you left that purely down to your KJ, who an operator killed immediately. Quickest plant we've seen probably all day on this map. And when you see scenarios like that, you're saying that leaves even less time now to even go for the rotate, because of how fast they took it initially. We couldn't even react to it. We couldn't even slow it down or stall it, because, well, your KJ missed the op shot. Nano Swarm didn't even get a chance to go off, because you're expecting that kind of strand of kills to work out for you to create more time on the attacking side. But that's just not the case here. Already Seeker's going away. You're going ahead, hunting these players on site. They don't even really have guns, but you're just rubbing salt in the wound, saying, you know what, take a Seeker on top of it. Have 2 players to shoot, because we know you can barely shoot one with a gun.
What a good paranoia, just literally half a second too late. The side of Converse to try to save your Sky on site. UCF Gold pretty happy with the result, but Scotty going down could give a rifle over. Moby is refragged back. Jake Fro with a stinger. Down goes B-Niper. And Rudy has to clap back to give themselves the man advantage back in return. Jason around the corner, hiding within the dark cover, knows they can't step to it. That's what the Whirlpool's full, Dallas. That's why you brought the Astra. And you're gonna wait for the smoke to go. Guiding light around the corner, and the double spring. Your KJ didn't get a single one of those kills, by the way, which is shocking enough. The only player that could see out of that smoke did get blinded, yes, but they were the person out in front, and they only assisted one of them. The rest were cleaned up through a blind fire through the dark cover.
KJ wasn't even really intended to get kills there. Your KJ was just a meat shield. Running in there, being a distraction so everybody else can spray out, because even your KJ's blind in a scenario like that. You don't care what your KJ does. You're saying Silo's moving around. That's all that matters. Instead of the 6-0 on the board, they're doing that. They're doing it over and over again, and it's to no help at all from B-Niper, who's sitting at 14-1. Leading the charge on this attacking side, doing exactly what they're supposed to. Being a duelist, getting in these fights and just tasting blood and loving every last second of it.
It is such a difficult game right now for Converse to claw back into. Last round, obviously, the chances were slim, but they did get close. Multiple times, evening the player count against UCF.
You should run.
But it's always UCF. Rudy, more specifically, who opened that up really well for them, to somehow claw it back up, tie it again, and even get things back towards the end, right in their favor. Attacking lockdown goes forward. It's a bait towards B. It's actually a C-sided rush. J. Cool in the back corner gets away with a freebie. Almost a second. Closed and secured by Mobies instead from the Nano Swarm. And it is just B-Niper losing every other teammate along the journey to the C-side. The plant will go down, but you're asking for a very difficult 2v1 scenario with both players coming from the same way. But it is doable.
This man's 15-1. 2 kills to him? Come on. He doesn't really care all that much. Has a showstopper, went ahead and put it towards the middle of the site, saying, okay, I can go ahead and actually capitalize off the back of this, but still, with a clean shot from Wildfire, he just cleaned up shop pretty darn quickly. So finally, a round surmounted here from Converse Nightblood, and not by, I would say, by their extreme success. Sure, great on them to get one round, but more just by UCF Gold not to read the fact that, well, you know KJ and Viper played on the C side of the map, and you're not going in there with a full 5. You're going in there with just 3. B-Niper's going to satchel through every piece of it, not really going to get affected by anything, but still, you had 2 players who are running out completely blind, vulnerable, and inside a nanostorm and saying, yeah, we'll sacrifice ourselves. That's okay with 1 player, as we saw with that flash exchange on the round before, but with 2, and you don't even have the spike down, it's a little bit shaky.
Finally, a round falls in favor of Converse, Dallas. Is it enough to swing things back their way? Have they buried the eco by getting enough kills in the previous few rounds against UCF to even trouble them? Doubt it. Highly unlikely. And even with this idea of this round to do a very hefty rush in through tree, like they had attempted 4 rounds prior and had to fall back from the death on B sites, they're kept by a single piece of utility, the snakebite, that holds them back. And that's just really the name of the game for UCF, utility expenditure, and making sure they're making wise usage of it. Excite, though, first blood in this round. Excite has a chance. Jarn moved away by the alarm bot. Beautiful usage of utility.
That's
I just said utility is king for UCF, and that is the literal definition of dropping your pistol to fake a flash. Down goes 2 in a row. It's somehow Converse still in the lead. 2 players on site for UCF. Wildfire, what a shot, and J. Kroll ends it off strongly for the 2nd round for Converse.
UCF had the idea. They knew how to go about that site. I mean, you see so many players just go ahead and seal the deal and just sign their lives away by saying, cool, we got site, we got spike down, back up, and just let B kind of unfold. That's not mound on C site. You got to push up, you got to find those kills. And I thought they had a little more back control, but with the trades going through, they didn't have enough utility really funneled there. And sure, while the alarm bot looked good to take over the inside of the smoke, you had Sky there, who could have actually thrown a flash up and take control of behind the smoke. And that was your Astra smoke. Your smoke that really just kind of killed you there. But it is what it is. It's another round coming out here for Converse. So good looks for them, but obviously UCF are going to be a little bit agitated considering that, I mean, this is now 2 rounds in a row. Converse has not had any success so far, and it could be the strand to kind of get them back in the game because keep in mind, this same exact thing happened to UCF in the map before, so they know what's possible. J.
Kroll holding towards the Cosmic Divide. The plant down, UCF just need to hold strong. They can't give up space. Cosmic Divide will dissipate. Down comes the rush. JS through the showstopper. No one's giving them any look. Finally, we'll just pre-pop it around the corner. Down goes their doppelganger, J. Kroll, trying to stick this. It is a bloodbath of red on the wrong side of the kill feed. Gorgeous display of defensive positioning, wherewithal, and good rushing for kills. That is a 3rd round now in a row for Converse. And UCF Gold are back into the question. They're not showing the ascent they showed previously of doing okay in the beginning, poor in the middle, ending strong. They're doing the exact opposite now. 6-0 to now 6-3.
Well, you tried out the B site, UCF, and how'd that work out for you? Well, you put Converse back in the game. That's really all it came down to. Game 2 rounds in a row. That first one you can kind of go ahead and chalk up to luck. Things didn't really work out too well for you. It was a 1v2, and I mean, you can win those statistically, but compared to the stats that we're seeing on that B side so far, you may just want to stray away from that thing. I mean, it's just not going to happen for you. The first one, I understand. They said regular utility, maybe if we invest some more, it can be doable. And then you try it with an ultimate, and then you're saying, yeah, that just sucks. Let's not do it anymore. And I really can't blame them. 3 ultimates still on the field, or better yet, just 2 to work with. I mean, knowing that one can be used for a post plan, you think the C side is going to look pretty good for you. But honestly, the times you've taken over the C side has been from initial picks or from kind of getting a player over towards that A side of the map to go ahead and get that initial control and kind of stretch something out. But I think they're going to go for that kind of typical C shift over to A kind of play we saw earlier, because that was really clean when they executed it. And I think, honestly, they should just go for it more. Kind of completely pan this game out to foot races, because they seem to win 9 times out of 10, considering that their race is just that much better right now, and that's your fastest player.
I think UCF just need to really get that first blood that they're harping for. And I think Converse have realized that if they play further back, they just play a little bit smarter. It will come to them. They will come to them. They don't need to peek and extend so heavily. Rush comes in with the usage of the boost pack. B-Niper could have and should have, but unfortunately goes the wrong way, veers into the wrong direction, and gets taken down in the process. J. Cole, a second to their name, just pounding the rock even further. They will fall to the hands of Squirmer, and the same thing can be said for your KJ round the bend. It's a slow shot for UCF. 10 seconds will be left by the time this spike goes down. And Converse, we're not privy to that very slow and patient push coming out from UCF. And to make matters worse, with a Viper's Pit down, how do you retake this, Dallas?
Well, you got a Raze, you got a Sky, you got an Omen. Omen's going to do nothing here, quite frankly. You can maybe get a Paranoia there for an answer. JSP has to be the one to clear house. And has already done a pretty good job of at least getting one on the board. But you got to look for that Viper. You got to find these executions. You got to get these kills. And Scotty shut down already 2 of them. So, I mean, Viper doing a great job of defending himself, but it's going to take a while. And with that clock still ticking and ticking away, you have no idea where Squirmer is. A tap goes off, and you immediately have that kill just kind of free to go, considering the time is already working in their favor. So, UCF guaranteed themselves 7 off the back of that. They guarantee a lead no matter what worst-case scenario at a point like this in the game, but still with 3 rounds on the board. Converse, they have a chance. They are inside this match now. They're not locked out at 0. They're not locked out at 1 anymore. They still have a chance to kind of play the rest of this matchup. But UCF, honestly, I mean, if they want a time to do it, now would be it. They have full purchases. They have a Viper's Pit. This could be their best chance to not only get themselves into the game, but better yet, just kind of guarantee themselves 5. Because they can get 2 off the back of this, looking at the detrimental economy that UCF are currently sitting in.
B-Niper around the bend. Highlighted that there was a big raise difference for a while. How dominant Converse have been with the duelist up front in the action.
There.
Now they need a little bit of the same level of pizzazz. JSP up into the front, very close towards Switch, needs to have door pulled by the other end to make use of that space. And there's just nothing happening just yet. UCF playing farther back. They know they can control ground. They can always rotate to C site if needed, but that turret is going to be the call out for information that will force that KJ for the side of Converse. Moa back into the side. Hold a little bit stronger. UCF, they just don't know what to do with themselves. Our cover for it. Tasmanian Tiger around the end. They'll fall back. I think they like the idea of C a little bit more than they're liking A right now, but they're still committing the 3 players here, and they want this first blood, and they may just lose it because look where the push was coming for just a moment. It almost looked like UCF were stepping into door. They'll play a little bit smarter. I think they'll rotate into the flanking side of B or rotate and lap around because I can't imagine they still push A here.
This is really awkward, too. I mean, you have your Sky on the opposite side of the map. You have no flashes, no real engages here besides your Raze, and that's going to be a blind swing out of a dark cover. So already going it away, you find some good exchanges. You get the better end of the kill, so finally you go ahead and inevitably meet the rest of the players here to defend this site. You have an idea that Excite's there, and that's going to go ahead and stall the plant. You're not going to get much down because still, already another player coming from the stairs. This round, you're just not getting anything down, quite frankly. I mean, they're just toying with you, Jason. You can't get it done. Your teammates, I'm not going to say they failed you, but they didn't create enough space for you to really get the job done. And that, my friends, is why taking control of that little door section there on the outer side of A is so darn important, because that's where you're planning. That entire half of the site is where your default's going down.
I mean, look at the way UCF played that one so slow. Is that a total loss? They try to prowl for ground, but no one else is making headway anywhere else. They feel like, I think too early, Dallas, they were believing that B site was an impossible engagement because of that Viper's Pit.
It is
just the idea that B is impossible means C is impossible. And I don't get that mindset necessarily, that C is impossible to rotate back towards. Your Sky of Squirmer was already heading that way. Why the lack of commitment? It's just mind-boggling to me. Maybe there's something I'm missing. I'm not the big brain here, Dallas. I'll leave that to you for the playstyle pushing forward. But UCF, they get a 1-for-1 trade off the beginning, and now utility and utility alone puts the kill feed up for a 2-man advantage for Converse Nightblood.
Oh my God, I'm just not even. I'm not gonna waste the breath, man. It's just like, it's these points in the game where you said, I mean, this should just be chalked up for Converse. I mean, obviously that just came down to fish in a barrel, and you're running things down, and you're saying, okay, there it is. As I mentioned, 7-5. Converse just kind of had it handed to them after this last couple of rounds they fought for. But UCF, yes. B was an impossibility. Let's look at those two horrendous rounds they were on the B side. If you're on that team, if you're an IGL, you're saying, I do not want to, I want my stats to be good. I want my stats to be great, so we're not going to go there because both the rounds that we lost on that side were horrendous. They were by great margins. It seemed like we never really had a shot. Sure, we had a little bit of control that we needed, but, I mean, we weren't stretched out nearly to the degree that we wanted. C-side, though, I mean, I can't blame them. They had great C takes, but problem is, it just seemed like those last two C takes they were going underway were not fully committed. You weren't taking control of that site. You were saying, oh, we got a guy who's like 15-1, so we can just let him do everything. And there's an expiration date on that, quite frankly. We saw it. I mean, when the guy lost the 1v2, slowed down immediately from that point, saying, I literally can't do it all. And that's a little bit of a reality check, saying, okay, now we got to take something a little bit different here in our approaches. So, well, now that you're on the defense, you're kind of forced to take a different approach because you can't push anymore. Well, you can. On a pistol round, you're looking to see what these defaults look like and kind of figure out how Converse want to play this going forward.
Time to hunt.
C-site. It's worked for Converse. It worked for UCF. It can work for Converse. What's the big difference? You've got Jason, who's been a ridiculous person to deal with the whole time. Why not step up a little bit further? Down they go. Converse pushing in towards sight. Success for UCF defensively, but the plant will go down. And the sheriff shot's just a little too high. Not enough to connect. And it'll force this in for a post plant. Converse, plenty of damage done, but you got to get those angles and
clothesline.
Oh, what in the world did you just do all by your lonesome? 4 kills in the round and a dismantling of UCF's entire attempt on the defensive retake. 6-7 your score line, and Converse are out for blood in the last 9.
I thought Excite was running a share for the way I was seeing those guys getting folded. Like, the way their body and the trajectory was going backwards, I seriously thought he had a share because of how they were just getting slammed. But still, a Ghost nonetheless. It does just as much work on those pistol rounds, especially when players are opting for armor. So good on them to go ahead and get around. Not only just get on that C site, go ahead and check out that box. Now they're saying, look, let's make an exchange. We held B extremely well. Let's go ahead and swap things up. This round is going to be, you know, this site's going to be difficult to take, but let's go ahead and take it while we got gun advantage, right? 2 Vandals on the board? Just kidding. May want to go ahead and wrap back towards C once more because, well, with those guns in hand, with those Vandal advantages, you have mound control. You have the rifling to go ahead and just completely beam down that spike so long as it gets planted. And with only 1 player sitting there, quite frankly, Converse isn't aware, but that site's as free as anything.
Sheriff's in hand on the attack for Converse. It's the Bulldog for J. Cruel that finds first blood off towards tree side of A. And it's the only person there. It's less of a concern, but that Bulldog, you said it, someone else is now. It's on the side of UCF. Tasmanian Tiger around the bend. Converse. They need to play a little bit closer. How does Squirmer get away with that kill and get away for just a moment, still alive? The boost pack, no, paint shell, final map gets the kill to finish.
Oh, no.
Oh, and B-Niper.
That nade caught on that corner. That's like a pixel.
Last player standing.
Speaking of pixels, a pixel was all that was needed for Scotty. But Moby needs even less. 2-for-1 special right there at the end. In the tying round. Get them the last 2 in the first 2 of the first and second half, respectively. And this is where you'd expect UCF Gold to, you know, get around under their belts. Take the third, get some confidence. But that cannot count out Converse, because if they rush an objective and they stack up on a site that's weaker in player count, it does not matter what weapons you have. They will take the 1 or 2 rifles you have there, using their own, and then just cripple the chances for the next round, even if they were to lose it, let alone if they were given the chance to lose it, they'd at least have a spike play.
You can basically call this a full buy around here from Converse.
Yeah.
I mean, just seeing how many guns they got. Look at how close things are. This is why they're taking mound control early. They want to take these fights. They want to get a couple of these guns for free because they don't have close quarter weapons. And it's not even the Vandals we talked about getting the kills. It's Excite. We saw the guy heating up with the Ghost. He said, well, now just give me a sheriff and I'm on fire. And quite frankly, well, 3 kills already to their name. An easy C-site plant. That's exactly what they are.
With the post plant going forward, UCF Gold. Do you save here? I think you do. I think no matter what, your next day is going to go a little bit worse. Like the next round's going to be a little bit worse.
Oh, it's going to be terrible.
Yeah. But at least you'd have 2 rifles, right? You'd have something there. It's about dying now or dying later, and if they choose to die now. Flank coming in for Jason. Do they spot the player behind? It will not matter. Stolen instead by JSP. And it is Converse now getting that round advantage under the books. And it's 8-7 the stat line. It's where you want to be. It's where you should be. And the call out, the timeout being called for UCF. This is about as best as you can ask it.
And even then, hunt around where it's an eco. I mean, sure, you're trying to figure things out, but it's not the point where you kind of... I always like to wait another round because you never really know how they're going to play this. It's always kind of waiting for that information because what else can you really do in a round like this? You're just giving Converse the time to talk right now. Might as well just let them kind of build up momentum a little bit more so before you shut it down. If you're bringing something to a net 0 and you're trying to go ahead and make that gap as large as possible, might as well give them an extra round where you're working with nearly nothing and kind of expect the round to go in their advantage anyways. Because keep in mind, in a round like this, UCF, even if they come up with a game plan, they can't really do too much off the back of it. This is an eco round for them. It's a map of Lotus. There's a lot of nooks and crannies. There's a lot of sites, more than usual. And there's a lot of places that you kind of have to keep tabs on. And considering that you're going ahead and not going for a full investment and you're making it more difficult for yourself already, just with the map selection alone, it's going to be even more horrendous trying to do it with, well, a lack of resources. So, I mean... a little awkward, as I said, but I mean, UCF, I'm not really sure what they can work off of because it all comes down to what happens on a round-to-round basis. What is Converse's guns going to look like in the next round? How much are you going to shut that down? Wildfire's sitting on 3,800. You could kind of force this guy together to kind of shut things down. You don't know what ultimates they are going to have in a round like this. Maybe JSP gets nothing. It doesn't have a showstopper. You're never quite sure, so you can never make plans for that just yet. Well, speaking of the ults, though, JSP, you knew an ult orb was probably going to be getting grabbed, and to guarantee that showstopper, best you can really do is just try to force those things out now.
Fallback plan for UFC Gold. Wait for information, poke and prod utility. Listen with your ears and don't guess. But sometimes there's no audio cues. Converse don't even have a real clue where they want to go just yet. They left Spike in attacker spawn for the time being, just to hold out hope that something's given up for UCF for a first blood to give them leeway on a site here or there. Toxic screen planted over towards tree on the A side could give them a chance to take over towards door. But there's now 3 players there for UCF. Not that Converse would know, but it would be a dangerous choice to engage in that direction. Even if the weapons are limited, anything can happen at this level of play. And you don't want to take that chance. You don't want to make sure everything is under control. Spike's been picked up. Now moving into C in Dallas. It looks like a C-sided push. Players may be moving into B. The Viper is still over on A side. Are they playing for an exit or a rotate frag? Are they playing here for a chance to rotate into B and get their one? It won't matter. It's Converse to get first blood on that C side, and they have full control now with Wildfire up on stack.
Yeah, and speaking of fire, they were playing with it on the side of Converse to wait so long for a push to come through. That's a lot of gambles you're hoping to say, okay, I mean, maybe there aren't the player counts here. There could have been. There could have been 3 guys that are completely stalling you out with nano swarms and the whole shebang. They just kind of shut your entire game plan down. But still, things work out for them. Just at a point in the game now where you're saying, it's more than likely going to go over to Converse. We're just going to hold for mound, shoot whatever players start to push the site, and look for a flawless. Off the back of a timeout, well, UCF, I hope you were planning for this next round, because if you talked about the last one, we all got news for you.
It didn't work out. I think that was the news you're going for, right?
Yeah. Put it simply.
Good news for UCF, though, Dallas. I don't know if you're aware of this one. There is a third map. So there is some copium. You lose this one, there's a third.
You're at a point, though, where you really would like to not go there.
I mean, I don't disagree. I, for one, would not want to face Converse on any map, let alone having to go to a third map.
Yeah, I just like to go to Colorado's and, you know, dinner's sounding pretty good right now. Map.
Unfortunately, UCF Gold haven't had the luxury to say that just yet. They have been very much so troubled by the Converse pushes. And now look at the defensive setup for them. It's that KJ and Viper, like you had mentioned, was utilized by Converse defensively, stacked over on C and B, 3-player main over towards tree. It's so dangerous of a Russian, and it's the same thing we've seen, and we saw how UCF used that against Converse, and now Converse are using it against UCF. They do get first blood, though. B-Niper on a J-Cruel. That is a good idea. They're going to take control of attacker's spot and go in for the flank around mound. Do they spot? Is J-Cruel there? Round the bend they go. Shots have to connect, and they're forced to fall back. Guiding light, B-Niper. Round the corner. Will the Roomba spot them? They do a second guiding light and a boost pack to zone. You can't swing without intel, and it is red in the feed. 3 in a row. Down goes one, but Converse, what can they do but pray now, as it's a 2-for-1 special. Squirmer down around the corner. You gotta go for the reload first. You're on the defense. You don't gotta wait for them. They've gotta push you. Just not enough, and it's a double digit for Converse.
Well, if it was the time to do it, it would have been in that last round, quite frankly. Sitting in the stance they did, getting it down to 1v1, that was their best case scenario that we've seen the entirety of this half. I mean, it has been nothing but obviously Converse on the board, which we did see the same exact string of rounds, oddly enough. I mean, look at it. We see 5 right now. They haven't nearly met the kind of prowess we saw to UCF Gold. But, I mean, UCF got to rebound a little bit harder here. And this isn't their map selection, keep in mind. This is Converse. So, with them being the attack, them setting the tone here, they got to look better. And quite frankly, with the way they've started so far, and even in and around like this, I think they're keeping it going pretty strong.
Wildfire will hold back. They know UCF are getting pretty aggressive. And they know they just have to wait for it. Down goes Squirmer. He hit their 1v1 at the end of the last round. They don't get this 1v1 here either, with even worse weapons in their hand. Converse look prepped to go up 11-7 in a very dominating scoreline that I don't think is going to change much at this rate. Third map may just be on the line. Rudy around the bend. Did see one, but the second one of Wildfire just wasn't really where you wanted it to be. And it's a 1v5 where Jason's just gonna kind of wait before dashing and giving Flawless the Converse win. Oh, sorry, giving Converse the Flawless win. That was awkward.
Yeah, it is awkward when you see a Flawless win at a point like that. At a stage in the game where we're talking about checkpoint, chokehold kind of scenario, and just Converse run over it with flying colors. I mean, still a eco round from UCF there, but I mean, we're at a point now where you can't really afford that too much. You got to really start kind of stepping things up. And being hyper, keep in mind this player, we saw 15-1 earlier, did we not? 17-13. That's showing that there's one guy who just is not in this game anymore nearly. Just completely falling asleep at the wheel. And, well, sure, you're on the defensive side, but we had to see that kind of continue on the attacking side. And ever since I mentioned this, that 1v2 has just completely slowed down. But, hey, in a round like this, already going ahead, looking to go underway with the plant going on top of that B side, we get to see what a B retake looks like. And keep in mind, this is the exact same kind of scenario where we saw UCF starting to get their blunders on their attacking side. So maybe you can do the same thing for Converse. Who knows?
Well, it's not starting out well for UCF Gold. They have to get a refrag, and Rudy does so well. Exciting JSP now. 2-for-1 special. The one has yet to go in favor of Converse till just now. J. Cruel and Wildfire. Wombo combo for one apiece. It's Rudy still alive and pounding back the pressure. 3 kills in this round. Rudy almost got usurped by J. Cruel, but not just yet. Squirmer. Down goes the assassin Viper of J. Cruel. And it's just Moby. Is this it, UCF Gold? I don't think there's time. There's not. And what started out and ended so darn close. UCF just weren't fast enough.
Match point.
And it is now match points. 1 round feasibly away to Dallas for our 3rd map of the day.
That was the round there. I mean, once again, that was the line. It wasn't just an entire round. I mean, I was kind of expecting God to work in his mysterious ways and kind of have some fun with rounds like that, and we did see it almost occur. We saw the chances be presented there for the likes of UCF to get that round, but I mean, even in the retake had to go a little bit quicker. You had to find those kills where necessary, and that was where UCF had to say, this is our wake-up moment. And because they just kind of faltered just the tiniest bit, you're seeing map point immediately. That's not a luxury that was allotted to UCF earlier on. They didn't see that score line in the same exact kind of manner, and now because you just didn't see it in that lens of later on, of the same kind of situation you would have maybe in the second half, you just see the game almost get blundered, basically. So because of the result, you got to win 6 in a row. Or better yet, just at least 5. And then kind of look at the OT scenario, because that's going to be guaranteed from this point. But it's a long road to even get to that stage, looking at how the game's going right now.
Rotate will be made away from the C side initially. The Viper's pit is down, so it's obviously the concern about trying to push in through that. You had highlighted B was impossible for UCF Gold on their attack when the Viper's pit was placed there. Not just because the Viper's pit, but because they just were really poor on that B side, to be fair. And now they'll have to be concerned about the other objectives, and Spike moving in towards B. I think they like the idea of it. It worked previously. Why not go for it again? So much utility. JSP
Blast himself back.
and the bite goes forward. They just got to nail the boost pack, and you can do so, Dallas. If you're completely blinded with a guiding light around that bin, unlucky as it may be, they still going to clap back their way as Jason goes down. It's Wildfire to collect for it with the Vandal.
No, for an ult isn't a bad trade, I'd say there, but it really comes down to what else is going to happen here. From the shadows, going for a little bit of a flank. You know, players can be on the outside of this, and lining up for collateral there is going to be a really good security to go ahead and make sure you get that next round to play with. So, I mean, UCF, I'm happy to see them kind of be on the board for this entire half. And, I mean, they still had themselves a shot. But once again, it's still 4 rounds in a row. They have a lockdown to play with. But Converse, I mean, they only need 1. And after finding already 7 consecutively in a half like this, you have to say there's no way they don't get 1 more.
Yeah. It feels like Converse are just being gatekept in the final moments. But it seems an inevitability. UCF Gold. They take this round. They have to win 2 in a row here. I mean, first off, they have to win in any way, but they have to win the next 2 in a row very confidently because they got to put Converse on an eco round at some point or another. And the only way to do that is to take this round somewhat well, and the next round pretty well, and then hope that they have something afterwards. And they'll put you in double digits. You'll fight for that one for your 11th round win, and then you'll play an even game for the 12th because Converse will save up for it to get there. You haven't been winning most of the even games. Yeah, you've been struggling to win when you have. And that's a major problem, a major point of contention for UCF. And even then, you're still going to OT. And you are very fickle right now, 50-50 across this board. And right now, it's looking more 60-40 as you are struggling on the defense. It would be 50-50 coming in that second half. And it's just a prayer about who loses first on their attack. And Converse have looked very few and far between so far for that.
Because it all comes down to a matter of perspective. I mean, when you're in a big deficit, like say 4 rounds right now, which in the big scheme of things, looking at match point for the other, or at least map point for the other side, I mean, 4 points is a lot. Here, let me go ahead and kind of play mind games with people. 4 rounds looks like a lot, but 2 doesn't seem like very much, does it? 2 full buy rounds is all you really have to win because the ecos afterwards are just kind of going to follow naturally, right? So, I mean, if you look at the eco rounds, you look at the thrifties, if a team's not very successful in thrifties, you're saying, hey, this is pretty even. This is pretty easy. That's definitely extremely doable. One thing that you got to make sure to do right now, though, is at least win the first one. And already, when we see Excite going ahead, playing around, looking to get a couple kills there, stringing them together, you barely got the time to get it down. You go for the push and lock it down for 1 more. So we see a 3-round difference now. But as I mentioned earlier, I think you'll need to win 1 more. Because as you mentioned, this is going to be possibly an eco for some of the players to a certain degree. Or at least somewhat of a half buy. So, I mean, this isn't going to be flawless. But still, off the back of a round like this, if you win the next one, as you said, they're going to save up for the last. To where you only really need to win 2 rounds, and the other 2 should follow suit. And this will be your second because of how the economy was panning out.
Here. Thank you for the breakdown, Dallas. Much better spoken than I could have. Essentially the same gist, though. We nailed it. And UCF Gold have 1 roll left to give themselves the chance. They're doing a wonderful
my
job
God.
of it. My
They're
goodness,
waking up.
3 now for them. UCF Gold do not want our 3rd map. I do not blame them. We've been here for quite a while, and having an extra hour on top for this matchup, I just feel like UCF would not be content with the workaround, and that gives Converse too many opportunities. They need to do a little bit better for it. A 5v2, Converse will be happy with just giving themselves a little bit of space and denying opportunities going the other way, but it will not matter.
Down A.
Just Moby, Tasmanian Tiger, information
Oh my
flawless
God!
for UCF Gold. And this next one will be an eco for Converse. I cannot envision a world they're able to put something solidly enough together with an average of 2,900 credits apiece to their name. And they're going to save up for that 12-12 round where they hope to deny the 12-11 split, but hope to deny the 12-12. They'll save up for the big one. But they'll do the dirty work to try and just make it so that they can't or force an ultimate from UCF.
And in Converse, I mean, you're in a point where you're saying, okay, what do we go for here? You have the Stingers, you have the Sheriffs, you're saying, what kind of lineups do we go for? Obviously, you don't challenge A in your lifetime. That's the dumbest thing you could ever do in your life. But already, I mean, if you go for C, that's good looking. B, that's good looking. I mean, you're going for what your ballistics will start to excel in. So those two sides of the maps are going to be extremely well taken care of. But the surprising thing for me is how they don't have another player allocated over towards C. You need to have this at least doubled down. And it looks like an idea of theirs from the side of, UCF. But it looks like it could be lackluster. You're going to have a blast packing race coming right to you with a gun in hand, looking to just kind of absolutely barrel shove you. But even then more so, you just got to play the stall game here. You got to drop things down. Make sure that toxic screen, don't even leave it up. Work for the angles. Don't have the smokes. Let these long ranges come to you and find those fights to win right off the get-go and rob resources from them. It's just concerning seeing UCF. I mean, obviously they have a game plan. They want to stall this thing out, but seeing how passive they're playing, they give it up this real estate, letting Converse play around the site where these angles get so much more favorable for them.
The rotate's been made for Converse. They started off in C towards Mound. They'll come up through tree.
They're on
now
it.
Got good control. A-side push will come forward. Down goes JSP around the bend. Moby gets first blood, and J. Cruel does the second. Converse, they'll put down a Viper's Pit. Yes, the Seekers will go in after the fact. But Squirmer is in a very desperate spot. They're going to die here. This is beautiful.
So
gorgeous from Moby, and it's a 2v5. Rifles have been regained for Converse, and third map is around the bend from one of the most gorgeous displays of what an eco round can do for you. Scotty round in, sees J. Cruel, down goes the Viper's Pit around the corner, needs to be wary of the player by door. You have two doors to worry about. B door and this door here, and Jason just opened up this one. Down around the corner, lines up, make it it's a 1v1! The rush has to go, Jason, you have to push! Is there time?
Imagine if I died right now.
I don't think there is.
I think he's got it. I think he's got it. Oh my God!
An unbelievable performance from Converse, met and matched by UCF Gold in a 2v5. What an engagement, what a game. We're not done just yet.
Dude, I thought UCF blundered that so hard when they gave up a site. That is the largest lane in this game that we see, where UCF, they just have to section a singular player over there. And then what do you know? The longest distance towards a site somehow is the easiest one acquired by Converse. And then when they get there, they start to excel. You cannot let that happen. For goodness sake, you've got to think about where these guys are going to go, and you can't give anything up for free. And especially in a round like this, where you now, not only the eco's behind you, the stress has now been mitigated, but still there's one more round you got to go to at least look for overtime. You possibly got at least 3 more rounds of stress minimum in front of you if you win this next one.
Timeout's over. Converse, you needed 1 round for the last 5.
If they lost, they deserve it, honestly. That's all I was thinking. I was like, oh, fair enough.
This is... And, can we just devolve a little bit and talk about how gorgeous Moby's play in general for that round was? First blood with the Sheriff, really nice to put UCF on a back burner. J. Crew with the Stinger to get the second, but Moby's double toss for the Nano Swarm next to Drop of Heaven.
Yeah, he wasn't risking it.
That was unbelievably important. And it was so close for UCF, so close to get out of there. But so close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and it does not work here.
No
shot
way!
from Wildfire.
Oh
B-Niper
my
should
God!
have hit that one, but they double swung, and it was just perfect enough. And they'll trade out, and they'll get up the Ransom instead. They'll leave the operator closer in towards sight. No one's going to use that for Converse, but you know they're knocking on the door of C. You got to pivot someone there, and I just don't think there's enough. Squirmer's nearby, but is door even pulled? It's not. They'll need to make noise to even have a chance to retake on that side.
You're ready for Seekers here. Getting early aggression, looking to just kind of go ahead and release the floodgates for the C site. Set up for the post plant. Completely just kind of take control of Mound, but I don't know. What else is available here? What else can you really do? The Paranoia already goes ahead and funnels players out. You can't really do too much in actual terms of a defense. You got 3 players just scattered about the map, and Seekers going ahead and spreading just to tell you exactly where they are. Meanwhile, you're going to go ahead, set up shop, get nice and comfy, throw down some nano swarms, alarm bots, get back towards that mound, and just kind of play with the guns that you got to work with because nobody's on that flank. The line of scrimmage is set. comes out of the retake, and as you mentioned, no player's going to pick up the operator from Converse. We get Caster cursing it because somebody wants to have a little bit of fun here before they call this thing scraps and go into map number 3.
I think map number 3 may just happen. Scotty's in a 1v4 and is quickly LG dashed in for the hop, skip, and a shorty to close and secure 13-11 for our second map of the day, Dallas. And I don't think there's anything to say about it. What a ridiculous last 7 rounds we saw just go underway.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. But UCF Gold couldn't close it out, could not bring overtime, and they will have to go to a third map, which will come up very shortly after this break.
Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know
The final map is here, Dallas, and we've had our break. The players have had their break, and hopefully they're ready to tear it up. Because map 1 went the way of UCF, and it definitely did not go their way on our second map of choice. We'll have to pray that Sunset will be a little bit different as they start off on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very comparable to the likes of Sunset. The best way to put it is, I mentioned it earlier, it kind of has the agent composition of Split, but meanwhile it has the kind of play style of Ascent. And I mean, it's very close. They're pretty similar. They're all pretty small maps. You can kind of make rotations on a whim. It feels like you can plant that spike all the way down to the last second. There is no real gate time of saying, all right, we have to rotate within this amount of seconds. It's saying everything's a hop and a skip it away. Even then, the defending side spawn from the attacker side spawn just with that very wide open mid courtyard there. It feels like it feels almost as big as a middle school lunchroom. Like it is just so easy to get across the entirety of it. And I mean, we've all been in middle school lunchroom. It's pretty easy to start a food fighting as well. Your shots are going to hit all the way across the yard. So you can do whatever you need to in that kind of case. I mean, everything's applicable for a situation like this. And I think for both these teams, seeing how awkward their approaches were on the attacking side of the map when it came around to Ascent, that's going to transition over to Sunset, I'd say fairly well, all things considered. But it can also be a double-edged sword because as weird as their rotations were on Ascent, those are encouraged here on Sunset. And I'm sure they're going to be reading into them extremely well that they're going to have to compensate for that lack of presence, for that lack of players with a little bit more, well, utility. And I think because of that, the one agent, I got to say, has been set up not just for Split, but I'd say a little bit more of a guarantee, especially with the recent buffs that came out. We're going to be seeing a Cypher without a doubt.
I feel like that I don't think that's a strange thing to say. This map has been very popular so far in Red Bull Campus Clutch, both in the qualifiers and actually in Istanbul as well. We've seen a lot of it getting played. I know Fisher utilized it quite a bit when they did face their loss and Evelyn got knocked out and didn't get to punch their ticket into it. This map is very good for certain agents, and I think Cypher is absolutely one of them, and it is being picked up for either
I hear
side.
He's miserable. That's the best way we've heard him be explained here on this map, is he is miserable to play against.
Yeah, he's ridiculous. He is suffocating.
Because there's an angle where you just can't shoot the tripwire. You have to run into it.
It's very difficult, and that would almost force you to the idea you have to play a jet to try to tailwind through it as best you can, or just try to burn it with some sort of utility. Maybe your prayer here is that your Rays, which both sides have picked up as well, as expected, could just boost back over the top and then turn midair to knock it down a peg or something. But yeah, it's ridiculously annoying facing off against that Cypher. We've also seen plenty of like upper windows on the push in towards B when you're working in from B lobby. The very dangerous prowl in through middle courtyard. You have to try to work over towards market side. All of that is so darn annoying to deal with. To top it all off, the B main entrance is hard to get out of as well. In A site, it's a maze around those bins. You have to be very good on the attack to pick out this map, and Converse starts us off strong here with the first map.
Speaking of B, we're already playing rock, paper, scissors. You're going ahead expecting that Cypher to be there, and you've already gone ahead and got the memo that, hey, there's a camera over here. He most definitely is not. He just placed that, and there is no tripwire towards that B side of the map. But already you can see that still there's an allocation of players. They had the double down, but even the more so, that's on the defensive side. The attackers, they've already looked through the middle of the map a little bit. They've gotten that control. They know that more than likely a tripwire is going to be there, but they want to catch the rotation. They want to go ahead and catch these guys by surprise. And I mentioned earlier, you can get through spawn pretty darn easily on this map, and already on round one, we're probably going to see it.
Jason, round the bend, classic in hand. The plays from courtyard. You haven't found the safe space just yet. Prowler goes left. The team is right, and they'll re-pivot back over towards A main to try to push in for the main entry.
Read.
The rotate is being perfectly countered. It's a gorgeous representation of fooling around and letting the other team find out. When the utility goes one way, they expect it too, but it's not going to happen. Plant will start to go down. JSP will ensue it. They try to send out the spy cam. Well, it does, I think. No, I think it missed the target it was anticipated to go towards. It has not worked out so far for UCF Gold, so they can punch their ticket for first blood. Down goes Wildfire. B-Niper round the right side of the bend, hoping Scotty gets their 1-for-1, which they do, but JSP gets 2 before falling on their own. Converse, yes, it's post plant, but you gotta hit a shot, Moby. Where's that been the previous map? Converse would have been very much so struggling to get wins if UCF were having to face that the whole time. Jason, all alone. I think this one's a done and done story. This is just a ridiculously hard spot to come back from. Jason will stick it to half. Can they stand it? No, Moby can hit a shot when they stand still, but it's a 1-round win now for Converse to stake things off on the attack.
Yeah, good lead there by Converse. I mean, almost that rotation, the way they had it just kind of spread out. It looked like animal control. Those big poles they put on the leash of it, with the tiny leash on the end. It's just like, as forward as I go, you were following the same exact position. And quite frankly, they kept UCF at a controllable stance and were able to go ahead and get the damage down when going off those retates as well. So, I mean, good stance from them. Going ahead, starting things off aggressively, but even better yet, just kind of more fluently. Knowing the way they moved around the map, check every single box off first. Took attendance is always the way I like to refer to. Just making sure that everything's in its place, that they're kind of going through inventory and saying, all right, this is here, this is here, this is here. Now that we understand how this map is laid out, we go for a hit. And, well, they chose A that last round. They're probably going to go for B in this one. They want to figure out what these defaults are looking like, and there is no default. We are seeing a switch up. Cypher on the A site last round with Sky and Astra being towards, B. Now completely swapping it on its head and kind of reversing the players and their positions. But still, it's going to work out for them, at least to a certain degree, as they've already found the first 2 bloods. An outstanding start here from UCF.
Side speaking for it, very worried about the possibility of a trap wire. It's not there, though. Scotty collected a nice Spectre, uses it for 2 to gain their 3rd kill of the round. And Rudy with a classic headshot kill to J. Cruel. 1 for 1, something that has been a little bit more common recently, Dallas.
Not a flawless, though.
Yeah,
that's one of a kind. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Very rare. We did see good. Actually, I won't say that. We had a flawless round in round 3 of the second half of the game prior, but I'm not going to count that. That's round 3. No, getting a 1-1 split where it's flawless with a team that lost the first round. Very shocking results. And hopefully UCF Gold can make use of all those weapons, because they are going to have a lot to dismantle the Converse push, which is pretty heavily coming over right now towards B. They left Spike behind, so there's no commitment yet for their side.
And even in a round like this, it looks like, I mean, things are swooped on its head. It looks like we're in an alternate universe right now where UCF won the first round and Converse is now kind of on the back end where they're in-house sitting on their second round with nothing but classics. And UCF just has a stronger buy. They got more guns. They have Vandals. They have Guardians. They have these big boomer guns to where you're just saying, I can just hit one headshot and kind of call it quits there. They've already done that. They surmounted so much damage off the back of what they had to work with so far. They have lost a singular player, but still, consider the rifling in hand, you've also done a heck of a lot of damage. So the rest of this should be pretty kind of just, I'd say, folded. But even then, who knows? We've seen UCF already kind of turn this game on its head once. Maybe Converse will take their turn, but it's going to take a little bit more considering already the health pool that they're working with, if anything.
Good clearance of util by Wildfire. Needs to know where they are and what they can do. Out comes the smoke, and Scotty plays within the Cypher cage just the same. That could have been a lot bigger. Could have let them cook a little longer, but unfortunately you marinate too long and you can burn it, and that's exactly what happens to Scotty. They let themselves sit still for too long. Stagnated, and it rotted, and now it's Converse. At an even player advantage. The paint shells will take down 1. It's finished off by B. Nightblood and Rudy. Double rifle to secure. And everyone got a piece of the pie for UCF Gold. But it's still way too close for comfort, Dallas. But that does mean the players that died can buy rifles to match everyone else on the team. So honestly, I would dare argue that is still a wonderful result for them.
Across the board, really good just from both these sides. Kind of keep it. I mean, this map, as you can already tell just from these first couple rounds, is extremely nitty-gritty. Like, it is all over the place. You're never really sure what you're going to see. You never really know what to expect. And quite frankly, you can't expect anything. You can't even expect direct hits on sights as defenders. You're having to watch your backs, too. Look at your spawns. Because even then, look at the scenario. Already, tripwires. None towards that center of the map where you either need to, A, allocate a player over there or have a tripwire. And with neither present, you could completely get roundhoused. But they're not really going to go for that just yet. They want to go for a little bit of a D split and already looking kind of the area around the map, understanding that nobody's there and seeing a kill towards the back of the map. Look at that top of the mini map already. You're surmounting so many kills. You're getting literally everywhere to where, honestly, UCF just can't make a read for the life of them because there's just so much stress coming from every single angle.
When the going gets tough, you got to get tough. And right now, UCF Gold can't. What an engagement by Converse.
That's a nightmare.
You are talking about the speed. Wildfire's cleared 5 pieces of utility on a single sprint using just the classic. Money just runs in. Money's like, I can take care of the person. I'll just hold left click, clearing that corner. Something will hit because they're likely going to be there. with your last chance to step out of Boba and a 2v5. Pray the boost back can create space, but it's a double swing. You get one, but it's done.
Nightmare.
3 kills for Moby. Gorgeous round for Converse, and tying things up 2-2. They now have the momentum, and yes, there's still a buy available for UCF Gold, but if it turns out anything like last round, this is Converse's round to lose.
It's just another one of those scenarios. I mean, this is one of those maps to where if you execute a round perfectly, it feels like it. It's not just a standard, okay, execute from the 2 mains, go ahead, split up, get on the site, get the plant, and then just set up for post. With this map here, specifically, you can literally play it like Rainbow Six to a degree. You can take this site from every single angle, including spawn, to where when we saw that kind of point where you see a singular kill the back of the map, they have to literally watch everything, and it just feels like you cannot play the game. You're just being suffocated in a singular spot, no matter whether you're in the back of the map or even then on either side, just kind of hiding behind something. You can still get just shot in the back of the head. You can see the pings coming through, letting them know that these guys are forgetting to put these trips up to where you can use that side of the map if you do so feel like it. Find that pressure, take advantage of it, make sure these guys get kind of circumnavigated back towards our spawn, if anything, and just put this game on its head.
Former, they found my wife. Hit by a big piece of utility, but the Rolling Thunder comes out nonetheless in Converse. They want this B side, and they have taken it quite well. Dangers aren't done just yet, though. They worked in from markets. They'll need a step back and fallback plan if they're not losing players in the process. Moby and J. Cruel won't be at the wrong end of the barrel. They'll strike for 2. And put now a 4 versus 2 splits with plant going down and UCF Gold with just 1 man left after Rudy takes a headshot to go down. It's Jason. You're trying to step out of Boba? Dallas, you talked about dangerous spots and the annoyance of dealing with a Cypher. Try peeking a 3-way split and make it 4 with Excite holding this angle as well. There is no chance Jason makes it out of this. They'd have to pray, and their prayers go unanswered as Moby gets the final blood and puts a 3rd round in the coffin right now for Converse to go up and above UCF.
I mean, 2 in a row now. I mean, 2 of the most gorgeous attacking side rounds that we've probably seen out of a team so far on this map, and already going ahead and kind of executing it in the earlier stages when necessary. But once again, Converse, not a team that's really foreign to these kinds of scenarios. We've seen them go ahead, string these rounds together, but even then better yet, we are not foreign to UCF having a massive rebound either. So this could be the point with the timeout at hand, another round to work with, and a whole lot of map left. They want to kind of figure things out early, because especially after those last 2 rounds, I mean, it just feels like, I mean, quite frankly, we couldn't figure out too much while we had the luxury of looking at the mini-map, considering that we basically need God mode to kind of figure out even an inkling of an idea of how Converse are going about these approaches. UCF need a heck of a lot more than I feel like a singular minute just to kind of get it together within their own mental scope.
Fortunately, if anyone had access to God mode, this would be a very unfair matchup, Dallas. You gotta find answers on your own 2 feet, and those 2 feet can be shot out from underneath you. UCF with this timeout can hope and pray, but they've had buys. They've done well. They got their resurgent round. They played in. They got their double buy in return. They had matched up in round 2 or round 3. I apologize. Now, where is that? Where's the impact? It's going to have to be found with Sheriffs and a single Marshal. And we saw the Marshal ring so darn heavy in the first game of the day, Dallas, on Ascent. And a neat go-around that entirely had swung things back in favor for Converse at the time. Didn't give them the win for sure, but gave them a round win off the back of a Marshal. Now UCF Gold will have to rely on the same exact thing, and an arguably much tougher map to do so, with so many corners and angles you'll have to try to stray away from.
Well, it comes down to really, once again, the approach. We don't see the B side being hit this time. We don't really see any mid-control coming out here from the side of Converse, so there's some chances here for a little bit of a slip up, maybe. That's where we saw it on the last map. Keep in mind, Lotus. We saw UCF kind of go for that approach towards another area of the map. Didn't work out too well for them, but it's also because they just kind of wanted to stretch their wings a little bit. Didn't want to get too predictable. You can see the kind of hole coming down where they're kind of setting up to make sure to kind of hold the entirety of that B side, which adds the switch up, conditioning this team, this defense to look towards that B side of the map. And A execute is finally coming through, and it seems to be uncontested. Keep in mind, this is a little bit of eco, so obviously it's not going to be the greatest hold in the world, but it's good to at least kind of figure out what's going on there. And well, with Jason finding at least one, you know that, well, we can figure things out a little easier when we have man advantage.
Jason pops out a Rolling Thunder of their own.
That's
what we saw
crazy.
Converse doing the round prior, but it can't keep Converse down. Wildfire up high, using the advantage of straying the lines of sight even further. Elevation is key, and that is the perfect way to shut down all points of possible contention on a retake. Combo that in with you got Wildfire up high and Excite's hanging down low. You thought it was just a 1-for-1. You see the individual, but there was a second unmanned drone up above, and that person just obliterates all of your pressure coming in from Ali. Maybe they needed to transition one towards Link as well, because they threw everything in that one way, and one way it went straight into the afterlife. 4-2 now the split, and Converse do not look to be stopped. They do have to face against the UCF side, who are now one man down already. This is rough.
No, I mean,
Whoa.
I just can't.
I have the spike.
The
What a
Eco
usage
Rolling
jump there
Thunder
by
is
JSP.
crazy. I mean, that's the second time he's gotten himself an aftershock kill, which is really impressive, all things considered. I don't know if it's a testament to Converse and just not being able to move and understand what that utility does, or UCF just kind of choosing the perfect places to get it down. But I mean, I don't really care about the aftershock too much with Jason getting 2 kills of the bundle afterwards. Those are a lot more skill involved, I'd say, and even then, with the player shooting back, there's a lot more at risk.
This is a ridiculously good round from UCF to put things back in return. JSP gets caught out. You talked about it. You worried about the shot kill, but the problem there lies. You had to have assistance to do so. You guiding light around that bend. You play smart. You rotate back over to the A site. You keep them out of tiles. That's the important thing. You keep them away from there and force them to funnel in towards main instead, where you have the brim in the first, the breach in the first place to contend with. And now you can attempt to do the same thing. They start an A lobby, they move towards tiles, they put their omen there more specifically. It is a full courtyard take right now from the side of Converse, bar one player. The Cypher they've left inside B main will have to deal with the same Cypher utility placed there. They'll need market control, Dallas, to clear that trap wire.
I don't know if they're going to find that, quite frankly. Already backing up completely into spawn, kind of turning tail. You have a lurking player, which I have to respect, quite frankly. Go ahead, throw it all out there, kind of create a little bit of an illusion, but if you don't hear blast packs, you're more than likely calling for the other side of the map. I mean, let's be real. That's what it comes down to. You got to have that aggressive. You got to have that catalyst for a push. And well, with Wildfire being that catalyst and getting shut down in the process, you're still equal at the end of the day.
Nightblood having to worry about a dark cover. Don't have the ability to extend in towards side. They'll have 3 players coming in from defender spawn.
30 seconds left.
1 from Link, 2 from Ali. Despite all the noise that's been made by Converse, look at the patience from UCF to just say, hey, maybe this isn't the time. We'll just wait out and see where they're truly going to go, and that will be B instead. But the time, the call out needs to be made, and it's finally called out by the Cypher on the side of UCF. Hey guys, it's B site from the shadows, full utility, dump into the objective. We need to retake it quickly.
Camera taken out.
Yeah, I mean, you still got plenty of time here on the board. Spike just went down, and you've got all the utility to work with. Make sure you kind of get something to work out here. I mean, an earl theft on both sides. You can see where first initial kill comes through. You can actually kind of find that roundabout. And already back and forth and back and forth. I mean, it's equilibrium across the field, but even then, eventually, you're going to see it even out once more. Already, you see it once, again, and again, and Jason being the catalyst, I want to say, for at least 2 or 3 of these kills. You got to get the tap. You got to at least get 1 shot. That's all it takes. And finally, it does go off. With just barely, I think, enough time, it's going to be so darn close, but it's at least there, with less than half a second remaining to get it done.
0.32, which is slightly better than the 0.64. In fact, it's half the 0.64 that was there for that big clutch run that came out from UCF on our last map at the end, where we thought maybe there was a chance for OT. But it has been very close calls for UCF Gold, whether that's them struggling on time management or just finally piecing things together. Because we have to remember, I think it was either in the early rounds of their defense on our last map or in Ascent as a whole, they had failed entirely to get the thing done and be able to defuse. And that was something that I was really worried would continue to be a problem. And it's getting closer and closer to being back into a problem if it keeps going at this rate. UCF Gold, they called a timeout earlier, and now Converse will do the exact same thing. They've given up 2. In a map like this, giving up 2 in a row is disastrous. It has to be an even game. It has to be back and forth. There has to be an answer and a question brought forward from your side, giving them a string of rounds, I should say, where you know what the side of UCF Gold can do with consistency. We saw it in the first half of our last map. We saw it on both sides of Ascent in the latter stages of the first and second half. You do not want to give them momentum.
I think looking at this, I mean, UCF, I think, quite frankly, have had a lot more just kind of, not confidence, just feeling a little more calm in their shoes on the side of the map on defense. I mean, it seems they're sitting equilibrium, tied things up. Obviously, Converse off the back of that timeout, but still, UCF has had to use nearly none. I mean, look at their ultimate economy. 4 available, Jason at 7 out of 9. They're just playing their game, that they don't really need to invest anything extra to go above and beyond. Meanwhile, Converse is having to spread these things out what feels like pretty consistently between each other just to look for relevancy, to get them the spike down in the first place. But only time will tell, because once more, first blood going underway. Scotty hold on to that site. Tripwire galore over towards B. You know that more than likely it's going to be really difficult to get that. And even though you found yourself a first kill, eventually a trade does come out.
SP the player to do so. No rotate over to the A site and plants. Tease for a moment. Rudy could have had that kill a little bit sooner. Will not matter. Shot goes awry from B-Niper. They got to go for a second. They flicked over, but it's not good enough. Squirmer. 1v2. J. Cruel exceptionally low. Will Shrouded step up to the high ground, and this variation in elevation will have to be enough. They flick to JSP, but it's over and done. What a shot from JSP to save Grace and Squirmer. This doesn't seem to have that clutch factor, Dallas. In these big clutch 1v1, 1v2 scenarios we saw at the end of the second map and now here in the third, they're a good player. But they need to be able to close those out, and unfortunately, just a little bit too shy of it.
I mean, Squirmer's definitely doing a great job in the assist department, though. I mean, playing that initiator role right, kind of getting what's necessary, just kind of being there, being present in what feels like as many gunfights as possible. I mean, with Rudy obviously being an Astra, it's a heck of a lot easier to do that. But still, knowing that you actually are required to have some involvement of proximity there, it's a lot to ask for. And still, this early in the game to still kind of be prevalent in that regard is at least good on them. But in a round like that, you can't really chalk it up too much to yourself. You see how the game's going, back and forth we go. It's just over and over and over again to where UCF, they have got themselves a pretty good stance. They have a great understanding of this map. And quite frankly, even then, if they don't have the guns, they couldn't care less. They still find kills at the end of the day.
UCF Gold. Had the advantage by 2. J. Cruel's nice frag on a B-Niper drops it just to a single. Moby, neural theft. It's a huge cost, I would say, but you don't use it very often, Dallas. One of the weaker ultimates, all things considered. If you can find a good spot to do it, it gives you information on what's the weaker site. You're gonna take it. And this Rolling Thunder is about 10 yards short of any impact.
I
they're expecting a plant to the back of site, assuming that they have their Cypher deep in towards the B lobby side anyways, but you're making a lot of assumptions. B main isn't as dangerous as you anticipated to be. Moby, blood under Rudy. J. Cruel is pre-firing and walking a corner. What is Converse on right now, Dallas? Because it is ridiculous what they have been able to accomplish on this map on the attack with these sprints.
That was one of the most, I'd say, hectic games of Ring Around the Rosie that we saw right there on the B side. I understand the Rolling Thunder. You thought that players were there towards the back. You didn't see the crossover there from the players. You didn't get the tripwire to go off. So it was understandable for Scotty to say they're not on the close side. They have to be towards the back of it. Because I just watched that. They haven't really made the angle yet. It feels a little bit closer and a little bit earlier. Honestly, I say Scotty's good for 2 there, without a doubt. But it just comes out of that window. The call's being made, and the kind of hesitation that shows that kind of proficiency really needs to excel in. So already, though, we're seeing another round going away. We're seeing now the guns in hand. We're seeing these players get aggressive and look for these rounds, and already you're seeing for a post-plant better yet, and maybe another aftershock kill. Who knows? It's just damage and players on Converse being alive at the rear end of it all.
Spike planted.
Sight will get that plant down, and UCF... Well, what can they do about it? They'll need to retake. Paint shells go through to trying to flush Wildfire a little bit further back. They haven't made any leeway here, Dallas, to get in. 1 player on Link's side, 2 wanting to come from Alley, but with no more dedication, no more spread towards Wildfire. In that elbow side, you are walking into a death trap, and that is coming even more true. Squirmer in a 1v3 gets 1. Refrags Wildfire. But a 7-4 split
Last round in
looks
the half.
even more dangerous, as this could possibly go above and beyond to an 8-4. Because UCF Gold don't even have enough to buy up proper rifles, proper armor, and full utility alongside to boot. It's basically a thrifty round. A good thrifty round, but a thrifty round nonetheless.
Yeah, it's something. But I mean, even then, as we get ourselves to the last round of the half, you get to look at what's left. And quite frankly, UCF, not only do they not really have the guns available to them, they don't have the ultimate economy comparative to what we see at a Converse on a point like this. Sure, I talked about the investments earlier being made in the ultimates, but already what they've accomplished so far has been outstanding ever since that point. I mean, now sitting with 3 to play with, full buys across the board. That last round was spectacular just to go ahead and get things started. And sure, you only had 2 players remaining there to start, but even then more so to kind of go ahead and start things off and find maybe 2, 3 kills back to back before even maybe kind of considering an answer from the side of UCF is really good. Knowing what you can trade off there. But Rudy, speaking of trades, finding the trade of a lifetime, going 2 for 1 to avenge his brother in arms to kind of cut some of those guns down.
Face your
Gotta be very
fear.
careful when you're engaging so effectively on the defense. Anything can come back the other way, and they're doing a very wonderful job for Converse to split things up. From the shadows to get them out of elbow and more so onto the A site for a plant. They wanted to do back behind the elbow. They'll do so a little bit more close to default and over closer towards A main. Not where we've seen them plant it too often so far, but they know there's a lot of pressure and a man advantage for UCF coming from Ali and Link. So they're going to play in response to exactly that. Excited, good for 1, needs a second, does so well. B-Niper needed to connect and just couldn't. It excites. Job's not done. 4 kills now in this round, closing it out. And that's 8-4 at halftime. For a very good Converse team who are now looking to make a full comeback after a dominated game on Ascent for UCF. They want to go 2-0 at the end to close out this series 2-1.
Yeah, good look at Zero already. I mean, once again, sitting at 8-4 on the board, Converse on the attacking side. You're expecting them with them setting the pace of these rounds and that entire half being on the attacking side, they can take control of the map. And we saw that start to accumulate there, especially in those latter 4 that we saw. But even in early stages, UCF, I want to say they kind of got that luxury with that second round, completely getting that turn up. And I thought that they were going to kind of show that their shooting was just on point, especially after that second round. But it just showed to kind of just maybe be a little bit of a one-off. And ever since then, they haven't been asleep at the wheel by any means necessary, but they just haven't really shown what they're fully capable of just yet. So already looking to kind of go for the standard play of an aggressive B push, going to run right into that tripwire. They've already shut it down. What are they going to do as a follow-up? Well, they're going to just go ahead and invest a Trailblazer and go for a 5-man.
Wow, my eye cage triggered.
Obi has the information. Need to play smart from this point onwards. Trap wire, Cypher cage up, deep position for B-Niper, being decayed and having to constantly worry about that fade in the opposition. Is this enough? Is Converse truly going to be able to keep them back? I think they can. And Wildfire will have to play on the side here of the B pillar. It's everyone for the side of UCF Gold, bar just the Cypher, who is rotating away. Scotty is in fear for their life from top mid. Trying to work in from B main. It's a kill for B-Niper, who played so aggressively up front. Excite has to get the refrag after 2 go their way. And Squirmer steps up afterwards. This is what Converse needed to take. A loss early to give UCF a boon. But it's not over. Very low HP players go down. And Converse are only at a 2v3 of disadvantage. It's a 1-player differential. They're all on the same side. They need the assistance, but Jason just right-clicks and lays fire upon everyone exiting from Boba. He gives UCF the first round.
I'm surprised they even found that round, quite frankly. I mean, consider what we saw to UCF. I mean, there's an entire limbo period where you saw B-Niper on site. Everybody else was kind of sitting behind. Converse was given the rain fire, and quite frankly, nobody could really follow up and look for something. They had to stall for the entire time to get another guiding light to play off the back of, and it was just an awkward situation in general. But still, once that flash came through, that second was ready. You saw way too much space between the sides of the opposition of the defenders and kind of holding on to that site and being ready to legitimately hold it. And it just seemed kind of more of like a foot race of which team can really get on that site and hold it down first. And your defenders are supposed to win that, and they just didn't, even though they already had the space allocated towards them. So a little awkward there for Converse, but still a lot of leeway between them, knowing that it's 4 rounds, and I mentioned it earlier, talking about how you get the eco and the full buy kind of back and forth. You essentially only have to win 2 to equalize it, and you've already done half of that. But even in a situation like this where the team's going to be guaranteed to buy eventually, but not right now, you can get those 2 right out the way. You got to get the 2 next ones, which are going to be a lot more difficult with this kind of, leftover, with the force, with the just anything there off the next bonus that they're going to have to work off of. That is if they even get there. Because keep in mind, we saw UCF earlier. They had an outstanding second round. Completely swapped up this game on its head and was off the get-go. I don't know if Converse is going to have that same element of surprise.
Yeah, I think the difficulty is for agent selection alone and the difference between them will do it. And it's only a difference of 1. It's just enough, I think, that gave UCF that little bit of leeway they needed for that big upturn in the second round. Scotty starts off strong in this one, though, for the second half. 2 kills to their name. They do fall, and the weapon is collected by Converse. UCF have sights. They've got a good post plant. They've got 4 players inside of B main. And yes, it can get smoked off, but you know where it is. Your player can ping it. You can only guess where they're going to be exactly. It's like the long angle you see on Haven. It's just a matter of spraying down effectively. Moby with a classic somehow takes down Squirmer. Jason able to deny Wildfire of that pressure. And there goes B-Niper, a 2-for-1 special to close and secure. UCF Gold will take to get their 6th round, the second round of this half, only losing 2. But that still is 2 more weapons that Converse will have really set up for this next round unless UCF go for the buy, and I think they will with Scotty getting up a Vandal.
Yeah, you go for whatever you can here, quite frankly. I mean, you're looking at momentum here for the side of UCF, and even in Converse, they're obviously going to go for their legit purchase, but even then, Wildfire doesn't have enough to really kind of go ahead and surmount to meet the rest of the squad. Not the biggest deal in the world here, considering that you're Rage, you're looking at more of a retake scenario, you're looking for those early engages, and honestly, with a Guardian, that's your best shot. But even then, you got, once again, no players scattered towards the middle, no tripwires sanctioned towards that part of the map, and seeing how this game's being played out, I mean, it's crazy to see how these attackers haven't really flexed themselves fully out yet. In a round like this, considering that you have a little bit of an experimental buy, I would say an experimental approach would kind of match it pretty darn well, as they kind of understand that B hit just outright may not be the move for something like this.
UCF, I want to point out, when they played on Ascent on the attack, they played exceptionally slow for over half the rounds. And the reason why they did so is because they wanted to get that first blood. They wanted to use utility to try to bait that they're pushing one objective over the other. And for a large majority of their pushes, they were kind of an unknown factor of success on that A side. They were really good on B. They had very few successes initially on A, and they needed to make up for that. They played slow. They waited till they got more comfortable, and then they swung forward. They're trying to do the same thing here. Pistol round's not enough to get comfortable. They've got to get back into the safe space, and they've been denied of it here on A, a lot like they were early on Ascent against Converse in our first game of the series. First blood goes against them. They have to frag back. Squirmer does so with a Bulldog to Wildfire, and Scotty gets 2 almost.
Oh my God.
Takes it, but that may just be the nail in the coffin for Converse for this round. Gorgeous for UCF Gold, and anyone hurt, there's a regrowth in the sky, and that's the big difference, I think, in agents between them. The only true difference in agents, but that regrowth keeps UCF at a full fighting force.
It's these twist-ups, man, and it's UCF bringing them every single time. We're saying, okay, this is supposed to be an expected round. We look at the flow of things and how, once again, back and forth and here and there. We're saying what's predictable. It's always Converse kind of blundering that, but maybe it's finally their turn to at least go ahead, and every single time they win, it seems like, okay, this is how it's supposed to go before they had a rocky road before it, but still, the defuse being stuck. Nobody's swinging it until, good God, they have no close out. They have no idea how close that was, but regardless, it may not even matter at the end of the day. With the ass swing going through, you have to keep on checking this thing with the bubble going down. Squirmer, you mentioned that clutch factor. Sure, it was a little bit handed to him, but hey, it's there at the end of the day, and you win one more.
Squirmer, you can take it to me on Twitter. You can at me, you can yell at me, berate me, whatever you want to do.
No. That's okay. Look, that wasn't really a clutch. That was just more like, okay, just please get my tray. So we can't really give them too much.
Don't take this from Squirmer. Don't take this from Squirmer. That's a 1v1 clutch. What are you trying to imply here, Dallas, huh? That round could never have happened without Squirmer.
Were you trying to insinuate that every single first blood is a clutch?
You know what? If you're an entry player, sometimes it feels that way, right? The game's not going your way. Sometimes you need that clutch factor in your gene to go, yeah, I got my one. Sometimes that's what your team needs. And I think that a lot of this game, specifically on this map, has been really important for the entry, for the first bloods. And if you get the first blood, it really sets the tone for the remainder of it, which is true for most games, but it's especially so right now. UCF losing first blood, you see them really slow down even further, and they started to stall a lot, which is a problem that plagued them in a sense. You can't let that happen. Get first blood, push forward, and use that as a driving point.
Well, Hardy in the way here, looking to go ahead and push up on the B side. You saw all the utility being put on there just to clear out those tripwires, but even then more so, is it a little bit of a fault? Is it a little bit of a decoy maybe? I think so, because already you invested so much, you push up, you use the Trailblazer, and you're saying, we don't even want to go here. A little bit awkward to say the least, but hey, maybe you can meet him in the middle of the map. You really can. With an eco in the hand of Converse in a round like this, there's not much you can really do. You're relying on that utility, and on the other side of the map, you're just relying on your guns. And utility isn't going to clear out a map for you. It's not going to kill every single player. Guns sure as heck can, but with nothing but a sheriff to play with and kind of waiting for these upgrades to come right at you. Once again, it's another scenario where you're saying, not really so sure. But hey, 3v2 though, it's pretty darn close for Converse. They made a valiant attempt so far, but with barely any help to the name of Moby right now. Gonna find something else, and I don't know if that's the case there. Already cleaned up house there with the rest of the three that are surviving here for UCF. They've made this game look pretty detrimental there for a little bit, but it's another case to where you may be looking at a Lotus game, bud, because this entire half has been nothing but them.
I don't want to understate the value that Scotty has had in that round, and I don't want to understate the value Scotty has had throughout the entirety of this. And this isn't me saying Scotty because my name is Scott. Scotty in that round plays in on the elbow side, something that we saw. Thank you very much for this close-up angle, Caroline. Something that we saw Converse do quite a lot on their pushes, both on the retake the round prior and just on their attacks that we've seen. They put a lot of importance on elbow to get that first peek towards alley entrance and alley in the first place. And then they let players holding a main lock down Link, or they let Link push forward and they just take that in from square, or they try to put that from default, whatever it comes out to be. Elbow is the most important thing for the first arm to get through, and it's so hard to get out of main and into elbow, but Scotty has done it consistently. Last round, they get into elbow unseen, step out, knock down two, close and secure, and it's a great way for UCF to plug their point home, send us into an 8-8 position tied up here on this map, and just say, we can take this A site. I know we had difficulties on one side or the other on our previous two maps. B site for our last one, A site initially for Ascent, but we are strong on both here for this map, and we want to make sure you have no safe space here.
I think another thing it really comes down to, I mean, as you mentioned earlier, first bloods are so important in a map like this, but even more so, as I mentioned, these hero plays, it's just kind of, not even the first bloods, just kind of how the map is played. Control. And we're not really seeing too much of that from Converse on this defensive side. They're giving up a lot pretty consistently, I'd say. And by the time they don't want to get around to a retake, it just feels like they're kind of at a deficit for what they really want, of how they want to execute. They don't really have all the resources at hand, especially looking at a point like this where you're losing important players early on too. I mean, your first blood, it's not just about the first blood, it's about who is it. And Converse, to have a retake, to have no breach for it. I mean, your Fade, sure, you have an initiator, but she doesn't do nearly what breach is capable of doing. And that's just a lack of resources. Once again, no flashes there to kind of overtake, to overwhelm, and even then push back into that attacking side. And it just results in UCF being able to just kind of look at everything without having to ever stress about having to turn their heads for a second.
Another great round from UCF Gold. They swing into the B site very effectively. They use the boost pack to get off the ground because they did have a crossfire. They had to cage it off from B market, that angle there. They step up off the ground. They get a little bit more elevation. They swing through the trap wire. They boom bot out towards Boba. And the rest of it is them putting down plant and escaping back towards B main. But that wasn't just a solo one-dimensional approach for UCF. They had moved a player towards bottom mid. They put them at the entrance into courtyard. They wanted to make sure that they had someone there for the side of UCF Gold. It was Jason. They pivoted them back. They don't need that utility necessarily. It's a little bit further. Make sure no one from Converse is working that flank, and it's an easy approach to defend that site push and that plant from inside of B main. You just got to play smart, and they did very well for it. That gives them the round advantage that they had to climb so hard for, Dallas. And now When you got the advantage, you want to put it up to double digits, and Converse have limited weapons. It's a thrifty round for them, and it's hard pressed to find success on either side. And it's back to A, where that elbow has been demonstrably the biggest factor for success for both teams.
It's hard for them to find success even then with full buys in hand. So I mean, at a point like this, you gotta have to at least have some kind of trump card to work with. You gotta have something that just really secures these rounds, and already with the first blood to work with, that's a great stand. Raze is out of the game now. You're hoping to showstopper from the opposing side, from your Raze to at least go ahead and get another kill. This kind of round like this, we've talked about all these wild cards coming out from the side of Converse, or coming towards Converse over and over again. They're getting served them left and right. Finally, it seems like Converse may actually have themselves a shot where they can pull out a thrifty. They can kind of turn one of these rounds on its head when it matters the most. And in a 4v1, I think you can go ahead and kind of call it that, to at least once again keep this game in equilibrium to where they have to say we're finally in the deficit after going back and forth. We got the lead by at least by one. You know that we're just going to keep this game of limbo continuing what seems like forever. At a game like this, especially at a stage like this and how long this has been going on, you have to say that overtime just feels inevitable.
Yeah, it seems like a hard time coming, right? We almost had it on map 2. It was a somewhat close game throughout map 1. This map, back and forth action, and it has to be that way because Converse know they can't give UCF a big swing of rounds because they'll turn 2 rounds in a row into 5 like they did at the beginning of this half. They'll turn 3 rounds in a row into 6 like they did in Ascent, and they did on our second map of the day. They are so darn good at using momentum, they have to deny that. And getting a round like that on a thrifty round win is major. It's a huge victory for them, and it comes off the back of the first input denial over towards Elbow. Headshot kill with the Sheriff. It slowed down the pursuit for UCF around that bend, which just made things so much more difficult as the rest of the team attempted to extend out of main and into sight with no safety net behind it. If you don't have that elbow to cut down alley approach from inside of Elbow, you really have nothing on that side. It's way too open. It's way too easy, even if you have worse weapons, and Converse take full advantage of it. You can see UCF being very patient, very concerned is what I would say. Yeah. Knowing what they just faced last round, they have to play even smarter for this one as they'll rotate over to B instead.
They're going to go at it from a very static angle, is the easiest way to put it. Just kind of going ahead and funneling through main. No real deviation from the normal. Going towards that middle area of the map, looking for that market control, and even more so, you know that there's no real cypher trips to have to worry about because, well, quite frankly, haven't really ran into any obstructions yet. Going ahead, breaking out that cause of divide off the back of a pick. No chance for real trades happening here. And a Rolling Thunder coming out for the exchange. You know that obviously a singular player may be trapped, but everybody else with so many guns already stationed towards that beginning area, you're eventually going to swing into what feels like a shooting gallery, and that just happens one more time here for UCF. So a good stance once again for them, saying that we're now in the point to where we found that equilibrium, we found the lead, and that's all it came down to. Converse had one for the longest time of the game. They had to hold on to it. It doesn't matter what the margin is, so long as at least by one. That back and forth, who took the first punch? And by the time that Converse was able to hit twice, UCF has now gotten 3 blows, it feels like, back-to-back, and now they're the one who has 1 foot forward. So this kind of foot race here, it is so neck and neck that it literally comes down to just not having a hero play. It comes down to consistency, and we just haven't really noticed that on either side. It has been dismantling over and over and over and over again that nobody has found themselves a solid sense of how to play this game, that investing in something as big as an operator, knowing that you're inevitably going to lose that, I feel. It's a guarantor. Just feels like a lot. Every single decision has to be considered of not only whether or not it'll be able to kind of be relevant in a round like this, but what will happen better yet if I'm sure to lose it in the next.
You can call VALORANT a game, it's like a race. You gotta reach the end point, you have to reach the finish line. But unlike normal races, where you can't touch your opposition, you have to run alongside them. You're sucker punching the dude next to you. You're tripping him up at the line, right? It turns into a game of inches and much less a testament to human athleticism to get that speed down the lane. It comes more into a battle of keeping yourself on your feet while trying to get the guy next to you off the board. And it is a true battle for these two teams. Start on A, they don't like it. They move to courtyard, it doesn't work, so they hit up B main. And this is where we see UCF find a lot of success. The plant goes in default, they have the man advantage, but they don't have the number count here, Dallas, to feel comfortable enough to sit inside B main with all 3 remaining players to hold a post plants when anything can happen for a spray down. Rudy gets a 1-for-1. They hold back. You know that there's only Excite left, but the question is where? The tendrils lead them to a single individual. They tell a tale. But where's the secondary market player? Rudy won't peek. Squirmer can't do anything either. Operator collected and Excite says, all right, guys, we may give them 11. But I'm not giving them an operator. They almost did with Rudy watching that angle. What a jump shot to get it. UCF Gold still get the win, and that's enough for them. They're 2 rounds away from winning this one out and moving on in the lower playoffs here.
Still, is it really worth the cost when we talk about it back and forth, one by one, keeping these margins so close? 2 feels like a country mile in a game like this. For 1 feels reachable, but 2, we talked about when do these punches double down? And that's a double down that's not only just in terms of making sure to kind of switch up the leads, but doubling down on one that's already established. One that feels shaky for the sake of what? I mentioned an operator that I said already feels inevitable to be dropped eventually, to where it feels like now not only have you made sure that that gun was in the game and you're saying, is it worth really dropping in the case of it, but is it worth sacrificing going for a retake just to save it? Well, we'll see. It better have a big impact in at least one of these next rounds to at least show that it's worth it.
JSP dumps out Util. Rudy will get the plant, and now you're looking at a very interesting post-plant position for UCF Gold to be with it. It's not in default. It's slightly there. But look at the defensive setup they're playing with. 1 player towards B main. They're not even inside of it because a dark cover goes down. The rest are holding close. What was the attempt here? So much on the line, and this is what you do with this.
What?
And you're using your Rolling Thunder?
This hurts. It hurts.
It's a 1v4. A Rolling Thunder does nothing for you here. There's over 30 seconds of time left on the spike, it feels like. They have all of the time in the world. It took more time in the post-plant than there was in the actual round before it. That is such a loss to UCF Gold's back pocket, Dallas. It is unbelievable. And Converse will now use that to head into the next round.
They'll also use that up. Give it back over to J. Crew once more, who never really lost in the process to begin with, but still 4 players alive off the back of a round like that. That's your biggest detriment there. How much can you really hold on to? I talk about what's inevitable to lose. And honestly, I mean, the money, that's the one thing that we could have seen UCF actually at least go ahead and make expensive, I'd say. But knowing that last round and how much of kind of a fold over it felt, you're kind of left wondering of what happened. It was there, but it wasn't there off the back of anything important, really. It wasn't there with actual substance behind it. And well, what does have substance in a round like this, though? I mentioned that opera not really doing too much, but hey, you still some pretty good starts, and even then, better follow-ups here from Ruby. Able to go ahead and get here 3 to kind of show that not only am I going to equalize, but an advantage, a very quick one with a followed-up cause fight off the back of it. They're saying, honestly, this Asher's running this map as the moment stands.
Sight will pivot around. Yes, hiding within the astral smoke, but UCF Gold, more concerned about the prowler that comes around. Squirmer being forced away, tethered in. With that guiding light, they push inside here. They try, but they can't get the shot. Finally, Jason's there, and the right frag for Squirmer. 12-10, our current scoreline. 1 round away for UCF Gold to upset and take down the #1 seed from their side, Converse Nightblood, where they had done so before in a 2-game series, now requiring a 3rd.
I need this.
And it's not even a great buy from Converse.
That's something.
That goes there.
It's enough.
I mean, we've seen them clutch with Sheriffs and a Marshall.
We've done that for both sides, though. We've seen all kinds of stuff today. I don't even really know what's real anymore. But tell you, maybe dreaming, maybe a nightmare. Who knows? I can tell you, we hit 13 here in this round. I'm waking up. And it seems like, well, I'm kind of getting slapped right out of it.
A 4v2 already. UCF
I know
goals.
exactly.
Dallas, they're dominating. They have the man
Free.
advantage. They
you know
neural
they're
theft.
rotating towards B, neural theft. I mean, you pop whatever you want at a point like this. Yeah.
There is utility stacked up here for a Cypher, which does slow down UCF. And that was a problem. That was an issue on Ascent. They would rush into the B site. They would get stuck by utility. They would play too slow. They get gate kept, would stall out, and it became a problem. Can't let that happen here.
Last
Moby,
player standing.
1v1 gets theirs, but can't get it afterwards. B-Niper in a paint shell to zone him out. Now creates a 3v1 scenario for J. Cruel, and J. Cruel is one of the best to do it. But to do so here would be an unbelievable and unprecedented scenario. They work in from alley, able to take down Rudy. Back corner, can they see? Round the bend,
Oh my God!
B-Niper as well, and it's a 1v1. J. Crew will tap Squirmer. He's a clutch.
Oh!
He can't clutch one more time, Dallas, because UCF Gold have punched their ticket into the losers final to get their chance back at redemption to move into the grands afterwards as well.
I mean, it was there. It was there. Every single round, quite frankly, it really felt there. But, I mean, still, just knowing that, obviously, Central Florida, the way they played that, they had themselves a leg up at the very end. That's what it really comes down to. They had themselves a 2-round differential. You see them capitalizing off that, and even more so if they just double down once more, you're saying it's game over. It doesn't matter how close it is. It doesn't matter if it's point. Doesn't matter if it's at least 2 off. So long as you're sitting at 10, 11, or 12, it all feels like it's kind of done for. But the way that we saw Converse try to rebound from that, it always felt a little too late. I mean, as I mentioned, I just didn't see anybody really playing for the long game there. Even then, we talk about that breach, we talk about the Rolling Thunder. If you have a lead there by, say, maybe 4 or 5 rounds, we're saying, okay, it's a little bit awkward, but it is what it is. When you're at that point where we're saying everything feels like it's inevitable to be lost on a round-to-round basis, where it feels like every single round, win or lose, every single player has to buy something. Every single player has to start from scratch. It feels more like, instead of Valorant and round-based, it feels like a roguelike, where you're just starting from scratch and every single time you spawn. It leaves a lot of questions to be desired to answer, to say, how are we going to approach this next scenario? And it felt like there wasn't much preparation from that on either side. Obviously, UCF, with how they were able to pull out more thrifties over the course of the series, how they were able to turn rounds on their head with minimal resources, it felt like they were more prepared for that kind of scrappy style we witnessed here out of these two teams than Converse, who, quite frankly, just seemed like when they have a game plan, when they can execute it, when they have all the setup there and a lot of kind of flex room, they can get something done. That wasn't the case today here. That entire series just felt like an octagon match where you're just kind of getting beat up more and more and more. And as the longer the night goes on, you have not only less resources, especially on that third map, but you have less energy to take care of what's necessary.
Yeah, there was a lot on the board, and it always felt like, and you had mentioned it, and I had agreed at the time, it always felt like overtime was guaranteed, Dallas. That's really what it felt like. And so many times it looked like UCF were trying to put it there. The Rolling Thunder, for seemingly no reason, a lot of the throws they had done, I won't say throws, but the bottle jobs they had done against an eco round that came out from the opposing side. So many close chances, but they did clutch up, and they managed to hold strong to the very end, and they take it in a 2-1 series. And they did it in a very good job. But teams watching this, they have a lot of mistakes they make, and they need to fix those. And you can be the team that either forces them to it, you either make them sink, you either let them swim or you let them drown, and you want the latter there. You want to make sure you're the team that comes out on top, and they're going to have to face off against a very good team, either WVU or Blinn College side, and both of those teams will not make the same mistakes and will punish you for doing those. So if you want to see that game, stay tuned, because the NECC has more action every single week. But up next is a completely different series. We'll see you when that one's ready to go underway. See you guys soon.
here, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to late to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down.
back, everybody, to the NECC, and the Valorant action will continue. Me back here in the booth, now joined here by my good friend Vincent, who's looking nice here, bud. And we've got a really good showcase here as well. We've got to impress the players and the crew watching. It's Oklahoma facing off against an in-state rival for Oklahoma Christian University.
That we are. I'm excited to see this. I actually haven't seen like this OC roster since last semester, and I know it's entirely different, but I'm excited to jump right back in there and up against a rival in Oklahoma University. I cannot wait, particularly considering Oklahoma University kind of putting together a really solid season throughout, and getting to play up in these semifinals is got to be a privilege.
Yeah, and you're talking about the playoff stage for this in the first place. We obviously saw our game going on prior. That was a really big sign. The playoff bracket was obviously a lot larger than we have here for the South Division that we'll have to worry about. But when you've got a smaller playoff side, you can argue that maybe the teams are a lot more evenly matched. So if that one went to all three maps, Vincent, imagine what this one's going to do. My chops are screaming at me. They are not wanting this to go, but I would love it as a viewer and as somebody who enjoys the game to see this go to all three maps. And I think that this would be the perfect place to do so on the stage.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Let's talk about the rosters, though, before we get too deep in the weeds about expectations and all of that stuff. We got Neb, Winders, Nathan, we were talking before, to each their own, Shortify and Civ on the Oklahoma University side of things. If we flip things over to the OC squad, Shadow, Vo, Dev, Wheaties, and Booga are going to round things out for this roster. And to be fair, I was talking about before and after, Wheaties, I think the only player actually playing today that it was on the last semester squad I was talking about at the open of this show, by the way.
Interesting. So not a very large returning roster for a team, which usually plagues rosters, but now you punch your ticket into playoffs here in the semifinals. It obviously hasn't been that bad for them. Speaking of bad, though, it really relies on the maps you're heading to. Ascent and Split were banned first. Bind and Breeze were followed up, but not before Lotus and Haven got picked up. Lotus has become so much more popular recently, Vincent. Haven has always been there. And then Sunset, should it be required for our decider map?
Baby.
Sunset has been so common. It is ridiculous. Whether it's in CVAL, Red Bull Campus Clutch, the NECC coming into playoffs and even into playoffs, Sunset has been so dominated in the scene. It is such a hard map for some teams, and yet it's still picked and still left up for the decider.
Yeah, I think the thing is about Sunset, I think what's cool is that you can play with such a difference in pace, like depending on how you want to approach the map. I think that's why a lot of teams do like to go for it, because I'll tell you this, if you outpace your opposition, I feel like it's one of those situations where if you just kind of decide how you're going to play, you can really catch your opposition off guard, and it's hard to adjust mid-game on Sunset. So I think if and when we get there, that will be something more to talk about. With that being said, I just want to touch on real quickly where we're at with the records, though. Oklahoma University coming to the University of Oklahoma, coming to this 5-0, undefeated. A couple of forfeit wins in there, but hey, you can't control that.
It's a win.
Exactly. What I will say is that the strength of schedule there, I feel like there isn't that many big games that they had to play. So there's kind of sitting on the outside. For OC, on the other hand, they have 2 losses, but
big teams.
At the same time, there are some pretty interesting teams in there. I mean, like, UTD is one of them. The UTD Orange team is the A team, I'm like 90% certain of. UH Premier, not the UH Premier of old, but still a team that can certainly fight and did so in that loss. So I think that there is a bit of a stronger schedule here for Oklahoma Christian. So that kind of leads you into 5-0, 4-2. How much does that matter?
It's hard to tell. We had the luxury of it being before where they were in the same exact division. In our first matchup of the day, they had faced each other. The scoreline had flipped. You're worried about that consistently. This one, it's that unknown factor. There's no, games they played against each other. There's no games they've had similarities. And like you said, I think with the strength of schedule for OC Esports, yes, I may be reminiscent a bit too much about about Houston Premier, right? Because I cast it back in the day when they had 9 rosters, it felt like, and every single one of them could have taken down nearly any other team in the scene. Still having to face up against teams like that, and even teams like Texas A&M White, which, if you want some similarities, Oklahoma faced Texas A&M Black, which I don't know which one's the A team and the B team. I'd assume it's White then Black.
Neither of them, actually, I think.
Is there another
I
one
think,
that we're missing?
I think Tamu Maroon is the.
Oh, yes, that would make sense. That would make sense. You gotta, but all in all, there's not
Tamu
very
White
many
is
similarities.
the B team, to be fair. Just
Who's the B team?
Tamu White is.
Tamu White is.
I could be just spreading disinformation. I'm like 90% certain, though.
Me laughing when I spread disinformation on the internet.
Yeah, there is. You're trying to draw some of those cross lines. Let me draw another one for you as we jump into the agent select here. In the regular season, 2-0 versus Washington for University of Oklahoma. On the other side of things, in the quarterfinal, it was a 2-1 victory for OC against that same squad. Took them 3 maps, and they were close. 13-7, 13-11, and 13-9 were the scoreline. So all relatively close affairs. But both playing against the same team, one a 2-0, the other a 2-1. If we were to draw those cross lines that we were looking to. Begs the question, right? Who is the favorite coming into this one? And I think you got to give credit where it's due. I mean, that 5-0 record speaks for itself. We talked about the forfeits. University of Oklahoma, they have to show up and show out here, and I think they have that opportunity.
Yeah, they'll have to get off on a good level, and Oklahoma do so. They get first blood. It's Winders to take down Wheaties. Also point out, we maybe could have done the other match. It's Texas A&M White versus Texas A&M Black. That would have been a pretty interesting show match on the other side in round 2. Would have been very entertaining. A little in-house rival. They're probably hosting it on their own channel, but it would still be a pretty cool one to have here for the broadcast. Either way, we've still got a great showcase here. Both of them being rivalries, Texas A&M versus Texas A&M, and then interstate rivalry here for Oklahoma. They got first blood, Oklahoma that is, and since then it's been pretty silent as they don't necessarily want to re-engage or aggress into OC. They'll let them go to a site first and play for a retake with that man advantage.
Well, and OC going to do exactly that. Setting up the utility, getting everything set and well for the plant to go down. So the spike pumped into the ground. Probably going to gather some info. That's fantastic with Benji grabbing a free opening pick there. Now it's a 5-on-3. OC still incredibly limited, and they don't even have that great a crossfire setup currently, though Shadow Core has gotten into a good spot.
Really close attempt there with the headhunter, and a second one does go their way. Dev gets a 2-for with the class before falling to the hands of Nathan, who once again gets a 2-for of their own. It really is a special for the basic pistol. Civ kind of breaks the mold, so to say, using a ghost instead, but it's still a victory for Oklahoma. First blood goes their way. Final blood does the exact same thing, and they pretty much sat pretty, I would say, the entirety of that round. They knew what they had to do. They knew they had to go for a retake afterwards. Don't commit too early, and they played very well, which is something you need to set the tone and standard for at the very beginning of a series.
Yeah, and also making the decision, once you get that opening pick, you called it perfectly, right? As soon as they get that, they're just playing a little bit more passive. No need to over-aggress, no need to get too far forward. And love the fact that Benji's able to pick up an additional frag as they enter towards the side or right as the post plant gets set up. OC knowing they needed to take that space, but failing at the first opposition.
The prowl up, though, for OC Esports. They'll move over towards Mound. Look at the ult pip there, and they also, I would say, arguably won the battle for it the same in the first round. Even if you're not going to win the war that is that round, you can win those micro battles, those little micro points, and the ult orbs are a great way to start to solidify that point forward. They're pretty much static. No one defaulting over towards the A side. Instead, it's pretty much just a central and Mound position for them. And Oklahoma, with 2 players over towards Tree, if they're not fast enough on this rotate or solid enough on this hold here towards C main, they may actually have to fight off in a retake where they're at a major disadvantage if OC Esports can get into an objective uncontested. And I don't think they like C anymore here, Vincent. This looks like a B push, and they're starting to stack at the util, and they got the sheriffs at the ready till the toxic screen goes up and divides this split in 2.
Oh, that's a fantastic blind. Absolutely dominating that player coming in from the A link. It's some paint shells coming out. The plant not committed just yet. And Benji collecting a third. That's Winders to pick up one more frag. That headhunter not going to do the damage that it did in the previous round with a missed shot. 4 frags for the KJ. Very getting up there, getting close to a lockdown early. Does feel good. That'll be useful in the retakes, particularly at the B site, just like we saw.
I don't know if you saw it, Vincent, but first game of our matchup earlier today, KO, one of the KOs, because it's always a KO in a sense, got an ace in the very first round and then proceeded to drop a nothing burger the next 3 in a row. But they did buy a ghost for their KJ in round 2, and they got a 4K with it. So you could argue they had 9 kill participations in 2 rounds, which is really impressive.
That argument.
That was it was very impressive, and I was really hoping to see a little bit of the same level of pizzazz right off the rip in this series. In Oklahoma, well, they haven't done exactly the same, but they have not disappointed. Only one loss in a second round is quite big when you want to maintain those better weapons going into a worse weapon scenario for round 3.
Look at how committed OC are on this gun round. Straight towards the A site. They know what they want, and they're sticking to it. I like this information gathering play, though. Shortify has some backup whilst the A side is being taken, and Wheaties needs to collect at least one. Doesn't get it with Winders, that frag. Here's the same situation as the pistol.
Tasmanian Tiger. Civ forced to fall back. Benji with great coverage. Needs to be more than that, though. Dev lines up one, but the second does it back in return as the Vandal will be traded. They'll sit on site. 2v4. This is Oklahoma's to lose, and they may do so here if Civ can't collect themselves. Huge missed shots from Shadow Core, losing the teammate of Vo. It's a 1v3, stacked over by Door. You can see where the tracers are coming from. You just need to push it, and that will happen. 3-0 start for Oklahoma, dominating. Despite the disparaging weapons across the board, they just waited and played a battle attrition against OC Esports here, Vincent.
And I also want to point out as well that the cool thing about what Oklahoma did holding back for that retake, right? First of all, double swinging, know that there's just one player over there towards the B site, taking that fight 2v1, exactly what you need to do. And then as soon as OC are pushing forward to gather that space that they know that they need if they're at a man disadvantage, well, it's just a little bait and switch. You hit one with the utility, you got another man coming up right behind, right into their crosshairs. Fantastic trading and spacing from Oklahoma. Fantastic work.
Next round, though, in OC Esports, we knew they dedicated to that A side. They had full commitment. You commented on it. Now they need to do the exact same thing, but with only Sheriffs to their name, it seems an impossibility, and Oklahoma will make sure that is, in fact, the case. 3 almost off the board, 2 guaranteed, the third managing to fall back just barely. While Spike has not pivoted away from the initial angle over towards C main, they know it's there, and they know they don't really have the best of odds of pressuring towards Mound. So it'll be a fallback plan, and Oklahoma will just continue to hold this spot. Because even if they lose their one player on the A side, Vincent, they don't have to be too concerned with the push. They have 4 other players after the fact to deal with just 3.
Sky's out.
This is okay. Well, I was about to say OC on the struggle bus, no longer struggling quite as much. Some nice shots. That Headhunter getting activated. Unfortunately, the Vandal does the same, but has more bullets, and it's automatic. It's pretty nice, I've been told. 2 remain for OC, and this half-blind sheriff type of round, it's not like they've really invested a ton, so any further damage would be phenomenal. But Benji has been such a consistent factor, I feel, for Oklahoma. Eyes on him for the continuation of this map and this series, because what an electrifying start.
Players have to be consistent, and Oklahoma right now has 2 very consistent players. Civ has been a backline player for the side of Oklahoma, has been very good for the team. You have to worry about Benji if you're on the side of OC Esports. You never know where they are. While you will get a plant down, which is credits, you get a little bit extra in the back pockets. You want to get one more kill after the fact, and you almost had a chance to do so, but there's Civ, like I mentioned, sitting center of the side for the team, knows exactly what they need to do, has been right alongside Benji, a tandem duo on this defense, and that's one of the reasons why we're seeing Oklahoma do a very dominating performance so far, 4-0. And OC Esports hasn't really had a dog in this fight, bar the Tasmanian Tiger that hasn't found much information for them. But past that, there's no bite behind that bark. And they're going to hope that this rifle buy in round 5 will do a little bit better than theirs in round 3.
Well, I got good news and I got bad news there for OC. The good news is, hey, Spike plant, that's going to feel good. Bad news is didn't really get enough damage done to really hurt the econ too much there for Oklahoma either. Those couple of kills that we saw in the mid-round, fantastic, but not going to be enough. A little bit of an early fight. Quick rendezvous. We'll put Shadow Core back in this early control, outroot. It's been a consistent factor for Oklahoma, and this is why.
There goes the Tasmanian Tiger prowling for information, and as soon as Oklahoma pops theirs, OC Esports do the exact same thing. A quick rush into the B side, engaging as fast as possible. Muga trying to get in. Fortunately, this isn't Fortnite. You can't build your way out of it. And you have to be very careful for the giant boomstick that is the showstopper of Winders. 3 kills and 1 single piece of utility. And Oklahoma may have just with a single piece of util punched their ticket in for a 5-0 start. But Vo was still alive. And one player can pull off magic, but there are three locking down that angle, and you can isolate one, but the second does the same exact thing in their stead. 5-0.
Yeah, nice attempt 5-0, just to try and isolate further gunfights, though not going to work. And you said one bit of utility, granted, great work from Winders, not taking anything away, but Vinci had that very early lockdown procced and ready, and I mentioned its effectiveness and efficiency towards the B site. I think without that showstopper, it would have been a bit more difficult, but I will say OC not walking into a phenomenal scenario regardless of the showstopper situation. Winders deciding, hey, don't worry, I got it. As we see that root control coming back once again by Oklahoma. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Prognosis, that's what I always say.
What if it is broke? How do you fix it here, Vince?
Well, then you fix it. Well, listen, that's complicated. Maybe showstopper of your own.
Well, maybe it'll find something it does. Who was able to take down Nathan, but taking a lot of damage in the process. That's why you bring a Sky. The regrowth can put you up to a little bit more of substantial position. The issue is your teammates don't have the same kind of position to work from. Winders in a bad spot, gets their one, taken in return by the Tour de Force. And Oklahoma, who had acquiesced way too many bloods in this round, are now in a 2 versus 4 position in a round where they had the gun advantage. They had the advantage utility. They knew what they were doing, and they've got to recover from the dire strait they put themselves into, and Benji punches the ticket to do so. But Shadowcore with the Headhunter and Booga with the Vandal close all odds of Oklahoma taking a flawless first half, and it will be denied that OC gets there first.
And sometimes it's not about, getting fancy or, making the, I'm going to say, correct play when it comes to the tactics. Sometimes you need to keep it simple, and that's what OC were able to do. Hey, showstopper right into the site. Nothing more basic than that. Just to get that opening pick, and you add onto that the Tour de Force, plus the aim duels won. There. Easy work for OC out towards the C side of things. Back towards Mound, and this time, notice the A site for Oklahoma. They are uninterested. Instead, we're going to add some more over towards C and maybe take a fight out Mound.
An open door to create space for a paint shell towards Mound, like you mentioned. When you know that this is a huge spot for teams to work in from, you want to try to deny that. And what a hold from Wheaties. Takes down Winders in the back line. Civ, though, not enough of the shots could be collected center mass to take them down. And it is still a one-man advantage for OC Esports, who had so much pressure towards C. Leaving Spike behind, though, means they have the freedom to choose where they want to head towards. And Shadowcore has completely vacated that A site. They have control. They're in heaven. But Civ, maybe just spotted by the shoulder, had their opportunity to put things back in favor for Oklahoma and squanders it. Now a 4v2 on a site where they'll be forced to retake, and Shadowcore may just bury another here.
One enemy remaining.
Isn't that KJ early makes all the utility set up at the A site entirely irrelevant, and yeah, tough situation for sure to find. Death coming soon, and well, quick enough that will do just that. That's the second round, 2 in a row, starting to put together some momentum, it would seem. One last full buy that Oklahoma have at their disposal, though, before they're really shut down, before they're forced onto an eco, more than likely. That's why this round's so important in Prognosis. The fight for the economic superiority. And there's 3 ultimates for OC to do just that. Don't have quite the explosiveness of a Tour de Force or a showstopper, but you do have the lockdown for the post plant, or maybe just to get control of the B site, for example. The Seekers in the mid-round, phenomenal at finding that information. Here's a board position. So many towards C early.
I'm honestly impressed with the lack of ultimates that Oklahoma has had to their name in the final few rounds. Despite the success they've had to go 5-2, they've never really kept one up for any substantial period of time. The one I'm looking towards specifically is that Viper's Pit. They were 2 away from charging it up at the beginning of this round. They've managed to do so here, getting those 2 kills. OC Esports now at a 3 versus 3. And then Viper's Pit, while maybe not a point of contention in this round, will undoubtedly come out in the next 2, if not the next one in general. But that's where you bring out your chamber. Shadowcore's rotation of the A site, solo taking it the last 2 rounds, has punched the ticket for OC Esports to dominate, but but you get the 1v1 you needed for with the Tasmanian Tiger stun. Putting this one in, a good shot for Oklahoma. Down inside the smoke, round the bend, caught off guard. You gotta check for the giant tendrils, the little pyramids that show up now when a smoke is ready to dissipate. You have to be quick enough to see it, and unfortunately that was not the case, as it's just Nathan. In a 1v2, both players split up quite the distance, and even a turret there to make matters even worse. You just pray for a one-on-one, and you're not really giving it. And even when you were, you went to the other player first.
I mean, a valiant effort, but like you said, unfortunately, sometimes
Double-check it, please.
you gotta investigate a little bit further, and that's what was required in that smoke. And I mean, listen, Oklahoma realizing, hey, we were losing mountain control early. We tried one way, you know, applying pressure from both the B link and through C. That didn't work out so well. So, I mean, they put 4 players there early in order to try and ensure that they won that area. They did. The problem is, Shadowcore had fully found the A site open by the time that engagement ended. Risks and rewards, when you put presence somewhere, that means that you're leaving it entirely open or somewhat open elsewhere. It's a push in a pull. It's a timeout called. Oklahoma want to make sure that they are in control of this game throughout. Right now, they maintain it, but as we discussed, eco almost certainly required.
And the only time we've seen Oklahoma be capable of denying Shadowcore on that A side is when they put pressure towards Root. And they don't have the lab of luxury to do so, Vincent, when they, like you said, stack up heavily towards that C&B side to keep OC Esports at bay on Mound. So they have to be a little bit smarter about their aggressions, about their microaggressions in these angles, and they have to be willing to make early commitments to counteract the potential of Shadowcore, who unfortunately, even if they do get the winning fight to push Shadowcore back, they have a get out of jail free card. They have the ability to rendezvous out of danger and get away from that very ever-present threat and fall back to the rest of the team to assist in another push elsewhere. It's a problem. Oklahoma need to find the ability to counteract it, but this round won't be it, as they're coming in with sheriffs and sheriffs only, and they have just prayed for a play down B, and it's not worked just yet.
We'll say OC might be getting a little bit of a false sense of security with so much easy control towards the A site that they have been given these last 3 rounds. It's not been the norm, as I noted earlier, but Oklahoma giving it up once again with that B aggression. Nice trade by Benji. That's gun recoverable, I believe. Should be grabbed up, and it is going to be done. So 4-on-4, technically an even scenario, but the weaponry makes that far less likely for Oklahoma at this range especially.
If the sheriffs can connect, you could really give yourself an even better chance for this retake, but notice how far OC Esports are holding back. They know they have this gun advantage. They know they can just spray down the line and try to keep them away as best they can. And the utility will make matters even worse as the nano swarms just bury the spike in ever-present danger on top of the Viper's pit. Popped by Oklahoma. This is their best shot possible, though, who I said was falling back so far towards Root, has lost all teammates. It's a spray down from Vo for 2, but it's still too short. 2 players left for Oklahoma. Defused with 81 seconds left. And it's a round that is snuck through by Oklahoma, and it stops the disparaging round starting to calculate up for OC Esports.
I mean, that's that Viper pit you were just talking about, and its effectiveness, or what it might be able to accomplish. Well, we saw right there, Nathan, just so much coverage provided by it, easily able to isolate the duels a lot more effectively. And in addition to that, like you mentioned, Vo, just a little bit too far away. Had players there until there weren't. That's always the problem. Back to this fight out A. And I said that it might have been a bit of a false sense of security. No, Shadowcore knows exactly where he's located, secure in that knowledge, and gets the opening frag. The push continues, but Winders has no one to shoot at.
No one downfield. What can you do? Wheaties managing to scrape by one, making space for an opportunity. There's a second chance coming out for the side of Oklahoma, but that second win can't get you much further if Benji can only go 1 for 1. Winders has to use the showstopper. Maybe just created the best chance possible, but it finding no impact stinks truly. And to make matters worse, they knew where you were. You were trapped. You were caged in like a wild animal. and it will just give the run back to OC Esports. But you're fine if you're Oklahoma here, Vincent. You've guaranteed an even half. You just like to go a little bit more past that.
Yeah, you're good when it comes to the score line, but there is a problem. Now there's only two rounds left, and your money's broken, in pieces, shattered. Gotta go for another save. This one more of a half by a little bit of extra money kind of percolating from that Sheriff win. So we'll get a Guardian or two, which does add some lethality to the situation. Oh my goodness! Shadowcore been going for that same swing the last 4 or 5 rounds and finally gets punished.
Falling back as quick as they can. You know you're in danger, and Benji, stunned for so long, you pray it ends just a moment sooner, when the only thing that ends is your lifeline. As Shortify almost walks into their own death and demise after the fact. It's a frag back from Winders, though. Uga off the board. You had the man advantage, you've regained it after that loss of Benji, and you just need to continue to capitulate further into the point. Paranoia out, Vo by their lonesome. No teammates left and no life left. As Winders goes over the top, Shortify diffuses, and Oklahoma won't just go even here, Vincent. They'll go above and beyond. Now 7 as we head into the last round of this half, hoping for an 8.
Can we just shout out Shortify for a moment on that retake? Phenomenal Trailblazer. Gets the tag and the stun onto the player close right there on the boxes. And then on top of that, Guiding Light comes in, and I think it catches 2 other players. That was like a 3-assist retake there for Shortify, providing support for Nathan to come in with the frags and Winders as well. Just, you know, gotta talk about your support players here and there, because they do enable those big heavy hitters. An 8th round, not an impossibility. The Tour de Force hoping to deny just that. Fully blinded off that angle. Booga already making their way in to Link. This is incredibly aggressive in this fight. Gonna go down.
It's as fast as you can get it to go. OC Esports looking for that unknown speed to try to give them the leeway. It doesn't work exactly the way they wanted it to. Both sides employing a lockdown will force the defense out of the objective, but the same thing will be said for the attack. Locked in, detained for Wheaties. No one detained on the defensive. Great use to counteract it if you're on the attacking side to keep them back and at bay. Nano Swarm is just a nanometer off, and Shortify, they'll stick it. They thought they died. They thought the death that Playman just moments prior was the end of the planter, sorry, the diffuser. In Oklahoma scrape in in fact do go 8-4 at halftime, double the stat line of OC Esports, which is, I mean, kind of to be expected when they start off 5-0.
You love to see that info denial just working beautifully for Oklahoma. Oklahoma also just lined up there. They were body blocking. At least that's what it looked like to me. And then you hate it for Wheaties as well, though. Just barely missed, just a little opening for that Nano Swarm not to be effective. And it gives an 8th round to Oklahoma. Now on the attack side, seemingly very comfy no matter where.
You can push any site. Sometimes it turns into this unknown factor. It's kind of guessing game, Vincent, where it's like, I can play anywhere, but where is the best choice? And you're kind of blinded by the idea that you can do anything and somehow, some way, come out with nothing. The pistol round holds no saving graces for Oklahoma. 4 kills in quick succession in the B sites, and Shortify, they just want to get the spike down. They're hoping they can get over to a site, maybe scrape a kill or 2 their way to get an ult pip going their way. But I just don't think that's going to happen for OC Esports. They want to punish Shortify quickly, and Shadowcore, watching from root, make sure that they only get a 1-for-1.
Well played. I mean, OC, they were ready for the potential B hit pretty quickly, but Oklahoma fully committed to it. There was no poking, no prodding necessary. They were fully in there, and unfortunately, the utility from OC just kind of hit them every which way. Trailblazer followed by the Guiding Light and the double swing from Booga alongside Dev, all working brilliantly. Oklahoma probably just on the full eco this time out. Benji's a little bit committed there. Has a Sheriff in his hands. Everybody else, though, it will be the eco. The norm after a loss such as that.
You have ego buys and ego buys. I think Benji's gone for the ego buy with the Sheriff, but You can go
Well,
for
he's
it.
been playing, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
Kinda deserves
we've
it.
seen him shut down with a Tasmanian Tiger in the stun that lasts way too long, it feels like. But, I mean, you know you have the better weapons. You know, Benji can cook up something. Let him in the kitchen. Let him eat. It's Thanksgiving. I know it's after Thanksgiving, but leftovers are still aplenty. Doesn't mean you can't keep cooking something up in the kitchen. Either way, Oklahoma, they know they have to piece together something, and unfortunately this puzzle is starting to lose a couple pieces. Benji, who we've been talking about for so long, goes down, drops the weapon, and Nathan, who collected it, will drop it immediately afterwards. This is looking dire for Oklahoma, as it is continuously being the Shadow Core show.
Hey, Winder's doing some good work. Got some Bulldog activated. Spike should be able to go down as well. All of those things, a
30
big
seconds
positive.
left.
Might have wanted Winders to be able to get into a post plant, but they're both going to hang out in tree, just chilling. 9 bullets
One
only.
enemy remaining.
And ooh, that's not ideal. Swinging wide, Civ. Nice trade, but refrag as well. Don't exactly love to see the swing whilst reloading, though.
Yeah,
It's ambitious. I'll give him that.
give him something. Typically a bullet back to their head, but you give them something at the
All
very
right.
least. If you can't fire back, what's the point of the swing in afterwards? I know a lot of games. I don't know how. I know you do a lot of esports fans, so I guess I can't say I don't know how much you know about other games. A lot of games allow you to fire in the middle of a reload. That was a problem that plagued Rainbow Six Siege for a very long time. You could cancel a reload and fire the other 13 bullets you had in your mag when you wanted to reload. Now you can only fire 1. So I like that when you have to reload, there's nothing left you can do. You
I
should
wanna
not
know-
peek it.
I want to know what the real world argument, like if you were to make something up of like why that would be the case. I want to know like what was the combo in the
why
room.
they did.
You know what I mean?
R6, that's such a realistic game, right? They
yeah,
have like
yeah,
destruction
exactly.
and things like that. Why allow them to keep firing? Thankfully, it's more realistic. Give a bullet in the chamber, right? It'll fire the bullet in the
Okay.
chamber.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll
Yeah.
do it.
But it's been out for 9 years since they did that. It's like 67 years, but
Sheesh.
very long time before they made that change. So who knew where the line was drawn? I know where Reedy's line is drawn. It's drawn on the sand with a frenzy in their hand, and now their body's the line itself as it goes down.
Interesting. We just only had a frenzy. Is this? I didn't even pay attention. I assumed OC were buying, but are they on an eco? Maybe, maybe not. Regardless, keeping the investments limited, the retake required. Booga hoping to lead the charge. Nobody close range. Plenty of players over towards elbow, though. In fact, it's the majority of the defense. Shadow Core to dispatch the first. A little bit of a weird situation as they come through the smoke. It's all done and dusted. Everybody getting a handle on that one. Assists to go around. And Oklahoma find their first of the half.
I'm very impressed with Benji. I know I called out Civ earlier. Civ has kind of been fulfilling their role on the attack so far. They haven't had a standout round that I think has given them graces. They kind of fell off a little bit slower. They fell more to utility by the end of that first half. But Benji, keeping even with Winders, who I felt like we've said Winders' name about 1 million times so far with what they've been doing. It's crazy to see a KJ with a stat line like that and also being so darn good with their utility, because we've highlighted the nano swarms being so dangerous. We've seen that lockdown be used in counter. We've seen it be something that is so difficult to get around in that first half. We've seen the turrets be that early information in this half already as well. Benji is someone you're going to have to shut down if you're OC Esports, and you've got to find the way to do that, and you may have to talk about it in between game 1 and 2.
Oh, Winders, that's a phenomenal trade. OC took a gamble, right? Info towards B, info towards C early is what they wanted. Instead, Oklahoma's attack towards the A site, and Winders, another kill, this time solely with the paint shells. More players coming in, all 3 heading the same direction. Showstoppers out both ways, but Shadow Core shutting it down. Booga getting one more, and this is now Shortify working from the site. Turns on a dime to get that frag, and Civ shuts them down. Oklahoma saving the day right there. And talk about impact for Civ, that frag one of them.
You get your 10. We call it the checkpointer chokehold between me and Dallas, and it's because so many teams bottle it right when they reach that double-digit margin. But Oklahoma look hard-pressed to do so. At the very least, they seem hard-pressed to do it at 11. Because look what we're seeing on the board. We commented, why was there a frenzy out earlier? Well, we could know why there's a frenzy out here for Weenies again. It's another eco buy for OC Esports. They've got armor. I guess they're hoping that they can get that one kill up close and personal as they rush out of C main and out of B as well. They want to get a rifle to give them a better chance later, but Oklahoma, they want A, and they do not look like they'll be stopped on their pursuit to it.
Again, just a little bit of a gamble here in this one. Super understandable for OC. You're on pistols, as we just mentioned. Last time it was a bonus. This time it is nothing more. Should be getting the info sooner rather than later that the spike is down. That'll give them the go-ahead.
Turret's destroyed.
But it's not free.
Wonder.
Anything can happen in a round like this, in a playoff stage like this. And OC Esports are not out. They may be down, but they're not out of it just yet. Oklahoma, 4 versus 4. Not where you want to be if you got proper weapons, but where you do want to be is defending that site now with Spike atop of it. Headhunt over Shadow Core, Vandal in hand for your Sky. You'll need to play smart for this retake. You'll switch door, but Dev, the only rifle holder in that side, goes down, and Shadow Core only gets a 1-for-1 before falling. You know they're inside the smoke. You can't get the kill though, and it's just Booga playing for an exit frag, and that will be denied by the toxic screen as you'll die to the detonation, same as Booga, but nonetheless, Oklahoma 11, testing the crouch key to 6.
You know, OC, to be fair, getting quite a bit out of that one. The issue is that, I mean, 11 rounds, that's a lot to work against. And Oklahoma have so many chances to pick up that 12th. See what they have on offer, OC, this round. A lot of presence out towards B, towards C, trying to get mound control in the previous rounds, and Oklahoma have just taken advantage, walked up A. This is different. Look how many players are here for OC. They are ready to roll as soon as Oklahoma come around this corner.
It was OC's strategy to stack up on the A site with Shadow Core so heavily in the first half on their attack. They're essentially doing the same thing here with a heavy stack trying to take down Shadow Core. They failed on the initial, but the rendezvous was too deep, too far back. It wasn't enough in the open space. They get down immediately. And Oklahoma get the 2-player advantage. This is unbelievable for this push.
Notice that pathing. Very aware, Oklahoma, of that possibility being on top of those boxes. It's a dangerous position because it can go over the toxic screen. They path correctly, and Shortify ain't done yet. 3 kills for them. Nathan picks up the 1, and the Seeker gives away the final member. Wow. Intelligent movement there from Oklahoma.
Match point.
Anticipating the aggressive approach from OC towards A.
You try to play so heavily, so heavy-handed, and you maybe think the round will be flawless because they went the other way. It's the total opposite. It's Oklahoma through all obstacles, dominating, denying, and overcoming. And now they're at the match point precipice. They want to go above and beyond. 13-6 would be a very heavy stat line for them to punch that ticket into the grand finals. And I think they could very well do it here. They're going to move over a default switch. 1 player over towards defender spawn, or sorry, attacker spawn. Now rotating over to mound with your KJ. The rest heavy-handed towards roots. And it's just that prowl game for a first blood before using that spike onto the C site where it seemingly is heading towards.
Easy enough. Little 1-for-1 trade there. Booga. Long range that Guardian does feel fantastic. Shadow Core hoping to push the issue, and the rendezvous can do so and get away with his life. Spike down temporarily has been recollected all the same, and Civ now the win con for Oklahoma.
Shadow Core.
1 enemy remaining.
Down goes Civ. Gets their 3rd, and Oklahoma look to be denied of that 13-6 they were hoping for. Flank from attacker spawn, and then it took Dev a moment to collect themselves for it. They'll get it nonetheless. And it's just now 5 rounds, disparaging between these 2 sides. And OC Esports, like I mentioned before, down but not out against the big brother Oklahoma here. They want to try to make sure they're the older sibling. They're the better sibling at the very least. And they have to do really well for the next 5 rounds to guarantee OT, because that is required of them on this first map.
Yeah, no mistakes. That is the toughest part of this comeback trail that is being ablazed by OC at the moment. Remember, OC, they picked up Lotus. They elected to bring us here.
There.
We'll see if Booga ready to go. Here's that pathing I was talking about. Shortify ready to roll with the pre-aim from Booga. A little too quick. Nathan will get the trade. Shadowcore up on top. He too goes down, and unfortunately Dev can do no more.
Winders will have to go for the Ultor. They just want to make sure they have a little bit of extra things in the pocket should this round go awry. But with Nathan having the Viper's Pits, you gotta assume it's gonna be popped here with that man advantage. Spike goes down, and there it is. Boom goes the dynamite. Nathan will stack up on sights. And the 2 players for OC Esports of Wheaties and Vo will have to step in. Deer in the headlights, the most dangerous game you can imagine. And Wheaties goes down first, just Vo. They have a tiny pocket, Vincent, they can hide within. But the same thing was there for Nathan on the opposing end, and Nathan strikes for the final frag. 13-7. A very good scoreline for Oklahoma, and OC Esports, they gotta hope second map changes.
Yeah, and Wheaties was in such a tough spot there as well, coming from the flank. Like, it's a perfect counter. You have the lockdown, and then you're on the flank, and there's just nowhere to put it. Too many places to check. All of those things going wrong. I think there's a couple of points to kind of go back here. Number one, listen, I know we talked about keeping it simple. Sometimes I like to keep it simple. When you're fragging, you're fragging. When you have 2 players dropping like 17, 18 frags towards the end of that second half, you know, getting up into the 20s, versus just the 1 player. I mean, Shadowcore, listen, bless his heart, did everything he could do.
Good.
But when you have 2 players playing as Shadowcore did on the opposition, and you just have one on the OC side of things, that math, it doesn't math. Does not add up.
It's a hard thing to watch too, right? Because you're looking at it in OC Sports, they have a lot of things that are working really well. Honestly, their attack at the end of that first half was really good. Shadowcore's lone prowess, there's a reason why they were top fragging up in line with Benji. You know, you have to keep an eye on this individual, but they need a team around them. And the team was utility-wise very strong, but it just felt like when the guns needed to arise in certain scenarios, they would fall into this mindset of saying, we have to swing a 2v1, maybe while overloading sometimes, but we have to swing a 2v1 where it's not favored. We just need a little bit of extra time for the secondary teammate to get over there and assist. And they got to make that adjustment. Where's your counter to Benji? Where's your counter to the duelist? You got to find something when you head into the second map, and they're going to have plenty of time to talk about it. As we take a break between game 1 and game 2, don't go anywhere. Can OC Esports make the comeback, or is this a 2-0 deal for Oklahoma?
This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We have more action ready and raring to go. Haven on the chopping block from one 3-objective site to another 3-objective site. I mean, maybe this is the tale of things to come. Maybe you're stronger on one 3-objective map than you are on another, but yeah, I mean, this is Oklahoma's game to lose. They dominated the first map. Who's to say they can't do it again in the second?
Yeah, I think that they certainly can, but let's paint a different picture, tell a different story. If we look at it from the OC perspective here, right? 8-4 at the half wasn't the greatest first half, but hey, that'll happen to the best of us, to be fair. What then goes wrong is you lose the pistol. Okay, that's 2 rounds gone. Then you stack towards C and B and fight Mound, and they go A. Lose that one. Then you try again and stack A, and you just get rolled. So you've really only lost like 1 gun round where you had a real good shot at it, and then the game's over. So, like, if I'm painting the picture here, Infernosis, there is a world where OC just kind of got locked out of their second half, and now they can reset and get back into things.
They couldn't activate, is what you're kind of implying here, right? They couldn't get the key to turn. It's a little bit too hard for them. I can see that. I don't think that's a very far-fetched thing to kind of picture in your head. They did struggle. There were glimpses of something that was very pretty when it came to retakes, but I just felt like they were very limited, whether it was because they didn't have the ultimate tips that they were really hoping for because they struggled so early in that half, or because they didn't really have an idea where Oklahoma were because they had such a dominant first half. There wasn't enough rounds of free room, or safe room, I should say, buffer rounds, that they could make mistakes and start to figure out what Oklahoma were piecing together. Because at 8-4 split, you are 5 rounds away, 5 mistakes away from, or big mistakes away. You can make a lot of mini mistakes in a round, but 5 big mistakes away from just losing out that map. And that's not a lot of time for OC Esports to try to figure out what exactly Oklahoma's bringing to the table on that half. You got to figure it out for the next one. And I think it starts with Benji, KJ. If they pay KJ again, which is pretty common for this map, but if they play the KJ again, that's your target player. Whether you avoid them on that site or you really got to find out where they like to rotate in from on retakes when it comes to the defensive, no matter what it is, you got to shut down Benji, because if you let them activate, if you let them lock in, they're not unlocking anytime soon.
And listen, I mean, as much as we're talking about Benji, and hey, I'm not going to argue with you, that's well deserved. We're also forgetting about Winders. I feel like that guy was just so incredibly consistent. There was a lot of moments where he was getting the space that was needed, and you know, it's an obvious comparison, right? Shadowcore on the other side, but it was incredibly similar. The way that we were seeing the aggressive angles that Winders was taking towards their attack side, and what we saw from Shadowcore on OC's attack side, like, it was incredibly similar to see. And the success rate was incredibly high as well. So it's a 2-part situation, right? You're right, Benji has to be dealt with, but Winders must also be stopped. Cannot allow for him to continue to have the impact that we saw in that first map. With that said, hey, this is not OC's map pick. Oklahoma electing to bring us there, and so I think that does give me some confidence that Oklahoma may have the run of things here in this semifinal.
Calling a 2-0 route here for Oklahoma? You think they were going to take this and
I think it's a significant possibility because of the way that we saw them play. I mean, again, fair enough. All things not ever equal when it comes to map 1 versus map number 2. But if they play like they did on map 1, I don't see a world in which Oklahoma are going to lose this.
Yeah, it's hard to envision a loss after everything that Oklahoma have shown us so far. They were very successful, wildly successful on our first map, whether it came to either half. They got such a lead in the beginning, like I mentioned. It was really too difficult for OC to really get that comeback. If Oklahoma gets slowed down in the first half, whether that means they go 7-5 or OC goes 7-5 or even just a split 6-6, I think OC can engage that second half. I think they have a better chance in the latter halves of these halves, you know, the final 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 rounds of each half. Then they can climb back up and meet and match Oklahoma, if not do better. But they have to survive the first few, and that's something they need to start here in the pistol round, which they've already lost, quotations, because they've taken a big lick of damage for their Silva.
I mean, remember, OC lost both pistols in the last map, so keeping that in mind, Oklahoma moving their way forward. That Sova not able to get any healing. There's no Sky on the other side. So it's going to be a tough post plant. With the toxic screen into position and plenty to work with. It's 3 committed to the site.
You know you have a player in heaven. You just need to deny lines of sight. Shadowcore, though, who was good with a headhunter, can do so the same with a ghost. Down goes the only death of Oklahoma to this point. In a 4v2 split, very difficult to come back from. One will move in from back halls. That is your go-to jet of Shadowcore. Wheaties with a quick flick to 2. Down goes Benji. You highlighted how important it is, and it's still continuing to be so. Wheaties in a 2v1 can't get enough. And where Benji can't, Winders can. A 4K in the first round, and Oklahoma start off on the strong foot, and OC just couldn't deny it.
Just an incredible post plant from Winders, right? Like,
Yes.
Winders doesn't even need to get a kill getting into the entry towards that site, but is denying the re-entry opportunities that OC were trying to put together. 2 players up in heaven, and both just get domered over there and unable to make their way out or forward one by one, and Winders taking them down. Oklahoma making it 3 for 3 when it comes to pistol rounds this series. That is a one-stop shop of victory over there.
Civil plays slow. The prowl that's needed for Oklahoma to clear out that A-long position. This is the easiest site in all of VALORANT to retake. I don't know if the statistic is still true, but it has been for a really long time. 2+ years statistically dominated for the defensive retake, so you vacate the premises when a strong-armed push on an attack comes forward. But if you've only got pistols, you're in an eco round because you lost the first, you might as well just set on start and hope that these corners play for you, because the pistols won't at this range. And the sheriff that you thought would do something cooked up nothing, and you're down 2. And Oklahoma are holding strong to the objective, and they're making sure that there is no chance you can step out of hall.
Yeah, might be the easiest on paper, but that stat certainly falls with the pistols in hand. Wheaties, ooh, great find. That's a little unfortunate for Benji. Not gonna feel great. Wheaties just hit the reload button consistently. Any other takers, Winders will take and take some more. OC fall, but an expected outcome with Winders on a 7-0 run in the first 2 rounds. That is gotta feel good. It's also gotta feel a little bit bad if you're OC. Just one win con, though, right out in the open. Take Winders out, and then things get easier.
The win condition is clear. But unfortunately, the moment Winders typically steps down from their throne, that's where we've seen Benji step up. But Benji's been noticeably silent. Maybe there's a new secondary, a prince, a follow-up, a successor to the Benji throne in the previous game.
I don't know if it's been noticeable. I'll just take Winders. Thank you very much.
I hope there's someone there, though. Because Winders is dead. You got to have a follow-up.
That's bad news. The B site not available. C site was the plan. The spike is down. Dodged is Benji, but he too falls. Nathan can't do anything, and Booga is literally unkillable and finds the ace.
Wow. Booga showing they're more than just a Fortnite player. I don't know how many times I can make a Booga name reference for it. But I will, as many times as necessary. Booga steps up to the plate. Winders going down. That alone would have given you MVP for a round, but following up with 4 more kills after the fact just makes matters worse. And that was not a round where Oklahoma had nothing. They still had the weapons for round 2, and even past the fact, Winders had even bought up a rifle. They had a Vandal. They had a proper weapon going into that round, and yet they still couldn't find any success past it. And OC Esports need to do the same thing here, where Winders can save a lot of credits by using the Blade Storm as the go-to weapon for this round as they start to prowl over towards the A site, which has been successful for Oklahoma so far, unlike B, which was a distraught position for them.
Saving money is making money, and that is indeed the case here. Benji, this is a nice lurk timing. Unfortunately, not at all going to be open, but we shall see. Presence and pressure applied over at the A site for Oklahoma. This Blade Storm almost certainly going to be trying to make the contact. The question now becomes, will OC give it over? Ooh, that's fantastic! It's a timing that was caught, but not found out. Shortify Nathan will each get a kill, but there's still a Booga here ready to roll.
One enemy remaining.
Husky getting lighted, but the flick away keeps them back and alive. Second flash for Booga around the corner, and it's good for another kill. 7-2-1. matching and going above if you count the assist against Winders, who has since then been silenced. Booga had to be there. You have to be alive. And you mentioned it. There was a big lack of a secondary top frag for the side of OC Esports. Oklahoma had Winders, they had Benji top dogging the whole dang time on the first map, and now OC Esports have two of their own. Wheaties, who has been a consistent player, which is one thing we highlighted needed to be there for Oklahoma under Benji and was, and now we've got an even bigger one of Booga, who has stepped away from building in circles and no build to now stepping up into Valorant here in Haven.
Hero rifle available for Winders in this round. And by the way, just to take a moment, that timing, that blade storm, it kind of looks a little silly in retrospect, you know, you're just dashing forward. But a lot of times you're just going to have your Sova there solo early, and that timing could have been fantastic. Love to see Winders taking that space, even if it didn't work out this time around.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. You always think, but you never know. And that's the beauty of esports, and changing up the variables of success and strategy on either side of the playing field. Defensively, OC Esports not playing static, not the same defensive position every single time, and it's done good work against Oklahoma. This lockdown with 45 seconds left. Why would Oklahoma still stick this plant instead of transitioning off with 45 seconds left to an opposing side? I'm not too sure. But they went for the destruction for the lockdown, and now every player that is left is detained. And OC Esports will make quick work of this round as Booga just made the most embarrassing play we've seen so far today. That's fine. Wheaties is there for the cleanup for the 4K. My goodness, is OC Esports in it to win it now, 3-2.
I'll hazard an answer to your rhetorical question. Why commit? Oh, you know, listen, it was just a hero rifle. Spike down, a little extra cash injection. They weren't winning that round anyway. Take the aggressive fight, see if that Vandal can make some work happen. It doesn't. And so here we are. Quick and simple. Right into the next round. OC in the lead. Is that their first? I think so.
I think so. They definitely struggled if they ever got it in the first. I'm trying to look, but I do not think they ever at any point maintained a lead against Oklahoma. So getting it here on our second map is a big thing. And again, they've got their two players to do so. Wheaties, honestly, there's a lot of things you can do if you're Oklahoma in that round once the lockdown goes down. I mentioned you rotate away. The spike had not gone down yet. I get it's a pistol round. It seems dire anyways, but you could have played for another. But I think they were more so focused on the possibility of the credits for that plant, which they may have been denied if they rotated over to an opposing side.
Precisely. Sometimes you gotta just take a look at what
success.
what the goals are, what your hopes and dreams are for the round. A little aggression here down mid, and there's a lot of backup available for OC.
Guiding light makes things difficult if you try to push in through courtyard. To make matters worse, Nathan spraying down two of your own could start to put you in a bit of a dire position. You got to think twice now about where you engage. Because while they do have C, Spike was nowhere near. Spike is the slowest person to that site. Safest person to the site as well, I'll add, but slowest one there. And that will give time for OC Esports to restabilize and now retake the full plant under the books. To make matters worse, this is a Viper's Pit in this round. This is rough to get through.
OC gambled towards A. As soon as they lost contact in mid there, they gambled A instead of C, and that was the wrong call. This Viper's Pit, as you mentioned, making life tough. And this is a phenomenal crossfire. Don't even need it. Who needs the crossfire? Winders has them all. He's collected. Might have lost out after getting the 7th, but a 10th on the board now, equaling Wheaties on the other side of it. OC doing a great job picking up 3, but now they've been found out, at least that first round.
I'll point out, every time I hear Winders, I immediately think of Elder Scrolls Must Have Been the Wind. And that's gotta be what the reaction is from OC Esports. 3 players dying instantaneously must have been the wind after the fact. You know Oklahoma's got the top dog on the board. You know they can step up. You just got to slow it down, and that's what I think is the more important factor, even if there's a loss at the end.
Oklahoma has the only dog on the board.
All right, that is true. All right.
Oh, I love this angle from Shadowcore. And right after the Trailblazer, really making it tough for Winders to anticipate this, but Shadowcore gets a little too far forward. This could be problematic. Meanwhile, the A push denied.
Wheaties back around the corner, forced to fall back. Can't do so successfully. It's Shortify with the frag. Rolling Thunder from back here is wild from Booga.
Oh my.
And it looks like almost everybody will be capable of getting away safely. That comes out to a null and moot point for the side of OC Esports. You got window control in mid. You lost C, you lost B, you lost A. And you've sacrificed so much that is so difficult to charge with the recent updates and the changes to it. That's just, it's not a good ultimate choice there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I do like the ambition. I think that you got to make that decision quicker, though. You saw Booga just a little bit unsure, and it took just a moment. It only takes a moment of hesitation, and that's what allowed everybody to get out of there, to disengage as quickly as they did. And I'm not even saying it would have been the right play, but if you do it immediately, Infernosis, then I think it's a little bit better. Unfortunately, here we are, a round lost and a lead regained for Oklahoma off the back of some really well-defended aggression.
There's a time and a place. Unfortunately, the time eluded it, but the place wasn't necessarily incorrect. We saw a very questionable Rolling Thunder at the end of our last map of the first series of the day. It was a little bit quicker, or not at all. I think the factor for that one was not at all. It could have been a different story. They needed it for another round. Thankfully, it's early. You can charge up another one. They're good enough to do so. Booga has been on top of the ball. I was hoping to find a little bit more of that a little later. Vo, though, headshots to Benji in Oklahoma. Well, they tested it in towards Garage, and they'll not like what they see, which is no more because the player's dead. They'll rotate in for a push onto A.
Highly important here, Wheaties. That's a phenomenal little stun coming through. Winders with a refrag and getting the forward position has cleared things out on the side. Booga trying to take a bit of a timing and tries to get the planter. Instead, catches a bullet to the side of the skull. It's 2 remaining and 1 with an op. It's just not the gun for the retake.
This has got to be one of the more important rounds for OC Esports to set a tone. And unfortunately, they just couldn't do it. And they want to keep the operator. When they try to buy out for it and they want to have it, which is such a dangerous choice on a map like Haven. One of the only maps where the operator is ridiculously good on the defense, but is this double-edged thorn of being either the best choice you can make or the last choice you can make. Hopefully it won't be their last. They'll save it in for the next round. Winders, they want to go in. They want to go for it. Will the weapon be ready around the corner? It won't. And their doppelganger of Shadowcore will deny. A second one for Shortify. They're just sending everybody at him. And Sim wants even more. Will they get it? Yes! The operator is gone. Did they collect it in time? No!
Oh, no. They did not.
What an unbelievable final kill for Oklahoma with 1 second left. OC Esports just dropped the biggest ball they could have asked for.
And look at the money in Promosis. They got cash for days. It's no problem. Throw away 2, 3 guns. It don't matter. Without that operator, suddenly this goes from being a really deadly round, could still be that, but a lot less to the table. Shadowcore will have to use the Blade Storm instead to get that deadly efficacy that they were looking for on the op. And early information. Look how much this Trailblazer's gathering. All the way up long, all the way up short. It's the site already gained, but Wheaties has a frag and gets away.
Oh, Wheaties, you need to be there, and they have been. The team needs to be around them. Lockdown, very reminiscent. And Oklahoma will not step up too quickly this time around. They know they have the luxury to hide back. They may be at a man disadvantage, but they've got weapons. Something they were lacking the last time this had occurred. And they will use that to their strong suit. Peek in towards mid. Yes, it's been held already, but Benji's too good for it. Down goes Wheaties. And Shadowcore has to make up space. 2 for 1 special. Can they get a third? Almost. But Benji gets that frag and will save Oklahoma from a really rough flank that could have cost them everything in this round.
OC's doing the gamble. Same situation here. This time, they head towards B, stack more towards the C site where Winders is just walking right back through. Vo's on the lookout, but Vo goes down. Winders has so much space. An incredible shot from the Jet, delivering whenever it matters most in Benji. And Winders in the 2-on-3, now cut to 2-on-2.
You should run.
OC in trouble with the lockdown in play. Now they have to pick up the pace.
This is huge for Oklahoma. Getting an even halftime guaranteed this early would be a major point of contention, but you can't cover it. Benji couldn't cover it. Winder, so thankfully, makes up for it. But it was about to be a really rough spot to be in. Letting a 1v1 go against you and letting it get to that point in the first place when it seemed like you had made a huge recovery. That was close, too close for comfort, but OC Esports will give up yet another round. They're half the stat line of Oklahoma.
He was where you buy guns!
Yes!
Infernosis. Shadowcore was in their spawn! And he gets 2 kills with the Bleedstorm, and it's just not enough. How has this happened? The opening pick, the double kill on the Blades, the flank, it all goes right for OC. And they still lose out. Shadowcore back on the op this time. Has to deal with 2. Great work. Little shoulder peek on both sides to get the confirmation. And Vo's under pressure, but works best in that position. Phenomenal shot, now denied.
The operator, the biggest threat here, and Shadowcore can't scope in time, has to flick the other way, down goes Shortify, back around the bend, and Nathan shuts down the beast on sight, and Wheaties, who's second to the best, can't step up either. The Hunter's Fury can just buy time, but there's nothing behind it. There's no intel. It's a collegiate Hunter's Fury.
From the shadows, got pulled out there. Oklahoma just faking him out a little bit. The question of whether that Hunter's Fury would be pressured by from the shadows or maybe the spike over to the A side, all of those questions kind of running through the heads of OC. And they will have to wait for that dark cover to expire as it does. 2-on-3, here we go. Retake already started, but Nano Swarm into position.
Dev
Last player
walking
standing.
down. They need to make space. Booga does it somehow. But they can't have enough. Just dump in the kitchen sink at him. Nathan, 22 HP. Booger, what a shot to Benji. But it will not matter. The 22 HP you have left is 0 when Nathan wallbangs you round that lip. And it's 7-3. And looking a lot like a World Cup show match instead, scoreline-wise. And it's not over. This could get even worse for OC Esports if they can't kick it into high gear. And this round looks rough. Because if they lose this again, they will not be able to buy again for the next round.
It's so hilarious to me, by the way, that Nathan, like, crouch swings that angle in that 1v1. Like, when do you ever see a crowd swing come through? I mean, that's why it worked. It's because it was so unexpected, but hilarious nonetheless. Oh, man. Oklahoma about to get to that 8 if they can pull this off. Great fault line. It's going to give Dev the support that he requires. The aftershock comes through, but no escape for Wheaties.
Try to take a couple shots. Gotta meander your way in towards sight quickly, though. Oklahoma don't know if they have the safe space to do so. Is there another one back behind? You can't tell. Did Benji see Shadow? I think they did. No, maybe they didn't. They're turning. What is going on? Benji mirrored, and it's down they go. Shadowcore on that flank, the prowl, hunting for even more. This has been a huge factor for success for OC Esports, and one of the only factors of success they've had, and it's still not been enough to gain them an advantage in a lot of these rounds. And the recovery has still been there for Oklahoma because the top dogs still are hounding and barking down on OC Esports. And down goes Shadowcore, just evening things to a 3-on-3.
Shadowcore had to stay alive there. Good not to take the fight early, but fall back and try and take another fight. It's going to be the Blades. Oh my goodness! 2 with 1 blade is what it looked like from that perspective. OC is cut to ribbons. No longer in the round, no longer alive to fight. It's Oklahoma. 8 a guarantee as Dev works to save this 1 rifle left in their hands. How do you stop him? The answer is you do not.
This is just... It's impossible to put true words to it, but it is perfection incarnate. Oklahoma Then the going gets tough. They rise to the occasion and they get much, much tougher. Winders, what a show match they have put on. Everyone in this division is quaking in their boots at the performance that he is bringing to the table. And if you know Benji can show up in matches, if you know Shortify can clutch up in scenarios, if you know you got the players behind that top dog, and it's again, you have a team to fear.
I'm quaking and I'm not even in the division. I'm in the booth.
What a game for Oklahoma, as they very well could go 9-3 at halftime.
Looking like it's possible. It's a Guardian type of round because, well, that is the move, right? It's like, I can't get anything I really want, so I'll have a Guardian, which, hey, it can do you well in a pinch. Will it be enough? Shadow Core, Vandal in hand, no shielding, though.
The utility is at the ready. The defense has to be at the ready. If OC Esports want any chance to hold on, they start off on the right foot. Kill onto Benji. Down goes the other way. Can they get a second back? They can't. It's a twofer for Oklahoma, Vincent. And OC Esports, they start off strong, but it just falls apart. Rolling Thunder for Booga. Blinding light, and they walk into Nathan. It's a bloodbath on sight as the Viper's Pit makes matters even worse for Wear.
Hashtag winnable, though. Both players coming from the flank. One from short, one from long. It's the plan. The Viper's Pit, though, the biggest issue. No remaining Sova to recon bolt into there, and oh my goodness, Shortify's in heaven. Bad news as they walk up. There's the fight, though. Vo takes it and wins it out. A lot of corners to consider, and Nathan's here to stop it. Vo, solo. A last gasp and a hope and a prayer. There's utility to deny. Vo's going to swap out. The Viper's Pit falls, but that's not going to help him. 9-3 is indeed the score we head to half with.
Switching sides.
Oklahoma doing even better than we saw in the last map, despite OC taking their first lead of this series.
Oklahoma look indomitable. When you go into a half and you start off worse for Wear, you give your first ever glimpse of success to OC Esports. This was a 3-2 game at one point. 3-2.
It was.
And it's now blown in for 7 rounds in a row, and it can only get worse, or could get worse, I should say, if they continuously take in these pistol rounds as well, because that puts them to 11 if they do.
You remember how I was waffling about like the second half, and it's not really that bad. It wasn't that big a deal. Like, it's easy. Yeah. Anyway,
you gotta get to the second half. That's you gotta get to the second half unscathed, which is kind of the issue.
Booga making that possible. Shadow Core doing the same. It's a 3-on-4 at the very least. One Civ just barely swatted that recon bolt, saving the lives of many. Nathan down low, and just one man on the other side. A flank incoming. Pressure applied, but nobody even worried about it. Is now Benji's position given away. This is OC almost certainly their first pistol of the series.
And hopefully a sign of better things to come, Vincent. They have a huge step back to come back from, right? There was an 8-round difference at one point or another. You question what you can do about it. Sorry, 6-round difference at one point or another. You question about what you can do about it. Well, it all starts in the pistol round. Yeah. You get that ticket. You mentioned it. When you already go in for the first game, for the first map, the 8-4, they take the pistols. You struggle. You can't lock in. You have to get on a different foot. You have to step forward, your best foot forward. Now, OC Esports have done so, and they are going for a huge commit, as you would expect in the second round, to get that C-long position, where the same thing will be said for Oklahoma, who scrape 1 kill right off the rip.
Oh, this is massive as well. They're not going to overcommit to this. Well, just one-man scene, one-man swatted, the right click. It's multiple ones. No way, not like this. You can't lose like this, OC. Oklahoma, they've done it with just ghosts and classics. It's a free gun, by the way.
Oklahoma, what the heck from Dev?
What?
The double lineup into the Kess crouch key button. The double lineup to get to from Dev there. Very, very
What in
Low
the world
chance.
is this video game? What?
I'm not sure, but it has turned into a great show match nonetheless. And the best foot forward for OC Esports. They trip and fall right at the gate into C. Once you see one player pushing through, that's typically your sign to rotate to another side, because you know they're not just a lone individual. There is more back behind the scenes, back behind the smokes here. You just needed to play a little bit smarter.
Maybe, just maybe, OC can bring this back. Hey, they did it with Ghosts and Classics, and Sheriff's certainly going to be viable. Sure to find on the other side of the dark cover, presence and pressure applied over in mid. Nobody heading forward just yet. No way, Winders has an op in round 2. Round 3, excuse me, Dev. We'll take one man back. At least Shortify is down and space gained over at B.
Slow play.
Spike down.
And you know you have to go smart. You can hold back. But unfortunately, you still got to be able to hold up, and that's just not happening here. The Owl Drone couldn't even tag an individual. Now Dev is being forced to hit shots here straight up. Can't do so, and Benji gets the final kill, 11-4, possibly going above and beyond. This could end 13-4 at this rate, because look at OC Esports. They can't even full buy this round either.
I mean, yeah, they forced into the last, thought they could do it with the Sheriffs, and hey, listen, it's a scoreline of 10-4 at the time. You can understand the mindset, but at the same time, you don't get a gun round if you lose this. If you lose this round, no gun rounds available. OC just gonna have to buy what they can, but hey, what matters, Shadowcore does have a rifle. It's working incredibly well. Needs some of that fantastic work that we've been seeing throughout this series right this moment.
If you can pull off the impossible, why not do it here? Use your miracle now. Punch your tickets. And they start off on the right foot. Force now Oklahoma in for a retake on that B side, but unfortunately the utility barring your point of re-entry to deny a defuse. It's red in the feed. OC Esports getting 2 back in return. Civ not out of it yet until Booga can close. It's Winders. A 1v4. Sees the second. Has to go back again and can't hit the shots. OC Esports with a quick sprint to B to get that plant for free. May have just given the only chance they could have on a somewhat disjointed buy to now do a somewhat disjointed buy again for this one.
I got enough time
You know,
to go
credit
to the
where
Astro
it's
Floor.
due there as well for OC. Some really, I'll call them non-traditional positions to take some fights, and it worked brilliantly. Absolutely brilliant. Wheaties in particular, that was surprising to Benji, I would say. Unaware of that possibility. And here we are, with maybe the comeback trail. Ooh. Winders getting tagged, though, on the opening engagement. Isn't going to be ideal.
Owl Drone up in through short. Dev, it's a hit, something that they failed to do previously, but it will have to be Shadowcore to get first blood. Try to use the Cloudburst to close in sightline. Civ's been left unknown, gets 2! And though Booga refrags back, the damage has been done, and Winders will just point blank fire into the hips of Dev to make this a 3v2 engagement. Yes, both players are near or on site, but that's not enough to win you games, especially if Nathan strikes when you're the most vulnerable. Util out. Wheaties almost does a repeat of Winders there with just the hip fire shot with the operator, but it won't matter. Oklahoma get their 12th. 1 point away, match point, series point. And this is just Oklahoma's game, dude. It's hard to say anything else. They are looking amazing.
Yeah, I think that this is one of those games where Oklahoma could do whatever they wanted. They could play however they play, as aggressive, as stupid as they want, and it just feels like they are the team right this moment. OC gonna give it their best shot. It'll be tough though. Here we go.
Winders, they go for the cheeky blade storm. They've got rounds to spare. Why not do something on top? Do a little something overboard.
You should run.
But OC Esports fall back to their most dangerous game. The B site push And the take of this objective now being impossible to recover from. With that lockdown, there is no denying this plant unless you work from the flank, and that's being denied by Wheaties. Shortify thought there was a chance. They wanted window. They're like, maybe not the best play to go about it. Let's rotate back the other way and think twice about this. It's a 2v4, but it's a 2v4 with Oklahoma, and they've already put another one in the grave. And a second from Benji, my God.
Now they're isolated to a certain extent. Shortify knows, based on the guiding light, that there's at least one player there. Swap over to the rifle. Vandal in hand. They'll swing, and Wheaties gets that frag. First fight is won. Benji, some missed shots from Bo. This isn't where you need to make those. As Benji goes jumping on the shots. Doesn't make the connection. OC stay alive for one more round. A bit absurd, but a victory nonetheless. You'll take those.
1 second.
Think about how close Shortify was from just crouching under mid window and seeing the player in Rabbit. Just seeing Vo hiding away, tucked in that cubby. A little bit further into the courtyard and could have gotten that one instead and left the long fire up for Wheaties, who was good for. Sorry, for Winders, who's good for it. Sorry, it was Benji. I'm losing my mind here. It's been a long day for me. Either way, defensively, Oklahoma are showing some weaknesses, and it's the right idea for OC Esports. They'll get first blood here again, and that's Benji, who was so good the last round, and now being relegated to just talking in their teammates' ear to distract.
Yeah, Oklahoma not working with a real large array of weaponry, sure, but Wheaties nearly got timing. Winders will get the refrag. Work still to be done as Shadow Court to shut things down. The operator being tossed back and forth between these players as rounds are traded.
One enemy remaining.
That's not ready.
At least Shadow Court getting a couple there at the end of this one. It'll be Vo to shut it out as, hey, one by one, OC are making a dent in this lead, but how many more of these rounds will go by before Oklahoma gets the response? Maybe it's this one. Hop back in Winder's hands and rifles across the board.
Good news for Oklahoma. Besides the fact you're still 5 rounds ahead here, Vincent, you have 5 ultimates.
Ready.
Winders is an ultimate in general. They may not have it actually in the books, but anything Winders wields is about as good as pressing the X button. The rest, though, actually do have the X button lit up and ready to go. There's the operator. What's more effective than an ult? There's it is. Apparently, they bound their X button to left click. They're able to get up the first blood, take down the oh-so-dominant pressure that is the Jet for the side of OC Esports, who was really good at map 1 and has been keeping them alive so far in map 2. But with them dead, how much more do you have in the back pocket, Vincent?
That is a good question. We will find out shortly.
You are divided.
Still currently over towards B. It's going to be the Cosmic Divide. That Trailblazer, a lot of info. Just gathered in the lockdown, says no to the B site. Not available. Sorry, come again.
Lockdown makes it so much easier. You just force them away. For the time being. Also have the Astra to hide. Vincent, do they know? They don't. Civ! This is the second time Civ has gone unnoticed in a corner. And much like Scotty on Ascent earlier today that gave UCF the win, the recovery on Ascent, they have their own lap of luxury here. Flawless factor for the final round on top of it, Vincent. 13-7 in a very, very good game to end things off for our final series of the day.
Yeah, and listen, there's a lot to talk about here, but I think you have to take just one thing at a time, and the one thing I want to pull out is Winders. I mean, that guy just unstoppable tonight, and it was a team effort. Like, I'm not pretending that it's not, but the explosiveness of the play when it came to Winders was just a step above. Whenever we're talking about, getting back into the site, the comeback factor, right? You think about Winders and Benji with that, I think it was a 2v4 at the start. They cut that down to a 2v3 pretty quickly, but like, every round being winnable for them, that is what makes such an impact player like Winders so interesting to watch.
it's this wow factor, right? Anything can happen in this player's hands. And when you know that you can have a backup player, I highlighted Benji because game 1, they were ridiculous. Game 2, they showed up in the second half, but the first half was very silent from them. Either way, when you know that you have a backup plan and a backup plan to the backup plan, it doesn't matter what Winders does, but Winders still does that, still does it. The factor of success, the show match. It's gorgeous. But before that, we're going to take a break. We'll be back after that, I believe, because I think there's something coming up after this. I think it's an interview. Is that what it is, Vincent?
Yeah,
it's coming up?
yeah.
We're going to take a break before that, though. We'll see you guys when that's ready to go.
She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under a type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you fade. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they set for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We are done with our series today, all 2 of them, and we have an interview to close out the final bits of today. Let's have a big, warm welcome, big round of applause here, Vincent. Let's see those hands clapping. It's Winders, who had a spectacular, and I mean spectacular, showcase today. Dominated so darn good, and it was an interstate rivalry. Oklahoma v. Oklahoma CU. You gotta pray for a big victory against a team like that. And Winders, were you worried at all coming into this one, knowing that it was going to be called an interstate rivalry?
No, I wasn't worried at all. Like, we had no practice this entire week, but I just knew I trusted my teammates and I don't know, trusted in myself that we would easily take this home.
I think I have to ask why you weren't worried then, especially given, no practice. Like, was there anything, was it just a feeling back in your head? Like, talk to me about that. Why weren't you worried at all?
I don't know. I just know my team's absolutely insane, so I wasn't worried. Like, I knew everyone would just come out and perform, and my teammates would support me, and I just knew we could beat anybody in this bracket.
Well, I love the humility. Listen, team is insane. You're also insane, by the way. Some incredible gameplay tonight from you specifically. Can you tell me a little bit about who's calling the shots within the team and how you're able to get support from your team and be able to put on a performance like this?
Yeah, so Civ, he's our IGL for the team. He just calls strats and he has the final say in most of the things, but everyone's very vocal on what they hear in the mid round, and we make sure we try and make the best possible decision on what we where we rotate or what we hit, and we all flow together and we're all comfortable playing with each other, so it's just really easy to go out there and drop 20 kills a game because of my teammates.
Now, this one's a bit more unhinged for me to close things out here for this question. You say your team ebbs and flows very well together, having Civ be that IGL, but a lot of the times your duelist tends to be an unchained animal kind of in the front, listening to instructions, but the ego flows in one window and out the other. Whenever you would die, and sometimes when you weren't dead, Benji stepped up to the plate and dominated and thrashed. Is this a thing you guys have where Benji, despite the role they're set into, is just let loose off the leash the moment the duelist is down and they step up, or is this just Benji dominating because Benji knows what to do?
Benji's he's an insane player. He's if I'm not dropping 20, he's dropping 40. Like, he's probably the best player in the server. And I don't know, whenever like a situation's bad and Benji's alive, it's just like it's always winnable. Like 2v5, 1v5, he'll win them. Doesn't matter. This guy's the GOAT.
Yeah, we noticed it. We saw a beautiful 2v4 retake that came through, and another one that almost came through. But yeah, Benji was a spectacular force, but so were you. You were beautiful to watch in the server, and we're hoping to see a little bit more of you. You guys have a substantial match coming up next against the winner of the Texas A&M game versus the Texas A&M game. It's a bit of an interstate rivalry themselves, or maybe it's an inner room rivalry for the time being. But you guys will have a pretty good show match for that one. So final closing thought, do you think that'll be a danger, or are you guys going to go ahead and stride ahead?
A&M White, they're like a very good team, and we've scrimmed them a couple times and played them a couple times, and they've like gotten the best of us a lot of. So it's going to be like a tough game, but I'm very confident when it comes to match day, we will beat them.
All right, big words, big choice words for Texas A&M White. That's even if they come out on top, which is the expected result against their other team. But it is Valorant. You never know what happens. That'll be it. Thank you very much, Winders, for joining us. I'll give you a stage here for just a moment. If you want to shout out, you know, your fans, your family, your university, anything, go ahead and give yourself a shout out.
Yeah, I just want to shout out my parents for raising me all my life. I want to shout out Tommy Gunn, our sixth man. He's the GOAT. And just, yeah, that's it.
Here we go. We've learned there's a third unknown GOAT in the midst here, Vincent, between Benji, Winders, and Tommy, man. What is going on in this Oklahoma roster? All things all across the board. Thank you again, Winders, for joining us. That will be it for the NECC broadcast tonight. It has been a great show, a great series of matches. I know my chops could use a rest. So, Vincent, any closing words? Any final things to say about what we've seen today?
Hey, listen, I cannot wait to see what Oklahoma do towards these finals, regardless of which TAMU team they play against. It was a pleasure to watch. Indeed, though, it is time to say goodbye. And with that, we do wave goodbye. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We shall return tomorrow with more collegiate esports action. So make sure to stay tuned. Peace out. Have a good night.